覚める怒りが響く事実見ろよ逃げ場はゼロ敵は広がる社会の影ママはいない戦えオールナイト重地の方向にシャドウハットミン今つかめ国をも壊せ全速遅れたライムはダメ時をくれ震える心死のさ境界線 What? 振り返るな叫べ声を上げローリングストーンのように続け夜を見ろ月は笑ってる爆音のビートで地響き起こせ Surround us ペース緩めるな敵は無慈悲決断の時は平和なしお前だけが One world one love だが戦いは続く破壊の影に飲まれるな Oh yeah ダダダダダダダダ Baby baby ダダダダダダダダ Oh yeah ダダダダダダダダ Baby baby ダダダダダダダダ銃弾よりも恐怖は深く運命さえも奈落へ落とすのきも難しい試練とは今の自分を超えて変わること最終の敵はすでに Baby baby baby
暴れてる何考えてる説明してくれそんなクソやねん無駄な時間俺のスキルコピー不可もっと上と行くだけはなし手紙を送るぜ俺の敵へ分解するレベルは分子クラス戦い選べ賢くなほとんどノイズ価値はゼロ闇の中の黒い影でも戦うほどの相手じゃねえ寝てても吐くぜこのバースまだ隠してる奥の技逃げるにはもう遅いぜ
Get ready 二度すな平和俺の目見ろ陰口叩くその言葉今すぐ全部ぶちまけろこの信念壊れない早まるにはもう遅いもう終わりだ
血が欲しいのか愛が欲しいのか狙うのは多分それだけだろ欲に飲まれりゃ鈍くなる思考ブロックふざけんなドクター患者になりたくねえならノックアウトされる前に逃げろ
踊るように仕掛けるムーブでもこのビートダウン巻き戻し
What's going on, everybody? I hope everyone is having an amazing afternoon, evening, morning, or whatever it is in your time zone. It is Saturday, the 7th of May, 2025. This is NCC TV coming at you live from the Imitadore. I can't pronounce things. We're live, or at least that's how it appears to me. Could be a brain in a jar. Don't know, don't care. Shouts out to all my weasels out there, all my forest creatures rocking out to the realest of the real synthetic lifeform streamer. Trapped in a cyberbrain and body like some kind of ghost in a half shell in this late stage hypercapitalist dystopia. Forced to exist in this twilight realm to pay off my debt to society and my student loans. I hope you're having a good day, whoever, whatever, wherever, whenever, and however you are. We're about to jump right into it here on twitch.tv, youtube.com, high risk, high reward, maybe the highest risk on Twitch. Some high risk, high reward, high on life, or whatever simulation, simulacrum, simultaneous, spontaneous singularity of consciousness this is, was, or will be sometime in the distant cyber future. Chat, I'm not even joking. I have been hearing this. Can somebody confirm this for me? Twitch is considering banning political content. I am not finding a lot of confirmation for this out here, but I keep on hearing it's like a rumor which bans political. Anyway, anybody else heard this? Anybody else heard anything? Anybody here on stream, or can I just end this one early and not have to cover this really scary stuff? Because if nobody's here, it's kind of like you're the teacher, right, chat? There's the 15-minute rule. The 15-second rule is how I interpret that, right? Because I'd like to know how you remove politics from live streams. It just comes up. Yeah, good question, right? It's one thing to have a policy of like you can't do political content as a format. It's another thing to, if you're really serious about that, then that means that you can't mention yeah, and what's political exactly? Are boobs political? Because according to Asmongold, they are. Somebody's taken away Asmongold's titties, and he needs those video game titties to survive. He doesn't have a lot in life, chat. He just has millions and millions, possibly billions of dollars, a house infested with roaches, a dead rat alarm clock, and a huge following of the worst people in the planet, in the world. In the fucking world. I only heard Hassan respond to a chatter that asked something about that's what I mean. I don't care. Yeah, but like the chatter's bringing that up for a reason. This is the thing. Why are Hasanabi chatters like more informed on issues of you know, platform than I am? Like, right? They're you know, where the chatters know more than I do. Anyway, chat, I thought I'd give this music a try. It sounded interesting. Let's switch over to this one instead. Yeah, there we go. That's the right music. This was what I was going to pick for tonight. But then at the last minute, I saw something interesting come up. Scary stuff doesn't narrow down anything. Look at the stream title, Jeffrey Herrera. Also, hello. Also, meow. In fact, I got to be careful like what I actually say, because what we're going to be talking about tonight is not generally something that platforms are super amenable to. I thought I was very well hydrated. I guess not. Chat. Let me just try to drink in some matcha milk. I guess is what you call it. It's not exactly a matcha latte. That's okay. That's a bit of all right. Yeah, it's the combination of the matcha taste with the black sesame, which is like a really cool thing about Thailand, chat. You know, it's not super easy to find soy milk. Sometimes the soy milk that you get, look, people in Thailand, they really like milk and they really like eggs, right? It's just a very popular foods around here. So you know, when you're buying soy milk, you got to watch out that it's not soy milk mixed with cow milk, because they do sell that here. They do sell that. They sell a lot of that here. Luckily for me, they also sell soy milk with black sesame seeds, which is actually pretty good. You looking for some tofu? You want some tofu? You want some nice plant-based protein? Well, better be careful that package written in Thai doesn't actually say Thai tofu, egg tofu, rather than just regular tofu. Yeah, there is egg tofu here. I don't know if it's just like tofu made out of eggs completely, or if it's like a mixture of eggs with soy milk that makes the tofu, or what. It's some rubbery stuff, but yeah, don't get fooled. Don't get fooled. I don't understand the concept of a matcha latte, because matcha is a green tea powder, and if you turn it into a drink, you won't you just get regular green tea? Oh no, it's definitely not regular green tea, general public. It's stronger. It's like it's a concentrated green tea. And you got the God damn, that's good. Yeah, no, matcha is traditionally made in a bowl with a whisk. There's a whole ceremony to it. If you really want to get into matcha, if you really want to go full matcha, here, is that too loud? Maybe the music is too loud. I'm gonna actually change it. I'm gonna turn the music down before somebody complains, because I know you're out there and you got your complaint ready. You don't even have to hit enter, because I already have anticipated that the music being too loud might bother somebody in chat. And hey, I don't want to do that. I'm not trying to bother you, chat. You're going to be perturbed enough about what's going on in your country if you're in the United States, and you know, you should be perturbed no matter where in the world you are, because these are scary times. And Trump is definitely he's definitely agitated. Let's just put it that way. Between the Elon thing and now, understand, there's some chance that the Trump administration wanted this series of events. That doesn't mean that it's not right to stand up against Gestapo coming into your community and pulling people out of it. But there is some chance that Trump, Stephen Miller, have anticipated this and want this and are going to use this as a vehicle to try to clamp down the authoritarian fist, right? If Trump just announces martial law for no reason, that's not going to go over really well. Just like his Palantir thing didn't go over super well, right, Chad? If you don't know, Trump is having Palantir, a Peter Thiel company, construct a database of every American so that the government, whatever government agency is running you down, can have every bit of your information at their fingertips. But yeah, there's a lot of scary stuff going on right now. I just want to hear your voice more clearly. Oh, you were typing that. Meowing Star, there's no shame. There's no shame in wanting a better stream quality. That's a good thing. Mercer B says, man, living in unprecedented times, just the best. I know, right? Isn't it great? Look, when people say that phrase, there are years where nothing happens, and there are weeks when years happen. Is that the phrase? Anybody want to help me out? Anybody remember this quote? Shakespeare? Do you know this? Do you know the quote I'm fishing for here? I'm casting out my line and trying to reel that quote in. I can't really. I'm kind of. It's almost like I'm casting it into my brain though. Imagine like I've got a convertible, like, you know, like an opening head. You know, you just undo like a little clasp and you open your head, and then you get your fishing rod and you just cast it into there, and you're like fishing around for ideas in your own brain. Anybody want to help me out in catching the fish of a quote that I'm searching for? It is from Lenin. What is the quote? Do you know the whole quote? MAGA is the dumbest fascist movement in modern history, says Narwhal by Nature. They're acting like they got support from the majority of the voters, and they didn't. The shit is bizarre. Look, I mean, the sad truth of the matter is I think that what Trump is counting on in terms of his lack of popular support is that his people are going to be more willing to get violent than the other side. I believe that is the calculation that's been made, right? And, you know, very similar to the calculation that the Confederates made when they declared war on the Union, that the boys of the South were made of different stuff. These were tough boys. These were alpha boys. These were strong Southern boys. And one of our soldiers will take down two of your soldiers. Didn't work out that well. It turns out violence is a fucking nightmare. And when people start shooting at each other, everybody dies, kind of, you know, kind of more or less equally, right? Thank you. Wait, Magenta's got the quote. Wait, who has the quote for me? Who has the quote for me? Shakespeare has confirmed that it's a Lenin quote. Magenta Dinosaurs says, decades where nothing happens and weeks where decades happen. There we go. That's the quote. Thank you. That's much better than what I could remember. Didn't they calculate that most people have guns that have guns aren't MAGA? I mean, they should do less drugs. Wait. Now, like, that's a different statement, Narwhal by nature, than I don't know if our side necessarily is at the advantage in terms of firearms. But their advantage in firearms or anything else is lots less than it actually than they think, than they anticipate. It's really bad here in California. Yeah, anybody in the LA area want to give a report from the ground? This is how it happens? Yeah, pretty much. Pretty much. Oh my god, chat, I was excited to have like a fun stream on Saturday night with you, right? It's Saturday night. We should be having fun and stuff. I've got durian. I almost, if I had streamed last night, then you would have gotten a durian opening stream, which I think would be pretty fun on stream to see how that works for people who don't know. You know, like, it's just like, you know, actually like getting in there and like opening up the durian and pulling out this stuff. Wait, is it more visible? Like, I'll have to open it for you to actually see what I'm talking about, chat. Durian. It's just the stuff inside. And is it smelly? Yes, it is smelly, and it is delicious. But yeah, I'm gonna be eating some of this tonight, nonetheless. None the least. None the lost. Other parts of town where it's going, not Hollywood. Scratch that, 2 places. One of my work sites got targeted. Wait, 2 places got targeted? Damn. They were at Dale's Donuts and Paramount. Anyway, chat, please don't get super specific with your location. You know, I'm probably like hyper vigilant about this kind of thing, but I just know that it's you know, you just always got to watch how much information you divulge on the internet. And LA is a big place. A neighborhood of LA, less of a big place. You know, I'm not, when I'm asking if anybody's affected by this, anybody's in the area, I'm just asking in the general area, right? I don't need you to, do not type in your address, okay? We're probably fine, but you never know who's out there. You never know who's out there, like, you know, wanting to fuck with me, wanting to fuck with chatters, wanting to fuck with mods. It's, anyway, that much aside, yeah, chat, we got some, I saw a video of ICE taking buses to Burbank Airport. Damn. Always good advice on the internet. Yeah, I mean, it's getting worse, like, right? It's,
A mirror right in front of me. That's where I find an empty glass.
Oh no, Shakespeare, I didn't think you were giving your location. I was just saying this out there because, like, I said anybody in the area and anybody in LA, and then I just realized, you know, somebody could take that as like, you know, tell me exactly where you are, and I do not want you to do that. I do not want you to disclose any personal information, let alone your location on the internet. The internet is still a scary place, and it's getting a scarier place with the Palantir, you know, Palantir coming into the government again. It's really weird about Palantir, chat. Did you know that the current I think it's the CEO of Palantir is actually a Democrat? Did you know this? Like, I mean, we all know about Peter Thiel, I think the founder, right, of Palantir. You know, an absolute nightmare, fascist, tech bro. But there's the current, I think it's the current CEO of Palantir is actually a Democrat who's donated to, let's see, Hillary, Biden, and Kamala. And yet when Trump tapped Palantir to help him put together the big, beautiful database of all of your information so that his fucking jackbooted thugs could have that information on hand, right? This is an extension. Understand, this is an extension of the Patriot Act. The purpose of the Patriot Act, for those who don't know, was to help the governmental organizations share information, which sounds great if you're under the impression that, you know, the intelligence failed to protect the United States because of a lack of, you know, information sharing, or there's so many different agencies. Everybody's got like a little piece of the information, and if they all just put it together, they'd be able to stop the terrorists. But in actuality, 9/11 happened because George Bush did not care when he was warned that Osama bin Laden intended to attack the fucking tower. Like, he had the information, they had the intelligence, the government, the president knew that Osama bin Laden had his eyes on New York. And you know what he said? All right, I guess you covered your ass. I don't care. I don't care. It's almost like they were okay with it happening, right, Chad? I don't want to get too conspiratorial. I am not a 9/11 truther or anything like that. I don't have any special information about, you know, Dick Cheney, like, you know, ordering these hijackers around or anything like that. But I do feel like the 9/11 was a huge incidence of negligence from the Republican government, from the neocon government. And I think that negligence was somewhat because they were looking for something like 9/11 as a pretext to do what they did in the War on Terror. They wanted to do the War on Terror, chat, and the demonization of Muslims, and the, you know, all the rest was just, you know, was just an excuse to put that in place. And Trump is pushing that forward. Trump is taking that same he's making, like, surveillance great again. That's what he's doing. If you go to the wiki page for Palantir, you'll see it who introduced Peter Thiel to Washington, D.C. With reception and a news conference along with a big contract. It was Joe Biden. See, that's the whole thing. That's what's fucking scary. That's what's fucking scary is the Democrats kind of went along with this. During the War on Terror, right, they rallied around the flag. It wasn't just, I mean, it was, you know, there wasn't even a motivation. There wasn't a moment where the Democrats were like, ooh, this could be a big overreach. This could have bad consequences. The Democrats were like, nope, nope, nope. We love the law enforcement. We love the let's establish the Department of Homeland Security. The Democrats were on board for this shit. That only changed in 2006 with the shit show that there was the Bush administration, whether we're talking about the failure to find weapons of mass destruction that didn't actually exist, or whether we're talking about his failure to protect people in New Orleans, right? The Bush administration got extremely unpopular. Nancy Pelosi and crew took advantage of that, and they rode it all the way into taking back the House. But they didn't really have a lot of interest in arresting the progress of the War on Terror, let alone turning the ship back around and protecting the civil liberties of Americans, right? That was never part of the Democrats' plan. Democrats are liberals. Liberals will side with fascists all the time. Yeah, it's way too many cases of that, Jeffrey Herrera. Way too many cases of that. You're right. Obama is involved with Palantir as well. Oh my God, drone attacks don't do it. You know what Palantir? Okay, so this this liberal Democratic CEO of Palantir, right? One of the things that he claimed was that he and Palantir were fighting right-wing extremism in Europe by doing surveillance for European governments, right? They were actually fighting the far right because they prevented terrorist attacks. And if a terrorist attack happens, then the right-wing government will get into place. Remember the yellow cake? Pepperidge Farms remembers. Well, look, M85. I'm not encouraging anyone to scratch a liberal. I'm not endorsing any kind of violence. Liberals can scratch themselves, honestly, at this point, and they probably should. They should pinch themselves to see if they're awake, because sometimes it feels like with liberals, you got like sleepwalkers. You know what I mean? You got people that are not awake, not aware, not really clued in to the actual state of affairs in the world, right? People that are so ideological that they have faith in, you know, the forces of history or the arrow of history, or that like the, you know, that progress will necessarily happen over time. And when they say that they're on the right side of history, I don't think there's a lot of recognition that sometimes you have to fight to take history in the right direction. It is not something that you can assume will naturally come about. But yeah, that's a really weird claim. This guy is fighting against far-right extremism by destroying our civil rights, but by doing an end run around an open society. Yeah, no, there was Shakespeare. There was lots of collaborators in the Bush administration. Lots of people that you know, should not have been on board for it, and some, you know, some in the chattering class would have told you would not be on board for it. But no, I mean, like, you know, liberals are principled in that they have no principles. It's a joy to experience. Truly, truly a joy to experience. Oh my god, chat. Stuff really does smell. Like, the problem with durian isn't that it tastes bad, because I feel like people think that. They think that it's like a horrible, horrible stuff, and like, why are you eating it, right? That you put it in your mouth and your mouth explodes. I don't know, it tastes like a sewage, like you're just eating raw sewage or something like that. The problem with durian is it just has a very strong smell, and the smell travels. So in other words, you know, you're just trying to enjoy your durian in your apartment, and maybe your neighbor walking down the hall is also smelling the durian. And look, to taste eating it is a lot better than smelling it. So that's the whole problem. I'm just checking at the latest. Oh my god, is Trump at the UFC tonight? Oh, is that like, so Twitter does actually have, oh, that's the Grok summation? I was trying to figure out, like, Twitter has these things that look like news articles now, and Twitter used to be a decent place for news. You could sort of look at your trending and discern what the top news stories were, and now it's Grok. It's just Grok writing a summation of what everybody's talking about, like under a certain hashtag. Pete Hegseth is tweeting. Oh my god, they really are kind of, oh dude, wow. Okay, so yeah, Gavin Newsom. I'm just trying to figure out what Twitter is doing with this story. I mean, I'm definitely, look, some people have hypothesized that based on this fight between Elon and Musk, based on Elon Musk like just hating Trump and like everybody in the administration, because pretty much everybody took Trump's side, that you might see a difference in the kind of coverage that news stories involving Donald Trump get on or the algorithm, right? You know, that like Elon might stop boosting right-wing accounts and, I don't know, boost left-wing accounts instead. I mean, this is copium, right? This is never going to happen. Elon Musk, even if he said that he wanted to start a centrist party for the 80% of the Americans in the middle, dude literally Sigs Heil. I'm kind of I'm just I'm looking at Twitter right now, chat, before like showing it to you, because I know there's some stuff that you know, there's a lot of stuff that Twitch doesn't want like to be shown. There's some stuff on that'll be put up on Twitter that YouTube will not accept, and we're not trying to get banned preemptively, chat. They might ban everybody that's doing political content soon. So again, if you're watching me on Twitch, I would strongly encourage you, and I'm going to mention this a few times during the stream tonight. Please remind me if I don't, all right? If you're watching me on Twitch, please follow me on YouTube. On YouTube, I am nocommentchick, right? There's no CC in it. You just type in nocommentchick, and you will find me. And that's going to be important in case Twitch decides that it's, you know, not going to allow political streams. So has anybody heard of the Twitch banning politics other than from Hasanabi's chat? Because that's kind of where I saw it too. Hassan was okay, yeah, good point. Narwhal by Nature says Hassan was showing the story today, and he's not been banned. Hassan has kind of a team behind him in terms of the research for his stream, in terms of sending him links and stuff. And they also, you know, they've been at this so long that they're pretty good at, you know, none of them want their streamer to get banned, and none of them especially want to be the reason that their streamer gets banned. So they vet the fuck out of anything that they send his way, unless it's a poop sock, which is, you know, maybe another kind of vetting. But the chatter may get banned for the poop sock, but Hassan won't be banned for his content. The other thing that he does is I don't think he just like raw scrolls Twitter. Am I wrong, chat? I don't think he raw scrolls Twitter. Raw scrolling Twitter is what I'm talking about being dangerous, right? Covering the story, we can do it within reason. I gotta have my finger on the trigger as far as maybe cutting off you know, video or whatever if it turns out it's depicting you know, anything too violent. But yeah, the real threat, I think, is, and it's a threat, like, look, realistically speaking, like, it's like unsafe sex. Scrolling Twitter on stream is like unprotected sex, because at any moment, you know, something NSFW could pop up, or something that's, you know, so, you know, just hateful Nazi shit, or you know, any number of things that could get you banned, violence especially, right? Fights and stuff like that. Twitter loves fights. There's no way they could ban you for reporting on martial law. No, I don't think that's what it would be, Sarah. I don't think I'm in danger of being banned because they don't like what I'm covering. I think I would be banned because I showed something on screen that was you know, against the terms of service. Staying away from the front lines. I'll do my best to help the supply chains and surveillance. That's awesome, Lena. Stay safe. Yes. The rules for Hassan or Asmongold are different than for smaller streamers. That's a good point too, general public. Like, it's not officially it's supposed to be the same rules for everybody, but in practice, like, when they hit the ban button on Hassan, they see minus, you know, $10,000 or something, however much they would, you know, whatever ban they're considering for Hassan, they think about, like, how much money are we, the platform, losing from doing that? Asmongold even more so, right? Asmongold, they see like minus 50,000 on that button, right? And me, they don't see shit. They see like, yeah, we might lose $3 in revenue from banning her. Let's do it. how the hell do you ban politics when everything is political? That's such a good question. Do they just want the heat off of them, right? Twitch is, I hate to say it, and most corporations are like this. You saw this with Target. You saw this with Bud Light. You've seen this with colleges and universities. You've seen this with law firms. Businesses are risk averse. Businesses are cowardly. Businesses might try to brand themselves, as Twitch has, as if they have progressive principles, but that is merely a ban. And the second that the wind starts to blow in the other direction, you know, Twitch is going to make decisions. Remember, they banned, 5 streamers for having a tier list event talking about who can say the word Habibi, talking about Sabra hummus, maybe not the best hummus, and talking about Ethan Klein, maybe not their favorite content creator, right? And that got them fucking banned. That got them banned. Why did Twitch do that? Was that because they broke terms of service? No. It was because they were all, you know, relatively, other than Denims maybe, relatively smaller streamers, and Twitch was getting a lot of heat for them. And even Hassan, when they get heat from Hassan, they will, you know, suspend him. Calling it like unsafe sex makes Twitter sound a lot sexier than it really is. Yeah, it's the opposite of sexy with Elon Rao. He's just like, he sucked all the sex out of it, chat. If you can take a pill for most STDs, nothing will cure you from the trauma of free scrolling Twitter. That's true. Oh my God. So yeah, that's what's going on tonight. That's what probably most of what we'll be talking about. What else do I have written down? I think I wrote down in the description that I also want to talk a little bit about Trump and Elon and the latest developments. There's not a lot on that. Mostly it seems to be a de-escalation on Elon's part in the form of some deleted tweets, right? We also have maybe some, you know, escalation on the Trump side. Steve Bannon calling. Oh yeah, we do have like a little bit of Elon versus Bannon too. Yeah. What did he post? Oh yeah. Steve Bannon is Chud Logic. Steve Bannon is Chud Logic. Yeah. And chat, by Chud Logic, I mean the R slur. All right. That's just how we say it. We're not allowed to say, oh, I don't want to say the R slur, right? So I say Chud Logic instead because it's Chud Logic's favorite word, right? So he can just, we can just call, you know, just see how, like, right, if you don't think that calling people the R slur as a way of denigrating them and putting a pejorative against them, if you don't think that that is like, you know, shooting strays all at people with disabilities, then Chud Logic should have no problem with me redefining that term as his name, right? So there we go. It's Chud Logic. But yeah, according to Elon Musk, Steve Bannon is Chud Logic. So, oh my God, as soon as I started to notice and acknowledge that Chud Logic was slightly less disingenuous than the rest of the commentary community in terms of the Ethan Klein Hassan thing, he's right back at the transphobia again, chat. I don't know if we'll get a chance to talk about that. I feel like Chud Logic is small potatoes compared to what's going on right now in LA, but that, you know, he is he has been leaning hard into the gawk, as they say. I don't know who says, oh, people in his community. That's who says that. And he actually got asked in on stream recently by another streamer if he thought that maybe his hostility towards trans people and his you know, desire to cover trans issues as negatively as possible might have something to do with the fact that he was revealed to have been in some, you know, texting conversations of a adult nature with trans women. And you'll be happy to know that that's, according to our good friend Chud Logic, that's not the case. That's not the case. Anyway, we'll get to Chud Logic when we get to Chud Logic. I don't know if, like, like I always talk about him, but I feel like he never like really is important enough to justify, you know, like a full coverage, full serve. What am I saying, chat? He's not. You can't he's Chud Logic, right? And luckily, you know, his stream is kind of plateaued, maybe even come down a little bit. And in general, like arguing with lefties like me is probably something that benefits Chud Logic. I don't know. It's a little bit of a mixed bag. Like he's not on Twitch in any meaningful way anymore, or nobody watches him on Twitch. He's, you know, nobody really watches him on Kick. It's all YouTube, and it's not as big as it used to be. So I guess we can count our blessings on this Pride Month. But he is definitely trying to do the, you know, Pride Month is his month to go after trans people and queer people in general. You should do an in-depth expose on Chud Logic. Woody Red, you just want me to talk to Chud Logic. I see you. I see you. Can I do it right, chat? Is it like that? I see you, Woody Red. Trying to get me to debate No Comment Chick once again. I've told you before, she's crazy. She's crazy. I can't debate her. Now she's got red hair. She's probably even more crazy. She was crazy enough with blue hair. She was crazy with white hair. She was crazy with brown hair. And now she's crazy with red hair. And that's the kind of crazy that not even Chud Logic will fuck with. That's what he would say to you. That's exactly what he would tell you. And he'd point at you while he did it. He'd just like that's what I feel. If you ever watch his stream, it feels like getting like jabbed in the chest. You know what I mean? Like somebody that comes up and talks to you and they're like, like, damn. I think there's some kind of weird little thing going on between Chud and his audience, right? I think they like the abuse a little bit. I think he likes the abuse too, but that's another story, chat. I don't have time to give Chud the abuse. I don't have time to give Chud the treatment. Doesn't being a gender... Oh my god, Narwhal, I knew somebody was going to bring this up. I knew that somebody was going to bring the discourse. The discourse has arrived. Do we need a discourse, like, announcement? Do we need, like, Discord, a discourse, what do you call the thing that Shakespeare would know? What is Shakespeare? What is the thing that horns play? Right? When the king arrives or something, and the horns are like, dur, 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 dur. What is that called? Are you the Rachel Dolezal of gender? I'm not the one who started the discourse, Narwhal. Thank you very much. Thank you for having faith in me. That was not my TikTok. Herald. Yeah, is it a herald? Is that right? Like when the discourse arrives, right? We need some kind of trumpet herald thing to acknowledge that the discourse has arrived. Did you all cover the Myth Vision pipeline? Wait, what's the Myth Vision pipeline? I thought that was a niche atheist drama. No, I don't know about this. Tell me more. I feel like being jabbed in the chest is a British people's primary mode of communication. Is that right? I wouldn't like that, chat. I wouldn't like that. You know, there's some like, right here, right? That's a pressure point. Oh my god, I used to know what this one was called in Chinese. There's a pressure point like right here. It's like 2 inches above your nipple. Fanfare, that's a good, yeah, I think that's, yeah, the fanfare. We need the fanfare. Of course, if I want to know for sure, Shakespeare, we'll have to get Eris, aristocracy, because she is actually a scholar on medieval times. What did you study in college? Doesn't matter, because Eris is smarter than you. She got her doctorate in medieval times. Yo! Speaking of blue hair, she's back. There we go. There we go. You just made Chud Logic's nose start to bleed with by posting blue hair. Thank you for the 10,000. Sorry, 1,000. I can't count. Thank you for the 1,000 bits. Thank you. Thank you very much, Omega Star. And getting us started on the bonus skull, which is always a good thing to do, because I sometimes, especially when my former country is under some kind of martial law. He's got the National Guards in the street, and no freaking guardrails when it comes to Trump. There's nobody that's going to tell Trump to like slow his roll at all. That could lead to a fist. Oh, what punt like with the poking people in the chest thing? I'm rewatching BE's Eris videos at night, like ASMR Direful. Did you see my name come up in one of those videos? Some weird shit was going on in Twitch poll back in the day, right? And Bad Empanada actually documents that in one of his videos. But yeah, that's right, Shakespeare. You do real history. You don't just LARP in castles because you're not a monarchist. That I'm not kidding you about aristocracy, right? That she studied some kind of medieval, I don't know what it was, medieval studies or something like that. She got a doctorate. And she would you know, she would kind of LARP around. Like, people thought she was a lefty because of who she hung out with, right? And because she was chill. She was in leftist streams. She was very chill. People assumed she was a leftist. Turns out she's a monarchist. She likes, you know, wants to take us back to feudalism. I did see that Prime goal, Charlie Kelly. Thank you. I should have thanked you for that already. I'm a little bit distracted tonight, as some of you can tell. The fact that I haven't even put it on. Oh my god, chat. When I'm like dehydrated and my lips are kind of dry, I don't like how the lipstick goes on. But anyway, I'm not going to worry about that right now. We got a lot to get to. And I am edging you for too long already. Wow. Yeah, I think we're at 13 out of 100. But yeah, I do appreciate the Prime subs. If you've got Prime, you can, at no cost to yourself, support the stream. Actually, you know, put money in my pocket. A little bit of money goes into my pocket every time you use the... Is she a Yarvanite? Actually, I don't know. That's a great question, Narwhal. There's some interesting people in Twitch poll, and she wasn't the only one, and she was connected to all those interesting people. She was part of a very interesting server that was about 75% fascist, and connected to a to the admin of that server who had supposedly... There's a story about this guy, the guy that Eris used to run with, that he would go into other discords and shake them down. What do I mean by that? You're a political discord. I run the political discord. And I don't like that you're running another political discord. So what I'm going to ask you to do is either give me admin in your discord, 24 hours to decide, right? 24 hours to decide. And you're either going to give me the admin of the giant politics Discord. You're going to give me admin, or you're going to close your Discord down and you're going to join mine. Otherwise, you will be blacklisted. And I have the biggest political Discord in the world. So your Discord's going to die. It's going to die. You're going to give it to me, or you're going to die. And that's how he would roll. And people actually, you know, either they complied or they got destroyed. And that was like, and then Eris had like a Discord that she spun off called the Calliopean Club. Now, chat, I didn't know what Calliopean meant. I bet Shakespeare. Wait, do you know Shakespeare? Is there a Greek reference to Calliopean? I'm picking your brain for way too much. See, I gotta do the chud logic thing when I pick people's brains, except be like, yoink. But it's I don't know if Calliopean refers to anything else than my association for Calliopean being an anatomical one, right? So, you know how if your pants slip down, your pants slip down a little bit, it's okay. You just kind of have low riding pants, right? But if your pants slip down a little too much, you're going to start to see a crack. You're going to start to see the start of a butt crack, right? That's what we call it, right? The butt, we all call it the butt crack, right? We don't need another name for it. But the actual anatomical name for the butt crack is the Calliopean cleft, right? So the Calliopean Club was Eris's Discord spun off from a Discord full of Nazis. Really, really strange days back, old school Twitch poll. Anyway, chat, Enough reliving the past. We're not watching Eris today. The Calliope is a steam organ. Well, yeah, there's Calliope. There's a, you know, mythical figure, Calliope, who was one of the muses. Yeah. Wasn't Calliope also like in the Odyssey somehow? But yeah, Calliopian. I don't know. Maybe Calliopian is like of Calliope. Maybe that's what that means. Calliope is the goddess. I mean, she's definitely a muse, right? Is she one of the muses on Parnassus? Mount Parnassus? Oh my god, what are we doing with music? I mean, it's pretty chill. But I kind of need this. There we go. There's some chill music. But yeah, happy Pride Month, chat. How is Pride Month going for people so far? Eris is the goddess of discord. That is kind of funny. That is kind of funny. She's the goddess of discord. Discord and strife, chaos, some would say. But yeah, her full name is aristocracy, right? Which is like an edgy way of saying I'm a monarchist. I really like feudalism. That's why I'm saying, chat, Eris wants the whole world to be medieval times. You know, does anybody know medieval times? Anybody go to medieval times? We're talking about... We're talking about a feeling like Pride Month is evolving into Wrath Month. Yeah. But you know, if you look at what she's doing with her name in combining Eris, the goddess of chaos, in other words, you know, kind of virtue signaling towards edginess with aristocracy, the you know, reification of nobility and royalty, then you know, you get, I mean, that's essentially what all the Republicans are trying to do, rebrand conservatism as something new and exciting. Calliope is also a musical instrument, true. I believe you, yeah, exactly, the Calliopian cleft, right? And that's what Eris's Discord was named, the Calliopian Club. But are you saying, Shakespeare, that there's like a different way of spelling Calliopian, as in the butt crack, from like Calliopian as in of the muse Calliope? I think aristocracy used Eris because Eris is the goddess. Yeah, probably. I think you're right. I think you're totally right about that, general public. That's a good call. So she was trying to invoke the goddess Calliope then. And she just, you know what? I'm gonna say those are homonyms. Unless you prove to me otherwise, right? Unless is it pronounced differently? Is it like Telemachus? Greek words are such a fuck around, because like Latin words, at least there's like a controversy and there's no, you know, agreement on what Latin word, on how they're pronounced. Like, is it vidi vidi vici or is it weni widi vici? You don't know. You don't know. But with Greek, you know, there's always somebody that can be like, actually it's Telemachus. It's Telemachus. It's not Telemachus. Don't pronounce it Telemachus. Okay. Odysseus' son does not deserve to have his name mispronounced. He had to put up with a lot of shit when those suitors came in and started feasting. on his inheritance. God, that's got to be a weird situation to be Telemachus, right? You're sitting there, you know, waiting for your father to come back from the great battle. Wait, Calliopian? Okay, no. Her Discord was called the Calliopian. Yeah, her Discord was called, it was pronounced Calliopian Club, right? Because I knew people that were in that Discord. Weenie Weedy Weechy. It's definitely Weenie Weedy Weechy. Or Winnie Weedy Weechy. Classic Latin V was pronounced W, but it's ecclesiastical Latin. In ecclesiastical Latin? Damn. Wait, it is Yarvin coded? Is it really Yarvin coded? I mean, she's definitely into some deep dark shit. Wait, so if you're telling me that it's pronounced Calliopian, if that's if what Narwhal is saying in chat is correct, then that is a homophone to the cleft, right? Calliopian, right? Would if Calliopian is of Calliope and Calliopian is of, you know, is something else, then it's the latter. Caesar would have said it with a W. I had a Latin teacher who taught us all to the correct pronunciation from thousands of years ago. She was old. She lived a long time. That's why you got to have an Umbran witch as your Latin teacher. There's some advantages to that. All right, so we should probably jump into it tonight. And by it, I mean what's going on in Los Angeles right now. I think we'll start off just with a live stream, with a live feed, rather. Yeah, but it's really interesting, the interesting question whether Eris maybe might have had a gap in her own knowledge. If she named her Discord the called her Discord the Calliopian Club, when what she meant to imply, what she meant to reference was Calliope, and unbeknownst to her, she was actually making her Discord the Butt Crack Club. So look, even doctors, chat, even people with graduate degrees that take many years to complete can be a little pseudo-intellectual as a treat.
This is just a
oh my god. Speaking of as a treat, Adam Friedland just went on News Nation with Chris Cuomo. If you don't know, the original Adam Friedland interview with Cuomo was one of the classic moments in the Adam Friedland show. And now Chris Cuomo is returning the favor, bringing Adam Friedland on for a few minutes to talk to. That happened. We've also got, God, we got a lot of Adam Friedland, don't we? Because it just piles up. When I don't cover Adam Friedland, he piles up and he piles up and he piles up, right? Because he also has interviewed Anthony Weiner, which is kind of, I don't know, maybe candidate for the new most exciting episode of his show, right? The Anthony Weiner interview was actually my favorite part, chat, is where Adam calls Anthony Weiner Anthony Penis. That's just, I love that. Oh no.
We have breaking news now.
We have breaking news now, chat. Okay, so the first breaking news. Calliopian? Wait, now there's another word. Calliopian, she was in a live stream once with another historian, and she said yeah, that's what I was telling people. She studied medieval times, right? She did medieval times study. Her lectures took place at medieval times as knights would joust each other and throw roses. And she was while she was in her seminar, getting her doctorate in medieval times studies, she was eating a big honkin' turkey leg. You know what I mean? It's like a chicken drumstick, but for a turkey. So it's big, like this big, and she's like, yes, fight for my pleasure, knights. All right, let's learn some more about castles here on here at my medieval times study program. Spinoza wrote his ethics in Latin, but sadly Spinoza never was able to catch a rose from the knights at the medieval times of his time. Yeah, she was eating a turkey leg while she was chowing on that. I mean, that's how you study. You gotta feed your brain, right? I don't know if you know this, chat, but the brain runs on fat. Somebody want to correct me? I've actually heard people try to argue this before. The brain is actually made of fat. It doesn't run on fat. It runs on glucose, and secondarily in times of great deprivation, maybe on ketones as well. But the reason people think that the brain runs on fat is probably because of ketosis. Callipygian is the name of an adult actress. Oh my god. See, she should have just I would have called myself Calliopian. Like, right? And then, like, what kind of adult entertainment I'm filming if my name is Calliopian, right? That's pretty. I don't have to belabor the point there. Oh my god, chat. Vosh is giving pretty decent coverage. Yeah, my problem with Vosh is not every single issue that he covers. Anyway, speaking of coverage, right, chat? So we're at 13 out of 100 right now, as far as the bonus goal goes. If this thing gets to 100 by the end of the stream, we'll be in for some bonus content. What kind of bonus content? I'm glad you asked. Let's see. Oh my gosh. Wait, that was a little too quick, chat. Can we try that again? There we go. And zoom in. I'm zooming right in on you. Okay, so yeah, what do we have going on for bonus content today? Yeah, glucose would be the primary fuel of the brain. Butts and flies. That's right, butts and flies. Thank you, Omega Star, for helping to put a butterfly in my hair. Okay, so before I even get started about talking about the bonus goal, let's talk about the other goal, the goal that we could get a lot quicker, and that is the butterfly goal. I have butterflies of various plumage here. I know plumage means feathers, but go with me, chat, if you will. And I will put one of them in my hair should we get 10 super chats in what is it, the next 2 hours? Is that what we're looking at? The next 1 hour and 54 minutes is what we're looking at. We got that long to put a butterfly in my hair. This happens every time you do a super chat that is teal or above. Now, what is teal or above? I recently found this out. I was wondering about this, right? Because I noticed that some people's super chats counted towards the butterfly goal and some people's didn't. And I wasn't sure what the cutoff is. But after looking at my end of things again, it looks like the cutoff is 100 baht. And 100 baht is, I don't know, $3.25 or something like that. So I think it's right around, it's right around $3.20 or so. That's the cutoff. So that's what tells you whether your super chat will count towards the butterfly goal or not. But yeah, it looks like Omega Star, yours counted. So we're 1 out of 10 as far as putting a butterfly into my hair. Yes, that's right, Narwhal. We are at 18 out of 100. as far as the bonus goal. And I would love to cover something that is not the riot. Or I shouldn't. Okay, I gotta stop saying this. Chat, we gotta stop saying it too. Trump wants this framed as the riots. All right, understand that what happened is that the city of Los Angeles was attacked. The city of Los Angeles was attacked by Trump and his Gestapo. All right, and they're not going in there to like protect the citizens of LA from violent criminals. They are going into warehouses. They are going into the Home Depot. And they are just grabbing up anyone and everyone they can get. Because Steve Miller has a quota that he wants to meet. I think it's something like, somebody said 3,000 in chat earlier. I heard it was something more like 5,000. He wants to round up 5,000 people a day to reach this big, beautiful goal of 1 million people deported. And it's this weird thing, right? Because the truth of the matter, chat, when he talks about deporting violent, illegal, like violent, illegal immigrants, right? They're violent, criminal, illegal immigrants. There's not that many. Undocumented people commit crimes at a lower rate than citizens of the United States, right? So if you're looking for a group that's going to be, statistically speaking, a greater concentration of crime, you would target U.S. citizens, right? So they ran out of anyone that they could sell as like a violent criminal, like early on. They ran out of that like super early on, and they still have this goal of, they want you to think there's like 1 million dangerous people here. Right? There's not. If people committed crimes, they get indicted, they get prosecuted, they get sentenced, and they often, yes, also get deported. This is already going on. This was already the rules. Trump administration, their narrative was that the Biden administration is somehow just being like, this person's convicted. They brutally raped and murdered a whole, 7 families and their pets, and ate their goldfish, and right, and then because they're immigrants, so we're gonna let them go. It's okay that you murdered those 7 families. You're an immigrant. We're the Biden administration, and we love immigrants. That's what they wanted you to think.
I was just on ABC YouTube chat just a moment ago, and the ice looks scared. Like Kyle Kulinski said earlier, this will end badly.
There's more of us.
People are gonna rise up. This is gonna spread.
This is important to know. Yeah, no, absolutely. Columbia Rican, thank you for that super chat. Thank you for reminding everyone in chat that there are more of us than there are of them. There are more of us than there are of them. They are outnumbered. They are especially outnumbered in LA. But they're outnumbered, nationwide as well. And, when you don't have any political power because a billionaire bought your election, remember, you always have people power. Whose streets? Can I get an answer from chat? Chat, whose streets? Whose streets? Whose streets are they? Whose streets? But yeah, thank you, Columbia Rican, for the super chat. Speaking of which, let me get this this doohickey working here so I can show your I almost said big beautiful super chats. Chat, I gotta stop saying that. It's like not funny. That's right. It's our streets. They are indeed our streets. They are indeed our streets. Don't forget that. Wait, what am I trying to do? Oh, this. Boom. No? Did it work? Let's try again. Yes! Super chat. Ice looks scared. Well, we got to get into this then. All right. So yeah, like I said, the butterfly goal is for, butterfly in my hair. That gets filled. with wait a minute. Okay. Yeah, that gets fulfilled with teal super chat. So I think that's like 325, 330 or above, 350 to be safe maybe. It's 100 baht. So that's what determines whether your super chat is teal or not, or like blue or whatever, right? If we get 10 of the teal or above ones, which yes, yellow super chats very much count. So Columbia Ricans counted as well, right? Then I'll put a butterfly in my hair. It's a fun little goal. You also get confetti. You get confetti in chat. So if you want confetti in chat, if you want a butterfly in my chair, think about doing a super chat, right? I also want to remind you to think about gifting weasels, because weasels are a gift. What I'm talking about is memberships here, chat. You can, the things that make the this number go up are super chats. Also, when you get yourself a membership, so you're giving yourself the gift of weasels, by which I mean you can post emotes, which include the weasel. The weasel emote will be yours along with a lot of other emotes as well. If you get yourself a membership, or gifting memberships, which is very awesome thing to do, because the more that you give memberships, the more weasels there are in chat. The more people that can post weasels, the more weasels that we'll have, the more weasel density. I think it's a good thing, chat. There's more of us than there are of them, and there's more weasels than they can even imagine. There's more weasels than they can shake a stick at, all right? And them shaking a stick at the weasels will not stop the weasels from doing what Frank Zappa said the weasels do in his seminal album, chat. Oh, we're in Minecraft, aren't we? Are we back in Minecraft, chat? I feel like it's Minecraft time. I feel like I just Minecrafted. I just Minecrafted. Anyway, so yeah, the super chats make this go up. Getting yourself a membership makes this go up. Gifting a membership makes this go up. Supporting me on Throne makes this go up, which I've just checked, chat, and it looks like I'm 350 from my goal of being able to afford tuition to Thai language school. That's going to be how I get my visa in Thailand, and it's also going to be how I learn Thai. I really wanted it to be Muay Thai. Like, last minute, I thought maybe I could do like a Muay Thai visa, but it turns out that it costs just as much. And wait, what was the other thing? Oh yeah, there's different like places you can go to get your visa that way. And the way that there's a way expensive one that's like 150,000 Thai baht. Anybody want to figure out? Wait, what is that? Okay, so 10,300. 100,000 would be 3,000. Oh no, chat. We're talking about like, ooh, that might be 4,500. Yeah, so that's what a real deal Muay Thai visa in Thailand, their soft power visa, that's what that costs, right? So I'm not going with that. The other option I had was a place that was like charging as much as my language school would charge. And they said, you could show up or you could not show up. You could be on a beach in Pattaya and just completely, pay for our Muay Thai classes and never use them, and you'll still get your visa. And so, like, I don't know if that'll hold up with Thai immigrations. I don't want to risk it for the biscuit. So we're gonna stick with, I think, the immigration. We're gonna stick with the Thai language school for my visa. And I am $350 away from that. So we're getting way closer to making that a reality. And pretty soon I'm going to have to travel to Vietnam and then try to get that visa set up for my re-entry. So that's going to be a lot of legwork, but I'll worry about that. We'll get to that when we get there. The point being that if you support me on Throne, it will also count towards the bonus goal. Right? And it'll go towards me being able to go to language school, me being able to stay in this country, and most importantly, me being able to stay the fuck out of the United States for the duration of the Trump administration. So if you want to support those goals, that's right there on throne.com/nocommentchick. It also counts if you support me on Patreon. I appreciate people supporting me on Patreon, right? These are people that have my back no matter what. I could get, you know, Twitch could decide to ban me, decide to ban all political content. You know, YouTube, you never know what's going to go on with that. They demonetize people for nothing, over nothing. And so, you know, I really do appreciate people that support me off platform on Patreon for that reason. I even like to read off the names of those who support me at the $5 level and above. So let's do that now if I can. All right, I'm gonna read out the names, shout out the chatters. If I can get this to work. There we go. All right, so shouts out go to Oral Ellipsis, to Temporal Insanity, to Steven Sayers, to Funky Monkey, to Sarah, to Nadia Yvette, to Moe Noe, to Crystal Safira, to Jules K, to Izzy Mandius, to Infallible Fowl, to Hot Ham Radio, to Good for Gabby, to Buffy Geek, and to Animus. And a fancy shout out to Zerazerix, to Rachel K, and to Omega Star. Patreon.com/nocommentchick if you want to get your name read off at the beginning and ending of every stream as well. Also appreciated are the people that support me over on Twitch. We've effectively been demonetized already thanks to Dan Saltman, Destiny, and Ethan Klein. And so that's why I really appreciate people who support me over on Twitch, whether it's through getting yourself a sub, which will also give you the emotes over there. You'll get jellyfish, gifting others subs, which is great. You're spreading the jellyfish that way. And trying to keep the jellyfish somewhat in equilibrium with the weasels. That's the goal, chat. Jellyfish and weasel, like, equity, like, equal ratio of those would be awesome. Or if you send bits my way over on Twitch, I appreciate all that so much because I'm demonetized. Other than that, it's the only way that Twitch pays me at all is if you support me like that. So thank you to all those who do. And with that, chat, I feel like I've explained everything that I need to explain. We're at 28 out of 100 on the Boda Skull. We are at 2 out of 10 on the Butterfly Goal. We got 1 hour and 40 minutes left of the Butterfly Goal. And, you know, this one, if it gets to 100 by the end of the stream, I'll cover another topic. What topics? These topics. Let's see what's winning right now. What is on top of the topics? Oh, it looks like people really want to see Hassan's interview with Vivian, the daughter of Elon Musk. So yeah, interesting. It looks like an interesting conversation. And I'm sure Vivian's got some tea about her dear old dad. So if you want to see that, choose that one. You can vote right now on youtube.com/nocommentchick. You're over watching with us on Twitch. You have to come over to YouTube to vote. Sorry about that. That's just Twitch. Twitch sucks as far as polls, as far as voting goes. So you got to do it on YouTube. And while you do, make sure to leave a like. That helps me out a lot. I appreciate it greatly. Second place, Matt Bender, friend of the VOD. I'm not even kidding. I've interviewed Matt before. I've debated Matt before. Matt Bender on the Palantir scandal. That's in second place. In third place, we have Sam Cedar on the Vanguard, talking about, maybe even dunking on Ezra Klein. So it's in third place. And then fourth place is the Taylor Lorenz video on, ooh, I want to avoid hashtag Trump. Hey, that's great advice, Narwhal by Nature. Yeah, we'll incorporate that. The other thing we need to do is probably, oh yeah, mods, are you ready? Because I want to do this stuff on, oh my god, I should have set this up earlier. I should have already set this up. We should probably be streaming on Shorts as well. All right, look, I'm gonna add. Add ice to that.
Columbia Re, super chatted $5. ABC7 YouTube channel has a
Thank
live
you.
feed of the protest by the ICE facility.
Okay, so
Also, I am voting on Uncle Sam on the Vanguard.
Uncle Sam on the Vanguard, gotcha. So do you see what Columbia Rican just did? This is another feature of the bonus skull, is that you can, when you donate, you can put your money where your mouth is, just like, but just by telling me which of these contents you want to see. So Columbia Rican just donated 5, and look at that, boom. Sam Cedar on the Vanguard just got 5 extra points. What's this 5 extra points do? It adds to the totals of the of the poll after the stream, so you'll be able to add a few extra percentage to the topic of your choice. And thank you, Columbia Rican. That is like, also, did I not say no mind reading? Chat, you're not supposed to read my mind. It's not fair. How did you read my mind, chat? But anyway, that's exactly what I needed. I guess it's a good thing you rode my mind. What is wrong with me, chat? You rode my mind. Both donos for Uncle Sam. Gotcha. So we're gonna add the, look at that, 15 goes to Sam. See, that like really helps the Sam Cedar on the Vanguard thing be a little bit more in the running. The Sam Guard, exactly. Yeah, they're, you know, it works out pretty well. Like, Sam gets to let his freak flag fly around Silly and Billy on the, is that a new interview? What did I debate with Matt about FDR, actually, and liberals? We debated about, you know, it was essentially liberalism, the New Deal, that kind of stuff, right? It's just because I have a little hobby horse of saying that as good as the New Deal was, as good as what FDR did was, as much as FDR is better than, you know, in any president that you could, you know, point to, you know, almost like before or since, it's insufficient. It's not enough. It didn't stick. It got rolled back, right? So, but anyway, that was a long time ago, and obviously it was a friendly debate. We didn't leave angry. We didn't insult each other. I didn't lose respect for my, you know, I don't want to say hero. That sounds too parasocial, right? But Matt was definitely somebody that influenced me coming into political content. So, you know, it was really cool to get him on stream and talk to him, and you know, he's the one who initiated the debate, not me. I thought I was just gonna have a nice, friendly little conversation, and instead he was like, "Well, I don't know about that. Actually, FDR." You know, so it was just something like that. White libs love FDR. I don't know. Matt's also evolved as far as his politics since then, and he's evolved in what I think is a pretty good direction. That's why we got him on the bonus poll talking about Palantir, a subject that he knows a lot about. And Matt does have some expertise in a number of fields, like you know, in terms of studying the scam economy. You know, what we mean is NFTs, crypto, stuff like that, the tech oligarchy, right? Matt is on that shit. Matt is very much like on that shit. I did tell both Matt Bender and Mike Figueredo of the Leftist Mafia that their clips were featured in the new iDubbbz video. Oh, regarding concern trolling. We didn't end up watching that. It was fun to see their reaction. Nice. All right, so chat, with that, I feel like we're finally, ABC7, did you say? Oh my God, ABC7 YouTube channel. That's what we will look for. That is exactly what I was like going for too. Before you said that, ABC7, LA, yes. Do we have a live stream? Looks like we do. All right, let's go to the let's go to Los Angeles. I will take you now to the streets of Los Angeles. It looks like the what are these cross streets? We'll figure it out, chat. We'll figure it out as we go. Oh yeah, God. Let's bring this up, okay? So I'm gonna leave this on here, and I'm gonna try to bring up a short stream as we go. I just wanted to say that, you know, this might be, this might be a big stream. This is a big event. The We're about to do a vertical stream in addition to the stream that we're already streaming. Oh, great. It says like I'm... And the other thing is that it's hard to title the stream without attracting the chuds. Okay, so this is ABC 7 Los Angeles. They've got the live feed of what's going on now. I would love to figure out what the cross streets here are. Anybody know in chat? Anybody recognize this? The cross streets. Oh, I can almost see. Let's turn this. 720 is the best we're gonna get. Alameda. Okay, so there's the cops. So the LAPD have declared an unlawful assembly as the immigration protests get going even stronger. Remember, this was Trump's ICE Gestapo attacking the city of LA that provoked this response. Okay, so we got some action going on right now. It looks like the cops are moving in. The protesters are moving back. Cops have taken 3 of the crosswalks. They're standing in those crosswalks now. I don't know what was happening earlier, if traffic was being blocked, and that's why the cops are coming in, pushing everyone out. Again, it looks like I'm seeing police. I think these are the LAPD that we're seeing. All right, so I'm going to make this
Columbia super chatted $10. The police just tried to do a pincer maneuver to arrest people for disobedience and not dispersing, but closing anyway to leave so they can arrest them. They did that very move during the BLM protest.
This is a classic cop move against protesters, right? Like, ostensibly, they want to restore public order, or they're trying to get the protesters to disperse, but in reality, they often make it difficult for that to actually happen. I'm sorry, I'm getting the vertical stream going here, and also Columbia Rican, thank you for the super chat. What just happened? Do we need this music? I feel like we need some music. I didn't mean to make the music happen, chat, and I'm not trying to make light of the situation at all. But I am trying to get us up and running on 3 cylinders. So mods, if you're gonna mod the vertical stream, all right, know that it's gonna be kind of rough tonight, potentially, right? I have put us in subscriber only mode for 5 minutes. I may withdraw that and see how we do and then put it back on. But yeah, indeed, Omega Star Pride. We're at 5 out of 10 for the butterfly goal. Well on our way to getting... oh my god, the flotilla. Thanks for reminding me, Schmegley. The flotilla. What's going on with the flotilla? It's going to enter Israel-controlled waters sometime tomorrow. Yeah, and Israel said that they're going to stop them before they reach the shore. Sega Saturn takes me back to happier times. Yeah, I guess this game was on the Saturn. Anyway, so I'm engaging subscribers mode to start out with. I'm going to engage slow mode with 1 chat allowed every 15 seconds so nobody can spam us. That should keep us safe. Keep me updated, mods, on what's going on, and I'll try to make this as easy for us as I possibly can. Let's see, should we... I'm gonna put mobile in the title. Although, wait, I feel like that somehow hurts the stream. I don't know. Let's get it going. Okay, so done here. But yeah, thank you, Omega Star, for the super chat. Thank you, Columbia Rican, for the super chat. I gotta add those up, don't I? If somebody wants to do a abacus, I'm a little bit overwhelmed with things, but let's try to get this started up. I know my city is next with this shit. I'm not ready. Yeah, Sisyphean. Look, it happened in Seattle. You know, there was a provocation in Seattle. You know, I mean, like nothing like, you know, the response from the Trump administration that we've seen in Los Angeles, nothing like that has happened in Seattle, but they are setting it up, right? They essentially had a hate group come by, do what seemed like just a Christian rock concert, but it's kind of like the people in the city know that this is a hate group that's doing it. They know the history of this hate group, and they don't want them in Seattle, so they came out to protest, and the right's been portraying this as like, Seattle just hates Christians. I guess Seattle hates Christian music, you know? It's like, come on. You're gonna connect with the vertical. Try news and politics. I don't know. All right, I think we're good. We can start the. We're gonna start the short stream, and yeah, we'll see how it goes from there. So we're gonna start streaming. It looks like maybe we're up and what is going on? How did that change? I'm so confused, chat. I'm so confused. What just happened? Did the stream die or something? Did the I don't understand. Oh my god, what? Did I actually, I mean, wow. All right, so here we are in Los Angeles. The media is titling this anti-ICE protests. Looks like there's a few different news sources covering this live, including Big Papa Fascist. Big Papa Fascist is covering this shit. So the right wing are out in force tonight as well. So there is no sound to this. I'm sorry about the I don't know what the fuck happened earlier. Oh no! What? That's not right. That's not right. That's not right. Ah, wait. Maybe it is. Maybe it is okay. What's going on? Oh my god. Fuck me. All right. Fuck. I'm sorry. We're having technical difficulties with the second stream here. I'm gonna end this. I don't know what fucking happened. I thought I understood how to use this. All right. End that. God fucking damn it. Like, this is too much to fucking, like, I love that, like, you know, there's stuff on screen. I want to be giving you commentary about it. However, my, what just, I don't understand what's going on. Get that back to subscribers only. Get that back to 10 seconds on the slow mode. And figure out what the fuck I did wrong. I don't know, chat. I don't know. Trump was at the UFC fight tonight. True. It ended what ended. Yeah. Generally, chat, if you use pronouns, like, I mean, I'm a fan of using people's pronouns, but if you use pronouns to describe things that could be a lot of different things, then people will not know what you are talking about. So if you say it ended, people don't know what you're talking about. If you say what ended and you say that ended, they know exactly what you're talking about. So for myself and for the rest of chatters, I would encourage you to be specific. Otherwise, you know, it ends up with a whole lot of confusion, which is what I'm experiencing right now. That's the default canvas. Okay, like, let's try this. Settings, canvas, vertical, settings. Okay. Is this a repeat or a new live? See, I don't know if you mean, I don't know if you mean the, oh my God. Oh my God. Fuck. Come on. We're going to switch to this one. Okay, so here we go. I'm sorry, chat. I'm trying to do like 6 different things at once, and none of them are working, and it's really frustrating. Okay, no, we need to set up a new broadcast, don't we? No? What's going on? Canvas is vertical, okay. I think that should work, right? Please tell me this is gonna work this time. No! What the fuck? I'm so sorry, chat. This is really, really annoying. I don't get it. I don't get it at all. It's just, this is not how software is supposed to work. Oh my god. This is ultimately frustrating. I'll get over it in a second, chat. I know that you want me to watch this with you and to give you commentary on this. I'm just like, the thing that I need to do on the back end is very... All right, let's try one more time. Fuck me. Dozen arrests so far tonight. All right, let's try it one more time. Schedule stream. All right, we're trying one more stream here. Try to take these down. Private. We've literally got... Oh my god. Oh, interesting. Okay. Oh, crap. Oh my god, no! Fuck me! Oh, this is so frustrating. Oh my god, I can't fucking hear anything. Oh, everything bad is happening right now. on the technical end of things, and Buck, I don't know. There we go. That's in. Okay, so oh. I'm sorry, chat. There's one thing that I need to do that has been, like, utterly elusive, and as soon as I get that done, we're gonna be good. But it's not... Doesn't look like anything is happening. George, nothing's happening on your end. What's happening is on my end. I'm trying to stream on multiple... I'm trying to stream on multiple things, and it's not working. So, yeah, this is live. This is live. We're watching this live. I am, however, occupied with trying to fix the technical aspect of the stream right now. So if you'll be patient with me, I am not... I'm going to be a little bit focused on that right now until I get this resolved, right? So the thing that's going wrong is that I can't... Oh, wait. No? I don't understand.
Narwhal_by super chatted $10. Donald says AXN is the channel to watch right now.
AXN, okay. Thank you. This is definitely a very Trumpy channel, probably because it's a Fox affiliate from San Francisco. What is AXN, though? What does that mean? AXN News, okay.
Potential arrest here, the detainments for now. Alright, so there's our first guy. Well, you guys count him out. I'm not going to count it out to mess with the footage. You guys count it out.
I'm almost thinking that it's something about the title that's like not...
Come on, Scotty.
That was awful. Awful shot, sorry. It's hard with the tripod when it's open. I have to close it up. I'm too lazy. I'm too lazy at this point.
No, not that. Oh my god, I fucked it up again. Oh.
Everyone, thanks for the super chats, man. Zachary, Joseph Rosehart. Wow, how many Americans have abandoned the country?
Anyway, yeah, so thank you, Los Angeles AXN, for streaming this. I am still trying to figure out how to get us up and running on shorts, and it's not easy. Oh my god, I don't get it. I don't understand. I don't understand. Oh my god, the other thing that's gonna suck about this is like I'm like using up like ridiculous numbers of like go live notifications here. And I literally had to make the stream go live again just to shut it down. Like, right, it won't shut down if it's there's no like what's happening, chat, is that I'm trying to start a live, I'm trying to do a short stream. I'm trying to do a vertical stream on YouTube, which would be a very smart thing for me to do right now. There's a lot of interest in this topic, and doing a vertical stream would be you know, something that would be of interest. We have a lot of people watching, in other words, right? And instead of receiving the vertical screen, it's receiving the horizontal screen.
You guys know who Duran is? Hey, Duran. You want to get a shout out? Go visit Duran on what, TikTok, right?
What up? Duran on TikTok, da.ron_. And yours is AXN, right?
Yeah, AXN News.
Yeah, we watch your stuff.
Yeah, that's what's frustrating, Chad, is that like they're kind of doing stuff on their back end as well, talking to people on the street there. There's not a lot of like actually, you know what we need right now is we need like the best thing to watch right now would be something where they're giving commentary, because I can't give commentary until I figure out this one specific thing that I am doing to try to start a oh my god, there's too much stuff that I have to, this is just, it's impossible. It's impossible. Like I need some time to do something behind the scenes that's going to be really cool and stuff, but go shut that off. Duplicate stream key. Select a new key below to go live or switch. Okay. Nope. So I can't create a new stream key. Resetting the stream key will end all of my streams using this key. That's not what I want. Create new stream key. There we go. Maybe that did something good. I hope. Okay. Let's try this one more time. All right. Make sure we're using the vertical canvas. Yeah, it's so surreal that we're in this situation, says Jim Bit 07. It is, and having, you know, technical difficulties at the same time is not exactly ideal. All right, I think maybe I've got it. Yeah. All right. Let's try it one more time. Hopefully, I can get everything set up in the background so I'll be able to react to the events going on live right now. I want Medicare for all. Yeah, me too, sweetheart cats. All right. All right, that should do it, maybe? Again, chat, sorry for being so quiet. I'm just kind of concentrating on something that I need to get done, that once I get done, I'll be able to give you my full attention. But it is more difficult. I'm just struggling with YouTube, and it's... Let me turn on multi-chat again. It's a bad timeline to be in. Yeah. All we can do is organize and help each other. Chat, are we sure that this is the best live stream to be checking into right now? Is it 68? Oh my god, is it 68? How did I miss that? It's 68 apparently. Didn't even look at the comments. I knew they'd be gross. They are botted to on this channel or on the Fox News. ABC7 live stream chat was the most horrible racist things. I thought that one, like when I was on that, there were less chuds in that than the Fox News one. Okay, are you sure? Are we sure that this is the best stream to be watching? Because to me, like, I'm not like I'm having to do a bunch of shit at the same time, but to me, it looks like there's not a lot happening here. This is they're processing maybe people that they've arrested. Is that what's going on? If there's any other suggestions for a better stream to be watching at the moment? Look, here's what we're going to do. We're going to watch the news. We're going to change it to the news because I can't figure out what the fuck is going on with this channel. And I need some time to...
Raids throughout the city of Los Angeles today. And tonight, a massive protest is taking place outside the LA headquarters of ICE. NBC News political and national correspondent Jacob Soboroff is there, and he joins us now. Jacob, I had just gotten a text breaking news notification in the New York Times about this protest, which seems to be quite large. What's going on?
Let me show you, Chris. So these are two protests converging at the same time here. I want to show you this one that's coming from the Metropolitan Detention Center, which is the jail that is run by the federal government, the county and the federal government downtown in downtown LA. It's converging with this protest. It's coming over here. Scott Killian, why don't you walk with me? Chris, what happened here today in Los Angeles, I think, is the worst nightmare for so many people who live here. You know, Los Angeles is a largely so-called minority majority city. There are just as many people of color here as there are white people. And in fact, 10% of the population of Los Angeles County, come with me, which is one of the largest counties, the largest by population in the United States, is undocumented. There could be as many as 1 million undocumented people who live here in Los Angeles. And what you saw today, and what all of these people are protesting, is large-scale immigration enforcement raids. What you're looking at on the left-hand side of your screen is this protest from the sky. The helicopters are directly above me. You saw, I'm sorry for the noise, but you saw tactical officers on things like Bearcat vehicles, flashbang grenades on the city streets of Los Angeles, which largely felt like, as some people described in local media, that the military was on the streets of Los Angeles.
That's
the Los Angeles Police Department.
They did mobilize the National Guard now, right?
Efforts. The Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department does not cooperate with immigration enforcement efforts. But when you have got ICE in Los Angeles showing up reportedly at Home Depot, where many
I don't think what he's saying is accurate. From my understanding is that LAPD did cooperate with ICE. That's part of what pissed people off. The LAPD, as I understand it, was running cover for ICE's operation at the warehouse and at Home Depot.
Striking fear into the heart of people all throughout this community, and it is, I think it's fair to say, the worst fear of so many people here who live in Los Angeles and who have heard President Trump threaten that they would do this. But when this day comes on a Friday morning that stretches into a Friday afternoon, people in Los Angeles are mobilizing, and they are very upset. You have Cheerla here, one of the big NGOs here that fights on behalf of immigrant rights. Everybody is out today because obviously this is not to be tolerated by these folks here on the streets of Los Angeles, Chris.
Yeah, and just to be clear here, my understanding of these raids today, these were just workplace. It wasn't like there was some list of people who they suspected were dangerous or guilty of crimes. These were, we've seen more and more of these basically workplace raids, like show up to a place where people are employed and doing a job and go in, right? That was my understanding of what these raids were today.
That's exactly right, Chris. One was in the fashion district here, just around the corner on Alameda Street, down Alameda Street in downtown Los Angeles. Another one of them was basically, if anybody knows MacArthur Park, at a Home Depot near MacArthur Park. But, the big worry here, obviously, is these collateral arrests. And we have heard statements now from the Los Angeles Unified School District, from the Los Angeles Police Department, from the mayor of Los Angeles, from many of the 15 members of the Los Angeles City Council, basically condemning these raids because of what they do to the ordinary person in Los Angeles, which is instill a massive amount of fear. I was talking to a young woman just a few minutes ago who I lost her in the crowd, but her name was Erica Perez. She said her mother was just deported earlier in the week after Erica Perez, has been a firefighter for Cal Fire, responding to some of the wildfires, not here in LA, but in other places across LA. The bottom line is undocumented people are in every facet of life here in Los Angeles. They are our neighbors, they are our coworkers, they are in our schools. And when something like this happens today, look at these signs. I just want to show you real quick. Scott, come over here. This is the message, and this is what they're worried about. Get ICE out of our schools and our communities, because that is the worst fear, as I said, at the risk of repeating myself, of so many people in the city of Los Angeles. Chris, this is, like I said, probably, in terms of the images and of the feelings people are feeling, maybe not reminiscent of a time of many living, young, undocumented people in Los Angeles, and very scary for so many of them.
And now at 8, breaking news. President Trump ordering the National Guard to deploy to Southern California in response to unrest and violence against federal immigration enforcement.
Tonight, the White House says it's deploying 2,000 National Guard troops to L.A., saying, quote, the Trump administration has a zero-tolerance policy for criminal behavior and violence, especially when that violence is aimed at law enforcement officers trying to do their jobs.
And Governor Newsom responding, saying, quote, the federal government is taking over the California National Guard and deploying 2,000 soldiers in Los Angeles, not because there is a shortage of law enforcement, but because they want a spectacle. And Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth says Marines at Camp Pendleton are also on standby at this hour to respond if necessary.
Let's get live to KCAL News reporter Zach Boetto, who's been in Compton all day, where protesters have been facing off with law enforcement after setting a car on fire. Zach.
Hey guys, in the last hour, deputies have since moved up Alondra closer to the 710 freeway on-ramp. They're now staged there and holding off protesters. Here behind me at the intersection that we've been standing at almost all day, Alondra and Atlantic, is basically now turned into a takeover where people are running and riding bikes and dirt bikes through the intersection. There's been a lot of trucks doing donuts here. Over to our left here, you can see that a security camera has been pushed over on this telephone pole. A lot of graffiti all over the businesses here in the intersection of Alondra and Atlantic, including Dave's Donuts here, an iconic location here in Compton. But as it turns to night here, protesters at this intersection have started to settle down a little bit. And again, deputies have since moved toward the 710 freeway. Here we go with a car doing a donuts here in the intersection. That same intersection is the one you're looking at now, where the car caught fire. There was a white Kia that came into the intersection a few hours ago, caught fire, and that set off a lot of mayhem here in Compton. Fireworks from the protesters toward the deputies. Deputies then shooting pepper balls at protesters, shooting flashbangs at protesters. Protesters scattering at that point, and then it really got chaotic at that point. So within the last hour, again, deputies starting to retreat, and then it calming down here. We do have some sound from some protesters who we spoke with earlier today, as well as the sheriff. Let's go ahead and roll that.
This is a United States of America. It's supposed to be for everybody. No one's better, no one's superior. We are the same. We bleed the same. We will die the same. We will all go under the earth the same.
All we're doing is trying to help our people from being separated from their families. That's all we're doing. That's all. Do you see anybody being violent right now, sir? No.
As the crowd has grown, it has become more violent. Individuals in the crowd that have been throwing objects at the federal agents, and we started to call in additional resources from around the county of Los Angeles.
Still a very active situation here in Compton. If you live in this area, a good idea to avoid the intersection of Alondra and Atlantic. And no one is getting over the bridge over the 710 freeway. You can see in the distance here a lot of Mexican flags, a lot of American flags. People, again, upset with these ICE raids.
You can imagine what Asmongold is concentrating on, right, when he sees those flags. You can imagine Asmongold's reaction.
The people that are still out there. We heard someone doing a donut, as you said. You mentioned that LASD deputies have retreated. Are there any currently at the location you are at?
Yeah, there's a couple dozen deputies down the street here. You can't see them from where we're standing, but they're just past the Dave's Donuts here on the corner. Still a couple dozen deputies holding strong with their riot shields. They have some green fencing laid out in front of them. Again, they're not letting anyone get over the overpass, which crosses over the 710 freeway. Can't see them from where we are now, but there are still some protesters clashing with those deputies, and we'll work to get a better shot for you guys coming up here at 8:30.
Zach Boetto, live in Compton. Thank you so much. And it looks like those deputies are not showing full force to the protesters. You can see someone doing donuts right here in the intersection. Normally, this is something they would stop, but in this case, they're kind of holding back.
And a lot more traffic flowing at this point compared to earlier.
Well, earlier, not far from Compton, this was a scene in Paramount where protesters clashed with law enforcement. Protesters trying to block vehicles and throwing objects at cars and officers, using pepper spray and firing rubber bullets. Take a listen. Very intense scene there. Just before officers used tear gas and rubber bullets, protesters tried to block a U.S. Marshal bus from driving through that crowd.
Oh my God, did I finally do it? Did I figure it out?
This also in Paramount, you can see a U.S. Marshal Service bus head-to-head with a group of protesters, at one point trying to push the bus back before then making its way through, and law enforcement allowing it to cross paths there. And another moment we showed you earlier this afternoon, a U.S. Customs and Border Patrol vehicle also getting things thrown at it from protesters. At one point, looks like milk, rocks, other things being thrown at those vehicles as they pass by.
Over in Inglewood, this was the situation here. Citizens' video shows someone being stuffed inside a Border Patrol vehicle there. A few people were outside of the car protesting the law enforcement. It's unclear if this was part of a larger raid or who the person was that was being taken in this video. We have reached out to federal officials, but have not heard back yet. And tonight, a rally outside a detention center in downtown LA where protesters are gathering for anti-ICE rally on Alameda. This is happening right between Aliso and Temple. After yesterday's raids, they say they're standing against President Trump's immigration policies and fighting for dignity and equality. Now, joining the rally there, SEIU President David Huerta's nephew, who says his uncle is physically okay after being hurt during his arrest yesterday.
We're here in solidarity with him, in solidarity with the immigrant community. They're trying to criminalize people that are working class, people that are the backbone of this country. If they want to deal with bad people, fine. That's a whole different conversation. But they're targeting working families. They're separating children. Children are not the bad guys. Families and mothers are not the bad guys.
Huerta is the leader of one of the nation's largest labor union, remains in federal custody. He's accused of interfering with the LA immigration raids. Now, the U.S. attorney says Huerta was blocking an ICE detention van. The union says Huerta had to be taken to the hospital. He is expected in court on Monday.
Today's protests come after an hours-long demonstration in downtown LA yesterday. People crowded the federal building where detainees were taken following widespread immigration sweeps in LA. The protests got tense at times, with officers firing tear gas to clear the crowd.
Uh-oh. We lost sound.
Where federal agents appeared to be staging. Protesters confronted those agents as several flashbang grenades went off. Several of the armored vehicles were also vandalized with graffiti.
And today, California lawmakers say they are being denied entry into the downtown LA detention center where detained migrants are being held. Congressman Jimmy Gomez and other elected leaders say they should be allowed to visit any.
Oh, thank you, Magenta Dinosaurs. Thank you for donating to my Thai Visa fund.
Safety issues.
I've been to the Middle East, I've been to war zones, so I know what it's like to actually be in a situation that's a lot more dangerous than inside this building.
How many people are there? It is our job as members of Congress to have oversight.
Now, we reached out to Border Patrol for information about the facility, but have not heard back yet. And a warning from the FBI, the agency says protesters could be prosecuted for attacking officers or impeding on immigration operations.
I want to mention something. Okay, look, there we go. Perfect. It ended right there. So like she just said, she read out a warning. Like, to anybody watching, if you're protesting, we're going to fucking come after you, right? There will be consequences, right? Free speech, not in our United States. This is Trump's America. It's not a democracy. It's a democracy is what it is, right? A fascist state, a fascist authoritarian government wearing the skin suit of a democracy. It's a democracy is what we're dealing with right now. And and free speech is banned, right? So in reality, right, as far as who should be careful about what they're doing, what kind of behavior they're engaged in right now, I would say that it is the, you know, like if I members of law enforcement that are getting pulled into this, that are doing the things that they know are against the spirit, if not the letter, of the United States Constitution, should be concerned about possible ramifications in the future when Trump is no longer president. Just following orders is not going to be an excuse. Just following orders is not good enough, okay? You should be worried about your future. I don't want this fucking scolding the protesters of like, you know, maybe don't go down to the protest. I mean, they say that, you know, this is an illegal gathering, and no, there's something really illegal going on in the government right now is what's going on. And people standing up and making their voices heard is the most democratic thing, small d democratic, that you could do right now. I am struggling so bad with tech. Tech is fucking me.
And now at 8, breaking news. President Trump ordering the National Guard to deploy to Southern California in response to unrest and violence against federal immigration enforcement.
Tonight, the White House says it's deploying 2,000 National Guard troops to L.A., saying, quote, the Trump administration has a zero-tolerance policy for criminal behavior and violence, especially when that violence is aimed at law enforcement officers trying to do their jobs.
And Governor Newsom responding, saying, quote, the federal government is taking over the California National Guard and deploying 2,000 soldiers in Los Angeles, not because there is a shortage of law enforcement, but because they want a spectacle. And Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth says Marines at Camp Pendleton are also on standby at this hour to respond if necessary.
Let's get live to KCAL News reporter Zach Boetta, who's been in Compton all day, where protesters have been facing off with law enforcement after setting a car on fire. Zach.
Hey guys, in the last hour, deputies have since moved up Alondra closer to the 710 freeway on-ramp. They're now staged there and holding off protesters. Here behind me at the intersection that we've been standing at almost all day, Alondra and Atlantic, is basically now turned into a takeover where people are running and riding bikes and dirt bikes through the intersection. There's been a lot of trucks doing donuts here. Over to our left here, you can see that a security camera has been pushed over on this telephone pole. A lot of graffiti all over the businesses here in the intersection of Alondra and Atlantic, including Dave's Donuts here, an iconic location here in Compton. But as it turns to night here, protesters at this intersection have started to settle down a little bit. And again, deputies have since moved toward the 710 freeway. Here we go with a car doing a donuts here in the intersection. That same intersection is the one you're looking at now, where the car caught fire. There was a white Kia that came into the intersection a few hours ago, caught fire, and that set off a lot of mayhem.
Newsom has called for an emergency podcast episode will be recorded immediately.
Deputies then shooting pepper balls at protesters, shooting flat.
Like he can't go live?
Protesters scattering at that point, and then
listen to the language of the local news.
Chaotic at that point. So within the last hour, again, deputies starting to retreat, and
we retweet
down here. We do have some sound.
Deputies starting to retweet.
Spoke with earlier today, as well as the sheriff. Let's go ahead and roll that.
This is a United States of America. It's supposed to be for everybody. No one's better, no one's superior. We are the same. We bleed the same. We will die the same. We will all go under the earth the same.
All we're doing is trying to help our people from being separated from their families. That's all we're doing. That's all. Do you see anybody being violent right now, sir? No.
As the crowd has grown, it has become more violent. Individuals in the crowd that have been throwing objects at the federal agents, and we started to call in additional resources from around the county of Los Angeles.
Still a very active situation here in Compton. If you live in this area, a good idea to avoid the intersection of Alondra and Atlantic. And no one is getting over the bridge over the.
I think that was the. I think that was the intersection we were looking at earlier.
A lot of American flags, people, again, upset with these ICE raids and coming here to Compton to show their frustrations. Guys?
Yeah, Zach, we can see a lot of the people that are still out there. We heard someone doing a donut, as you said. You mentioned that LASD deputies have retreated. Are there any currently at the location you are at?
Yeah, there's a couple dozen deputies down the street here. You can't.
I am struggling on the tech end of things. It is so frustrating. So goddamn frustrating.
With their riot shields, they have some green fencing laid out in front of them. Again, they're not letting anyone get over the overpass, which crosses over the 710 freeway. Can't see them from where we are now, but there are still some protesters clashing with those deputies, and we'll work to get a better shot for you guys coming up here at 8:30.
Zach Boetto, live in Compton. Thank you so much. And it looks like those deputies are not showing full force to the protesters. You can see someone doing donuts right here in the intersection. Normally, this is something they would stop, but in this case, they're kind of holding back.
And a lot more traffic flowing at this point compared to earlier.
Well, earlier, not far from Compton, this was a scene in Paramount where protesters clashed with law enforcement. Protesters trying to block vehicles and throwing objects at cars and officers, using pepper spray and firing rubber bullets. Take a listen. Very intense scene there. Just before officers used tear gas and rubber bullets, protesters tried to block a U.S. Marshal bus from driving through that crowd.
This also in Paramount, you can see a U.S. Marshal Service bus head-to-head with a group of protesters, at one point trying to push the bus back before then making its way through, and law enforcement allowing it to cross paths there. And another moment we showed you earlier this afternoon, a U.S. Customs and Border Patrol vehicle also getting things thrown at it from protesters. At one point, looks like milk, rocks, other things being thrown at those vehicles as they pass by.
Over in Inglewood, this was a situation here. Citizens' video shows someone being stuffed inside a Border Patrol.
Wait, did we? I feel like we literally watched this.
Outside of the car protesting the law enforcement.
Okay, it rolled over to something that we already watched. God damn it. All right, let's see. The law professor.
Jessica Levinson right now. Jessica, can you hear us? I know it's a bit fluid right now, but I want to make sure we see you. Do you hear us clearly?
I do. And if you need a cutaway, no problem at all.
We're keeping our eye, of course, there on the ground. But Jessica, we know that the president has deployed 2,000 National Guardsmen to Los Angeles. We're expecting them in the next 24 hours. We spoke to U.S. Attorney Bill Asaley telling us that they will make their presence known. Your thoughts on that move tonight?
So I think we need to focus right now on what the president is doing and what he is not doing. At this point, he has looked to authority he has under a federal statute, Title 10, which essentially allows him to call up the National Guard to provide some sort of backup, some personnel assistance to ICE and other federal law enforcement. This is very different than if he does ultimately invoke the Insurrection Act. That is an exception to the Posse Comitatus Act, which says in general that the military should not act as a domestic law enforcement force or body. And so what we're looking at here is, does the president keep this at Title 10, which essentially, again, allows the National Guard to come in a supporting role only? Or are we looking at invoking the Insurrection Act, which is an exception to the general rule that the military really can't act like a domestic police force? That would provide the National Guard with a lot more substantive authority And that would, I would offer, be something that I don't think historically we've ever seen, where you have a president against the wishes of the governor and the mayor sending in the National Guard to perform some potentially extensive functions.
So really, this is no way routine.
So I want to be careful with routine in the sense that it's, I wouldn't view this as routine, no. But I do think we need to just, at this moment, when everything's moving, when news is breaking, be careful as to which authority the president is using and what that allows the National Guard to do. I will certainly say, is this something that happens on a weekly basis? No. Is this something that we're accustomed to? It's not. But it's more limited, I think, than maybe what some people originally think when you hear the president sending in the National Guard. I'm not trying to downplay this. I'm trying to highlight the legal differences and where we are, I think, at this moment tonight.
And I think to highlight that, Jessica, the last time the Insurrection Act was invoked was back in 1992 for the LA riots, when President George H.W. Bush deployed thousands of federal troops to Los Angeles. But that goes to your point in saying that was requested. In this case, it would go directly against the desire of the mayor, of the governor as well. So it sounds like this would be quite a level of shock if it even rose to that type of situation.
Right. And of course, with the Los Angeles riots, I think we could, at least in retrospect, see that those looked different in depth and breadth. And I think a huge difference, obviously, legally, is at that point you have local law enforcement and local elected officials saying, we need some help. And so what you typically would see in the rare occasions when we have had this type of civil unrest is cooperation between our two separate sovereigns, cooperation between the state and the federal government. At this point, that's not what we're seeing tonight.
And tonight we're hearing possibly that President Trump has spoken with Governor Gavin Newsom, but
I'm surprised that Newsom is actually
saying we do not want the National Guard here. Is this
I'm surprised that Newsom is defying Trump.
that local leaders can really battle legally against?
Newsom, if you don't know, has started a podcast where he just brings on every right-wing ghoul to break bread with them
Which is that
and tries to see how many, groups, how many parts of the Democratic coalition he can throw under the bus.
Commandeer the state. You can't, for instance, tell LAPD, now you will go act as an agent of ICE. Now you will go enforce federal law. But what we see is that there are federal laws on the books that provide the president with broad authority, particularly when the president says there's an emergency, there's civil unrest, there's violence. The ability of federal law enforcement to enforce federal laws is being undermined. In those cases, then the president does have the power, I think, to override what the states and the localities want. So where you would see the fighting is whether or not this truly is the type of situation that would allow the president to say to a governor, to a mayor, essentially, I don't care that you don't want the National Guard. Here's why I have the authority to send them anyway.
And would that take a next step, too? Because I want to draw in the fact that Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth earlier tonight said, in addition to mobilizing the National Guard immediately, saying if violence continues, active duty Marines at Camp Pendleton will also be mobilized, that they are on high alert. Is that a natural escalation of this sort of situation, or is that another sort of questionable or otherwise confusing thing that the Trump administration is considering doing?
So I think at this point, it's a statement that the Trump administration is prepared to throw the full weight of the military behind their view that there is civil unrest, that there is violence, and that there.
Bolsonaro spread a story about himself. Wait, what is this? I'm sorry.
Also, the Marines. Again, I just want to pause and say, at this point,
lady's definitely pushing for the Insurrection Act.
At this moment,
that's what she's saying.
Insurrection Act right now, it's using Title 10. It's not saying that the
as Trump actually called for martial law, not yet Stephen Sayers, but people in his administration have suggested it. Stephen Miller has suggested it.
Hours.
Newsom sucks, but this is a foundational challenge to the constitutional law.
Limits Those are the things that I'm thinking of.
He has to resist Trump. Thank you, Omega Star, for the super chat.
It's important to point that out for us. Law professor at Loyola Law School.
Oh shit, Butterfly.
Thank you so much for joining us tonight, and of course, always giving us your legal perspective. Thank you again.
Thank you.
We begin in Los Angeles right now.
Did we see this yet?
Tensions are coming to a head between law enforcement and protesters once again. It was all sparked by immigration and customs enforcement raids in the city on Friday. Those ICE raids then leading to protests breaking out across the downtown Los Angeles area. And those protests continuing right now, even at this time in Paramount. This is a look at the clash between protesters and federal agents in Paramount. People were yelling, people were chanting, several flashbang smoke grenades were thrown into the street. The LA County Sheriff's Office said it was on scene just to keep the peace, but said it was not getting involved with making arrests. The sheriff has called for peaceful protests only.
We will protect your right to peacefully protest, but we cannot and will not tolerate violence or destruction of property.
And the Department of Homeland Security is now responding to the unrest in Los Angeles. President Donald Trump's border czar Tom Homan says the National Guard will be deployed in Los Angeles tonight. He made those comments on Fox.
So this is way earlier. This is way earlier.
Quote, in the wake of this violence, California's reckless Democratic leaders have completely abdicated their responsibility to protect their citizens. That is why President Trump has signed a presidential memorandum deploying 2,000 National Guardsmen to address the lawlessness that has been allowed to fester. Governor Gavin Newsom has responded to that announcement tonight. In a statement, the governor says, quote, the federal government is moving to take over the California National Guard and deploy 2,000 soldiers. That move is purposefully inflammatory and will only escalate tensions. LA authorities are able to access law enforcement assistance at a moment's notice, and we're in close coordination with the city and county, and there's currently no unmet need.
You've seen Trump do this kind of stuff before, where
this is the wrong mission and will erode public trust.
Intervention that the federal government undertakes is meant to present the narrative that the local authorities are not on top of it. The local authorities, wow. Did this guy like pay? I'm sorry. If you're like vertical stream, which I can't get my vertical stream up. That's what's so frustrating. If your vertical stream is what it rolls over to after a fucking news, you know what I'm saying? Like, chat, there's two parts of YouTube. There is like local news, national news, news, right? You know what I'm saying? News, right? And then there are YouTubers, and some YouTubers cover the news. Some YouTubers cover politics. In general, YouTube likes to keep this segregated, right? So, you know, if you're watching, like, say, a local affiliate giving their report on the situation, you're more likely to roll over to CNN. You're more likely to roll over to another local affiliate, right? You're more likely to roll over to Fox News or you know, secondarily, maybe a large news source on YouTube, right? You don't usually get that rollover to random dude giving his opinion about what's going on. And the fact that guy, you know, had his video, you know, in the algorithm like that is actually pretty amazing. Wait, we've already, okay. I'm trying to give us the most, like, up to date, or the video that's posted the most recently. Okay, so this is 48 minutes ago. I am not seeing live streams that are like credible, that look like they're, you know, good. Like I can't tell. I just watched that TikTok. Well, maybe the TikTok's blowing up. Yeah. I'm just kind of amazed that that it's actually like, in general, like YouTube, like watching a news a video on a news channel, like will never roll you over to a news video from an actual person. This is that street that we were. Just pushing for towards the goal of voting for Uncle Sam. Do we have like a update on the? I don't have a good count, chat. I am still like I don't understand. Like I'm doing the exact same thing that I did last time. Oh my god! Of all the ways to put the butterfly in, that's not how you do it. I did it without looking, chat. This was a no look. But yeah, I will bring us back to the live coverage as soon as I can find like a good my super chat put us to 100. Nice. Something like that. We're at 100. Okay. I don't feel like 100 right now. I feel like I am failing at a very easy task that I have done before with very little problems, and now it is like impossible, and I don't understand why. Nope. There's an issue with the stream keys right now. Basically, every stream that I do, whether it's a vertical stream or it's a horizontal stream, has a stream key, right? And when I try to set up a vertical stream, it is defaulting to using the same stream key that's already being used. That's already being used for my horizontal stream, and that's not what we want. That doesn't do us any. I don't want to broadcast two different versions of the stream. That's completely useless, right? What I want to do is have one stream that's vertical, one stream that is horizontal, and I've done it before. I did it a couple nights ago, seemingly no problem, and now it's just like it's impossible. It's really, really frustrating. But yeah, this was posted 48 minutes ago. I don't know if this was streamed 53 minutes ago. It doesn't say streamed. Okay, so that's a flashbang being thrown back. Okay, I don't know if we can watch this, chat. This might be a little too much for Twitch, a little too much for... There's another flashbang going off. There's another, that's a smoke grenade, I guess. So yeah, I mean, the police will use these like non-lethal weapons on protesters. Now they're called non-lethal. A better name would be less than lethal or something like that. I don't know, because they can be lethal. Rubber bullets can kill you.
Thank you once again for joining us on the web. This is Gil Davis up in Sky 5 along with my pilot.
Flashbangs can...
A group of federal officers here in downtown LA. This is Alameda and 1st Street. They're approaching. This is the second night of such activity here. The protesters that are protesting the events from yesterday have surrounded the federal building, the Roy Ball Center here, and the Metropolitan Detention Center.
Yeah. So they've surrounded. They're trying to surround where
now they're being moved south.
People that ICE abducted are being held. That's what they're trying to surround.
Tossed at them items like rocks being tossed at them from the protesters who will scatter once they're... This is not LAPD.
Oh my God! Come on! What's going on? Come on! Chug through! Come on!
next
we go.
to the federal building complex. You see, that looks like an LA.
That's just my computer, chat. That's just my shitty computer fucking me over for the umpteenth time. No, nothing to worry about.
A couple of officers there that have responded to this area, but they're making a U-turn. As this skirmish line continues, they're making their stand here. It was yesterday when we saw activity. I'll come over to the Roybal rear entrance. You can see more federal agents there lining the street, lining the driveway where the rear entrance to the Roybal.
Do we F? Do we F? We F'd for a second, yeah.
Is you can see the buildings have been tagged up today, even more so than yesterday, and skirmish lines set up all along along Alameda. Here's the 101 freeway that's not impacted at this point, but the protesters have moved south as that skirmish line has pushed them south to 1st Street. This is the very intersection we saw last night, a group of protesters. But last night was the LAPD skirmish lines that were brought in to control traffic and crowds. Skirmish line has stopped there at 1st Street. The protesters have stopped backing away. They've kind of taken over this intersection. Several of them out in the street, most of them on the sidewalk. Protesters here on the corner. I apologize, this is a Temple in Alameda, not 1st. Temple in Alameda. Here's 1st Street, it's open right now. It is Temple, not 1st Street, where the crowd has been pushed back. This is a mobile field force by the LAPD that's responding to the area. They are talking on their frequencies about setting up a mobile field force here to block access to the freeway. And the California Highway Patrol, they're requesting to block on and off ramps in the area here to make sure no protesters get on the freeway. Back to Temple and Alameda. Once again, this is federal agents, federal officers that are in this skirmish line that have pushed protesters down the street, backed them off using pepper ball rounds and at times rubber bullets. We saw that yesterday when there was a standoff at the backside of the Roybal courthouse here. More federal officers there protecting the building. There was a group of protesters.
So this is new information or information I didn't
the federal officers here.
quite understand at first. These are federal officers. I feel like he could be more specific.
Buildings here have been tagged.
As far as like what he actually means by that. Because when I saw police on their, it says police on the back of their uniforms, right? I assumed that was LA police, right? I don't know what law enforcement organization these are, right? He just said federal. He's not really giving us the information we need.
Well, we got a man there with a dress coat, tennis shoes, tie, and a black hood over his head. Right.
The ones in fatigues, yeah, are federal, but no, the ones I was talking about they're wearing, well, no, the ones like they might be. There's also National Guard here. HSI has officers in combat gear and masks over last week. Homeland Security police don't usually show up in the streets. Oh my God, I love somebody in my chat. George Jackson, I'm sorry, I gotta call you out. This protest stuff is kind of boring. Be back later, maybe. George Jackson, you can take a day off, actually. We don't need you. Thanks. Like, of all the shitty things, like, to say, I'm sorry the protest is more boring than Ethan Klein. I apologize.
They have a set.
But honestly, I don't care if you come back. You can fuck off forever, and I won't notice. I won't care. What a shithead.
At Aliso Street and Alameda.
Here you go. Enjoy your time out. Enjoy your day off, George. We won't miss you. We won't notice you. Yeah, what the fuck? Like, this chatter's like always a dickhead to me, and I try to be patient, but like, I'm sorry, like the protests are too boring. Now, chat, don't be mean to George Jackson when he inevitably crawls back. Don't be mean to George Jackson, okay? But also,
Well, if you're just joining us on the web, thank you for watching. This is
you don't have to be nice to George Jackson either.
over downtown LA. This is the second day of protests here. This is Temple Street.
You don't have to be nice. Just don't be mean, okay?
Here federal officers have marched down Alameda, pushing the protesters down to this point here at Temple. They were up here at the street, up Alameda, where we saw yesterday a crowd gather here, and a skirmish broke out between federal officers and protesters. Day two tonight, we saw a group along the street here that were protesting what happened yesterday with dozens of people detained by ICE agents and raids in the downtown LA area. Tonight, more of the same, with the federal agents moving a skirmish line down Alameda here, pushing the protesters back away from that facility all the way down to Temple here, where they've set up their skirmish line and stop now. The street's still open. Cars trying to make their way through the intersection here with protesters. LAPD saying about 40 protesters here in total. You see a lot of them on the sidewalk, but quite a few in the street as well. So at this point, the tension has lessened. We had seen, as they were marching down the street, fireworks being thrown, rocks being thrown at the federal agents by protesters that have since ran off in the westbound direction on Temple. But at this point, it is mostly peaceful. As I come back up Alameda here to Aliso and the 101 freeway, you see LAPD. They just arrived with a mobile field force. They're going to come in and assist to with traffic and with
all this for 40 people, says Kay Lala. Is that how many they've arrested so far? Is that how many they've I'm sorry, specifically the ICE has arrested over immigration stuff?
Federal officers there making way for the LAPD mobile field force.
Yeah, chat.
Make their way down to
just so you understand,
and deal with the traffic, deal with the protesters, and try to move them off as they did last night. You can see the LAPD here forming their skirmish line.
Okay, there we go. Let's see if we can get back to the live. To any kind of live, any live whatsoever would be fine. No, why? Oh my God, they love the flashy stuff, and like that's the kind of stuff that'll. Okay, wait. Fox 11's got it. Fox 2 San Francisco's got it. I mean, as much as I don't like watching Fox affiliates, they're all Sinclair Broadcasting, so they all kind of suck.
40 to 50 people running on the train tracks.
All right, so we're back live, chat. This is live.
These guys here, maybe they're going to surrender. A lot of these people, as I said before, will probably be just onlookers that will say, hey, let's go and check this out tonight. So it looks like they're going to be taken into custody here. Police want to take everyone into custody. And unclear whether these people are going to be able to get back off the train tracks. I think there is an exit here where they can, where you actually get onto the train. No, you don't. You actually go down underneath, and I think that takes you to Union Station. That's very, very dangerous.
Oh my gosh. Yeah, that is discomforting to see all of those people. Do they have to worry about the third rail, or is that just a subway thing? In
Literal third rail. In this case.
I'm not sure. I think actually, I know when people do pass away on the track, stories have covered, they do de-energize the tracks before they allow the first responders to go down there. So I could tell you, I would not be running along those tracks. You don't want to take a chance, but you have these.
Fox 2 is pretty liberal.
That are trying to talk their way out. But I think from the way LAPD are talking, they're going to take all these people into custody tonight. They don't want them. They really want to quieten down the streets here.
Yeah.
So just a really quick, dramatic turn of events, Suze.
Absolutely. It was quite remarkable because there were some people that were just sort of hanging around, and because they weren't feeling, I guess...
Is that a New Zealand accent, Funkmaster Caw?
They didn't have to run. They didn't feel like they had to run. They thought they were just onlookers. So it was a surreal situation to see these black and whites pull up, the officers bolt out of the cars, and then run after some of the protesters. But meantime, there were still people on the corner going, what's going on? I'm not in that group, so I'm just going to stay back. So does it look as if in that little group there, are they...
ICE is going to go after the helicopter? I mean, it does sound like they're kind of...
What are you over?
They're dragging a large net, chat. Like, that's wild.
Bit of a different angle. Now, that wall is probably about 8 feet high. It's a concrete wall. I've parked my vehicle there many times covering stories, and they're helping each other.
It's an Aussie accent, says Columbia Rican.
They're running here along the tracks. Now, I'm unsure where that comes. I think that actually runs it into that...
Oh, I get it. Funkmaster was like, that's a Rupert Murdoch station. What's a New Zealander doing on Fox?
Metro or Amtrak, let them know there are people on the lines, because that's very, very dangerous. Certainly they've got to come out somewhere. LAPD, they rushed in here. They don't seem to be moving to make any arrests at this stage. All they're doing is creating the skirmish line there, maybe waiting for more numbers. But certainly they wanted it to these guys to disperse, but I didn't think they would have this type of effect. This is really odd, Suze. I've never seen anything like this.
Indeed. Yeah, and those trains, the metro trains, the metro rail operates to midnight. We're about a half an hour or so until that time period when they stop down. But meantime, that rail line, which would be, I believe, the Little Tokyo station, but it's going under the street there and could wind up, they're actually moving away from Union Station, are they not? Justin, do I have my directions correct?
Yes, that's correct. I apologize, my mistake there. So yeah, they are moving. So they're moving southbound along Alameda. I'm unsure what line that is, but certainly they're below the ground there. And no, I think there is a little. You're correct. The Little Tokyo station, I think, is down here below us.
Mm-hmm.
So. They're going to come out somewhere, but certainly just dangerous, because you just don't know whether there's electricity, anything's live down there, as well as a train. You know, a train that can't just stop. But it certainly had a major effect out here. It's cleared the street. You can see the federal agents have come out. They're all just standing around now, and the crowd has dispersed.
Yeah, they have. Meantime, lots of LAPD in the area. You mentioned that they set back up the skirmish line. Right there, there's no skirmish.
Funkmaster Caw, love the term Kiwi, wish I was one. Well, you know, if you were Peter Thiel, maybe you could buy New Zealand citizenship.
So some questionable maneuvers by...
You have to be a billionaire, though, apparently.
Want to call them. But the people that were here in front of or behind the federal building, and once they were told to disperse, and they didn't, that's when the federal agents decided to come out of the building and make their point known with tear gas and flashbangs. Very quickly, the gas has dispersed, I suppose, because there's enough of a breeze to push it northward. You were pointing that out, that even though the protesters were mostly to the south, the gas was migrating, if you will, to the north. So we've got two skirmish lines set up in this area. And a lot of new graffiti I've noticed on the walls. I'm sorry, producer Brooks, say again? Okay, well, let's go back down to Laura Diaz on the ground. Go ahead, Laura.
You can see the large assembly of those black and whites, LAPD, right there at the corner of Temple and Alameda. About 20 people are milling about close to us. Some of them have described themselves as protesters. They said that when they got up there, it started out pretty calmly, and then all of a sudden, you know, there were the flashbangs and the tear gas. But right now, people are just kind of milling about, and there is traffic. If we pan off there, Elliot, you can see that there are people just in their cars going through this intersection. Again, I don't know if they're coming down here to check out the action or if they're really not in tune with what's happening and just driving through the area, but
they're just like living life, and they're gonna get taken in by federal Gestapo.
A few of them had said that they might
just for being in the wrong place.
But then when it came time to go on camera, they decided that wasn't a good idea. But in terms of the level of tension now, I would say it's about half of where it was when we talked to you a little bit earlier, and it's not as calm as it was when I talked to you before that. So it just kind of ebbs and flows. People are still milling about. I think the great majority of them are coming here just to check out the scene. Some of them might have been a part of that initial protest. Once again, though, Susan, getting back to social media and just the word gets out, go there, that's what's happening, and people show up, and some of them will roll video on it or, you know, just be reporting live. They all want to be part of the activity, but that's what I can see from my vantage point right now. It's noisy, but it's somewhat peaceful. Sending it back to you.
Yes, indeed. We watched a couple of people go behind you while you were reporting for us, Laura, and one of them had a gimbal and another one had like a selfie stick kind of situation. So you're absolutely right. They were likely going live and broadcast.
Yeah, Mopo says, I'm sure only certain bystanders are getting picked up.
And what Justin has been showing you earlier today, the tensions erupted near a Home Depot in Paramount, and the protesters clashed violently with the Border Patrol agents. Here's Fox 11's Matthew Seedorf.
A violent clash in Paramount. Protesters face to face with Border Patrol agents. One side hurling rocks and bottles, the other firing back with pepper spray and rubber bullets. Sources tell Fox 11 Border Patrol agents Saturday morning were here across the street from Home Depot for a staging area, possibly prepping for an immigration raid. Protesters then moved in.
Yeah, they blocked these guys in. Did you hear about this?
Local officials speaking with demonstrators.
These are hard working community members.
The demonstrators have been pretty effective in terms of their direct action, in terms of just preventing the these Gestapo from doing what they want to do with people, from taking over. Chat, these are people at Home Depot trying to, like, your dad goes to Home Depot, buys a bunch of mulch, realizes that he can't spread all the mulch himself, sees a few dudes standing in the parking lot, and is like, hey, how much would you charge for 3 hours of work? I think we can get this done in 3 hours, and they make a little deal, right? That's who they're picking up. Just dudes at Home Depot trying to, trying to help people out for a little money. That's who they're going after right now. This isn't violent people. These are,
Several people pulled away from the crowd and arrested.
People wanting to do, landscaping work, wanting to do
damage and destruction. Federal investigators
minor, construction, just whatever somebody at Home Depot would have need for, right? These guys, show up there to, try to make a little bit of money and help somebody out. And that's who they are arresting, because there are not enough violent criminals to meet the quotas. Actually, undocumented people tend to be less likely to commit crimes than even your average citizen.
This is a fire.
They're just trying to live their lives. They're just trying to get along.
And Alondra in Compton, right in front of the Dale's Donuts.
They're a net positive to the community, economically, socially, in any way that you want to look at it. And that's who ICE is going after.
Sort of street takeover situations. But then the car was set on fire. And in that time period where
these are members of our community, says Joel Dog X. Exactly.
Only then the protesters and Border Patrol agents, they came.
James from Kazoo, fourth largest economy in the world, that's California, literally built on the back of migrants. Literally, yeah.
To allow for
and chat, this isn't, you're going to see some Mexican flags in these protests, right? Understand what that's about. That
when traffic was started up again, Atlantic and Alondra. But
this is land that the United States took from Mexico a long time ago. You know, a lot of Latino people in, you know, the Southwest in general and in Southern California in specific, you know, have been here for longer than this was part of the United States, right? Their family has been here, right? So it's not, what is the joke? We didn't cross the border crossed us. Have you heard that phrase?
You know, weigh in on what you saw.
Anybody heard that before? Like that we didn't cross the border crossed us. In other words, you know, this is people whose family have been there for longer than from when the United States took this from Mexico, right? And they're still being treated like they're invaders. They're still being treated like they're, you know,
driver's door and the back door, and then the car just erupted into flames. The wind actually carried all this huge black smoke.
Yeah, Mopo says, yeah, we didn't cross the border crossed us. Yeah.
Their view, but it was almost a Mad Max type scene, because quickly it became almost like a street takeover where you had guys on motorbikes.
It's not Mad Max, come on.
Vehicle. After about 20 minutes, the LA County Fire came in with protection from the Sheriff's Department, firing pepper balls at the crowd so they could get in.
I can't eat any more durian.
Put out that car, but just to top it off, the sheriff's deputies ended up having to retreat because the crowd set fire to some brush where the sheriff's deputies were standing, and they had to retreat, and they went all the way back to the 710. And
Moni the Whale says, I say this all the time. My family has been in Arizona since like forever.
A peaceful protest during daylight. There were people out on the street. Both lanes were open, cars were driving past, they were waving their flags. But as soon as darkness fell, a crowd turned out here, and they began to amass out front of the building. I'll just ask my pilot, Chris, to give me a look at the front of the building there so we can talk about it. And the crowd got very close to the building. There seemed to be fireworks going off. Unsure whether that was fireworks.
Yeah, the speaker is pretty cringe. Mad Max was a cop, really?
After that, the gates of the garage opened up, and the Homeland Security agents came out firing tear gas, dispersing the crowd very quickly. Great pictures from Skyfox, but it was a very scary moment for a lot of innocent people there, mainly reporters who were just trying to cover the story there, had to retreat quickly. That caused LAPD, obviously, to come in and take over and clear the streets. But as we saw here, Suze, about 30 minutes ago, the crowd really came out in front of the detention center again, forcing LAPD to come in en masse, to almost corral them in, to try and take them all into custody. We saw about 50 people climb over a brick wall here onto the railway tracks and then make their way into a tunnel. And as I said, I believe that actually tunnel comes out, or that train stops at the Little Tokyo station about a block away. So LAPD believe that's where all those people are. And I think LAPD are just letting them off go into the night now. They have about 10 people up the other end of the street here towards the 101 freeway who they're talking to. Unclear whether they're going to take those guys into custody.
In the course of this newscast, and we of course started at 10 o'clock, we've gone past our typical 11 o'clock finish, but we saw a skirmish line in the downtown area. We saw the skirmish line then go away. LAPD officers got back into their vehicles and left. And then in that short period of time between then and now, there were enough protesters that continued their way to that area that you were just showing us up, the federal building, and created that situation again where federal agents decided to fire on them with tear gas and flashbangs. And there was enough chaos that it then brought back out the LAPD. Now remember, LAPD, Homeland Security, they're not really working together. LAPD is looking to make sure that the streets of LA stay safe.
I don't know about that.
Peaceful.
I don't know about that.
Agenda. But once again, we see the skirmish line in downtown Los Angeles.
It depends on what you mean by working together.
Is that what we're looking at, Justin?
Yes, that's correct. So this is Alameda. It's one block down from the detention center, and if we tilt up to the top of this.
Did Newsom give the okay for this? No.
And
no, James.
To, Union Station. So we've got two.
Trump has taken over the California National Guard.
And then we tilt back down the second line here. There is a little bit of a crowd forming here. Unclear whether they are part of any protests.
Wait.
They could actually even be.
Why would Tyler be foaming at the mouth?
But it appears.
I don't know what Tyler's take on this situation is.
By Super Chat at $10. If this were a school scooter situation, the cops would not be legally obligated to stop the offender.
If this was
a protest and the LAPD are forced to stop them. Give me a break.
Oh, school. Yeah. I see why you said school scooter situation. Yeah, that's a no word for YouTube, I guess. Yeah, cops would legally be obligated to stop the offender, but there's a protest and the LAPD are forced to stop them. Would not be. Yeah, just like Uvalde, right? You know, when it's real danger, the cops don't want any piece of it. When they can declare a citizen expressing their free speech a danger, they very much want to fuck with that because they know there's no downside to it. He's exposed for reminiscing about murking. Oh no. I haven't been keeping up with the Tyler stuff, but yeah, I do. Yeah. Wow. What is that? The Bad Empanada? Well, I mean, I thought Bad Empanada had left just was not. It sounded more like Tyler was trying to start shit with Bad Empanada, and Bad Empanada didn't want to give him the platform.
Very surprising, considering how quickly they motivated themselves to get in here. But once again, pretty lucky for all those people, Suze. Again, they climbed up those walls and then ran along those tracks. So it looks like the tension is slowly.
But does Tyler have is there an immigration take that I don't know about?
This time, just to make sure it stays that way.
All right, let's check in with Laura Diaz. Do you agree, Laura, that the
Kai Cenat's PS5 giveaway was more chaotic? I'd agree, yeah.
Well, you know, there are a lot of people milling about, and I'm starting to hear different stories. There was a young man who was here just a moment ago. He told me that he was part of that crowd.
BE started it?
That we showed you earlier, and he said that they were peaceful, and he didn't really.
I think BE was just surprised to see Tyler get invited on the Noah Samson stream.
After they had the tear gas poured on them, and that's what.
TanaCon had more casualties. Yeah, there we go.
Throwing the rocks. But right now, there are still those black and whites which are securing that area. I just heard a report when they surrounded the people, the protesters who were in the middle, that some of them, in order to escape, they jumped the fence and they went down on the train tracks. And I know that a tweet went out that said they had to stop service on that rail line because those protesters were standing on those train tracks. So, you know, what you're seeing is a lot of people acting under a lot of pressure, a lot of anxiety, and trying to flee. If they had just done what the authorities told them initially, listen, at 9 o'clock tonight, everybody was told to go home. If they didn't go
yeah, you ought to listen to the cops when they declare a fucking bullshit.
Hours after that, you know, call to disperse was given, we still see people coming back into the area, and this is when things can escalate. The irony of it is, even as we're talking to you live, and we have still some
chat
milling about.
They're always milling. They do be milling. They do be milling, don't they? I gotta read some of this fucking cringe chat from this Fox affiliate. Somebody.
And then what the response back is to whatever action they take, and it's being played out at several areas of Southern California. Certainly downtown has been a hot spot. Earlier today, Paramount was, and people are expressing themselves, and some of them will be arrested for the way they are expressing themselves.
Or just from being there. Anyway, like I said, this is a curfew. Yeah, this. I mean, this is a classic tactic by cops. They did this in Seattle in 2020. They declare a curfew, starting at a time before anyone can really get home, before people can get back, before people can get out of the situation, and then they declare everybody there is, violating the curfew. That's how they just pull people in. Yeah, there's a chatter in this Fox News affiliate saying, my food stamp benefits are low because all these illegals, 2 words, illegals, are using up all the food stamps. That's how they think food stamps works. That's hilarious. Chat, food stamps is not your school cafeteria, right? I don't know if your school cafeteria did this, but if My school cafeteria, if they had extra food, you could go up for seconds, right? If they had extra. If they made too much pizza, you know, and there was pizza left over, then they'd let people, you know, come up in a first come, first served basis to get, you know, to get second helpings, right? But food stamps not like that. That's legislation. The legislation tells you how much money you're going to get. They're not taking, like, there's not a pot of money and they're like, all right, how many people signed up for food stamps? 500,000. Okay, divide it by 500,000, right? That's not how food stamps works. But this dumb fucking chat thinks that literally because, you know, and also undocumented people aren't, I don't think they're getting SNAP. In most cases, they don't get benefits. Sometimes they pay into programs like Social Security just to be able to work, but they don't get that money back.
Violence, that is unacceptable, and people are going to be held accountable. So people should not be surprised if LAPD moves in to make arrests and you are throwing pieces of concrete or graffitiing up federal property or any private property. It's just unacceptable, and we will not have mayhem in the city.
Columbia
What
Ree
about
super
President
chatted
Trump? President
$5.
Trump.
Just like all apolitical right-wingers, you must listen to the police at all times, and then when police surrounds them with no way out, they arrest them.
Yeah, you must listen to police at all times, especially when you can't hear them, right? Especially when you don't even know what they fucking said. And if you're in violation of their orders, you're fucked, right? Is this Fox News Live? Chat. This is the Fox News affiliate, right? Fox News 11, Los Angeles. Somebody told me Fox News 2 San Francisco is also covering this. There we go. 2-7. Let's try our luck on another. Whoa, hi there. That was that was kind of cool, chat. We tune in right when she pops up on the screen. It's like, hey, how's it going, everybody? All right, please, come on. Oh no, they're effing, I think. Is this the San Francisco affiliate effing? I'm not seeing people. Come on. All right, let's try this. I am tempted, chat, to try to restart the stream. Huh? What the fuck? What is even going on here? This is not... It's not supposed to be how it works. It's just going to cut off right here, isn't it? I don't see anybody in their chat yelling, though. It doesn't sound like people are saying that they... Okay, well, you know what? Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. We're just going to go back to the stream that worked.
That were detained so that we can have some information about who they are.
And Mayor, how would you characterize the way you...
It's the elevator party trick? Nice.
Are you stressed out?
Well, you know, the mayor of the city of Los Angeles, the nation's second city, is a big, second largest city, is a very big job. I am fine. I am very, very active, working.
Karen Bass.
Doing this nonstop since morning yesterday, 10 o'clock or so in the morning yesterday, and I am going to stick with
I feel like she's already compromised. I feel like she's...
type of actions.
Wasn't she cooperating with the original raids?
But these kind of reactions, these kind of actions where you go to a workplace where people are working in a warehouse, a number of people are taken, it makes it very difficult for people to believe that those people that were arrested were violent criminals, people who are just going to work.
Yeah. How angry are you?
You know what I mean? It's just not. It's not productive for me to be angry. What is productive is for me to be focused, for me to be clear, and for me to be in communication with everyone.
And do you feel like you're getting a good response from the federal side?
Yes, I do feel I'm getting a good response from the federal side. I'm in communication, and as you know, a number of my former colleagues...
Yeah, they pay taxes and don't get benefits, exactly.
In major positions in the Trump administration. For example, Secretary of Homeland Security Kristi Noem was one of my former colleagues in Congress. I've not spoken with her directly, but arranging...
She's a freak, Karen. She's an absolute freak.
Speaking with representatives of the White House. I've also spoken...
Kristi Noem, dog killer Noem.
The dynamics of Los Angeles. And to
fascist Barbie Noem.
Not going to tolerate violence. So we don't need 2,000...
The National Guard is supposedly setting up downtown near Temple.
Law enforcement departments, the LAPD, the sheriffs, etc., are perfectly capable of having a handle on this situation.
And what about Bill Desailly, the U.S. Attorney? Have you had a conversation with him? Because he is pretty steadfast that everything that is being done now by ICE, by Border Patrol, is legal and right.
You know, I've not had an opportunity to meet him. He is new in his position, and I believe he was a relatively new member of the State Assembly. So I've not had an opportunity to meet him, but I will be reaching out to him in the next couple of days.
Okay, and did you see the Truth Social post by President Trump that basically said that you're not doing your job?
Oh, yes, I did. But, you know, that kind of tweets do not move me, let me say. So at the same time, tweets are happening, conversations are happening as well.
And what would you say to the president if you had his ear right at this moment?
Well, I would just let him know that Los Angeles is perfectly capable of managing our city. And I would also let him know that these type of raids create, you know, chaos and confusion in our city and are not helpful.
You know, it's interesting. Laura Diaz was...
This is the trick that they do. This is the trick they do. They come into the city, they provoke people, they create a situation that they can sell as being out of order.
They want to work and they want to...
Yo, Buffy Geek, thank you for the 5 gifted.
Home country. And these kinds of raids...
Brown Eye Black Dragon, you just got jellyfished.
...not helpful and are really not...
Hanophobias, you just got jellyfished.
Perhaps that was the promise from Homeland Security, etc. So,
Genokami, you just got jellyfished.
There were 30 or 40 hardened criminals in a warehouse going to work every day.
Yeah.
And so that really raises
no other.
Question of
you just got jellyfished.
And we don't need that either. We don't need people to question the credibility of the administration. We need people to have confidence in government, period. And I think
Ira Q. Bella, you just got jellyfished, and that's a good thing.
Labor leader arrested, like David Huerta, who's a statewide leader, arrested. You know, these kind of things just really create a lot of anger and resentment in the city, and it doesn't really address the primary goal that the administration...
Trump was at the UFC fight until an hour ago?
Any of your constituents and what they've experienced?
Oh, my. Yes, because, you know...
I hear that's a good thing. Yeah, I've heard that too, Joel.
All my constituents. And yes, I have heard from people, and again, the primary concern they want now is, of course, they don't want to see...
I'm getting eaten up by mosquitoes, which sucks because I'm inside.
To the people who are...
I had my door open when it was raining because the air was nice and cool, and I was like, ooh, free air conditioning. But I also got free mosquitoes. I need to spray myself.
Whether they will ever see their parent or their spouse again.
Indeed. And when you think about the last 4 years, so a lot has been said about the last 4 years and the way the city and the state has conducted it.
Chat, right now, it's almost midnight in LA. All right. I have a feeling that some of this is going to start winding down.
These illegal or undocumented...
I don't think you saw my last super chat.
The situation...
Wait, maybe not.
...for 4 years.
Well, let me just say that the policies that we have actually been...
Oh, here we go. Yeah, it didn't come... It didn't make a... You didn't get jellyfished? Well, you're on the weasel side of things. Citronella. I do have some citronella.
People, regardless of their citizenship, to be able to report crimes and not be...
Yeah, this is important. This is why sanctuary cities exist, right? Yep, that's why sanctuary... So she's saying sanctuary cities exist because you have crime in every section of society, including undocumented people, right?
But does it feel that way?
For the cops to be able to protect people, to be able to solve crimes and stuff like that, they have to be able to talk to you know, people in those communities. And if those people are afraid that interaction with the police is going to end in them getting deported, they don't talk to cops. Hence the need for sanctuary cities, right? Hence the need. It's something the cops asked for. Who made sanctuary cities? Was it the immigrants? Did the immigrants, like, you know, did the immigrants, like, make a campaign to, you know, did they pass legislation? No, immigrants have fucking no power.
Undocumented people. Mayor Karen Bass, thank you.
The cops asked for these sanctuary laws so that they could go into these communities and do investigations, because they can't otherwise. Nobody will talk to them.
That same corner, seems like the temperature's really come down.
You know what, Susan, it's really about the same as the last time I spoke to you. There might be fewer people that are assembled here. I think a lot of them are just people who've come to observe. In terms of who may have been arrested, I don't have access to that information. And the black and white still remain there, no sirens. They are securing that area so that you're not able to get north of Temple. But for the most part, people are just milling about, and they all seem to have an opinion about what they think happened.
I'm going to go spray myself down with Centronella. I'll be right back.
Exactly standing there, so I can only report what I see from afar. But a lot of folks said that they had just come to see what was happening, that they heard about it on social media. They wanted to get a sense of what was happening in this part of the city. And at this point, I think it's just a matter of time until people who've either been arrested are booked, and then other people who've just come to observe, I guess, will just get tired and eventually go home.
All right.
But the dialogue that is happening, I know you just spoke to the mayor, will continue at dinner tables around the city about what's appropriate. People do have the right to assemble and to demonstrate. They do not have the right to destroy property. And once that line is crossed, that's the point at which the LAPD gets called in. They're not here to act as an arm of the Immigration Service. They're here to keep peace in the city of LA, and they're trying to the best of their ability to do that tonight. Laura Diaz reporting live. Sending it back to you.
Laura, thank you. All right, back up to Sky Fox. Justin, what are you seeing now?
Yeah, Susan, these are the officers that we saw drive off on those trucks. They've returned. These are the stragglers. They're actually taking around about 12 to 13 protesters, stragglers into custody here. What they've done, they've closed both of the skirmish lines there that came up, one from Temple and the other from the 101 freeway. They've cornered these people, and now they've got them against the wall there. They're going to slowly search them and take them into custody. They've got them locking him in handcuffs, check his pockets, take his photograph, and put him in the van and take him away for the night. So it looks like they're about, as I said, 12 to 13 people being taken into custody. Other than that, Susan, the Alameda here is very, very quiet as I tilt back up to the area here. We've got a little bit of a crowd on the opposite side of the street there, but this LAPD crew, there's officers there, about 15 cars, 30 officers standing there, and it looks like this thing is slowly coming to an end tonight at just before midnight.
All right, and again, you count how many people do you think will be in custody shortly?
I tried to count them as they were walking away. I thought I counted 13. So if we're talking about that people taken into custody before, the estimated was 10. So we're looking at around about 24, 25 people taken into custody tonight out here in front of the Royal Boyle building, the Federal Detention Center.
Yeah, and right alongside the Metro rail tracks, and we were talking about that, Justin, because we watched as some people jumped the fence and ran alongside the rail, and I don't have much knowledge about third rails.
Oh my God.
We talk a lot about them when it comes to the New York subway, but I did look it up, and it does say that those rails are electrified, 650 to 750 megahertz. And yes, it's dangerous to touch one. You could, in fact, be electrified or even electrocuted as so it was interesting indeed to see people running alongside them and jumping over the rails. Laura mentioned the fact that she had gotten word or seen a tweet that suggested that Metro Rail was aware of the fact that some of the protesters or people were
Type train coming in at level 2, 50% completed.
Traffic ends at midnight. And Justin, we're seeing there a gentleman, he is now fully in custody. Are they using, can you tell whether or not they're using like handcuffs or just those zip tie type
Who cares
things?
About the train tracks? Was it?
Yes,
Are they talking about the? I think some people try to escape via the train tracks, right? The cops are like arresting everybody, from what I can tell.
And there may actually just be issued a letter to appear in court because it is just a protest, no serious crimes committed here when you talk about a civil disobedience. Right. So you don't normally spend the night in jail for that, Suze. Okay. So look, again, about 25 people taken into custody tonight.
25 people, okay.
This, before with the social media, social justice.
Somebody think of the rail tracks.
What have you? We want to.
No, I think. Aren't they saying that they're
11 News at 10? We will of course be keeping.
I thought what they were saying is that oh my god! I thought what they were saying is that the train tracks could be dangerous. All right, so we're not trying to stream snipe somebody else here.
For quite a few hours,
unless it's the media.
Until things took on a very contentious air about them, and then they had to move in. But they hung back. They were on the side streets, and they did not move into the inner core where the protesting was taking place until it became somewhat violent, and they felt compelled to do their job, which is to make sure that every citizen, every person who lives in LA is safe.
Laura Diaz, thank you. All right, we're going to go back upstairs to Skyfox and get the view from Justin O'Brien in that helicopter. What are you seeing now, Justin?
Yeah, Susan, this is a bit of a view from where Laura is. You can see the LAPD there. There's Temple running left to
I am trying to see if there's any other live feeds to pick up from here. There we go. There's the Fox 2. Well, wait, that was the same one, right? Remember this? Oh, there we go again. Why is this thing so cursed? Why is there's 374 people watching this right now? Ostensibly, they're not getting like 5 seconds of a woman like raising her head up onto the into view, right, and then licking her lips and immediately getting. What is going on here?
Can't hear you guys if you're talking to me. I can't hear you.
Okay, I think I fixed it. Although I can't fix her audio. She's having problems with audio.
Okay, I don't know. Okay, yeah, because I'm not feeling good out here, so can we come to me quickly here when he's done? Because there's a lot of people out here now, and there's no police.
Oh my god, you're scared of the protesters. I'd be more scared of the police, right? Even, oh my god, what? Okay, and it just like ends there. I don't get it. I don't get it. So yeah, you can go back in this broadcast, right? But this isn't live. I don't understand. This has been the night of the technical difficulties, chat. Where are we at as far as the bonus goal goes? I know we're in bonus we're in bonus content territory, chat. Here's what I'm thinking of doing, all right? Here's my thought. Now go with me if you will. Tell me what you think of this idea. All right. I'm gonna do the bonus content because we hit that goal tonight, and I want to make sure you get your bonus content. Sam Cedar seems to have gotten a lot of donos. I don't even know if I've tracked all those donos. If you've donated to Sam Cedar and I haven't tracked your dono, or donated to anyone and I haven't tracked your dono, let me know. Wow, this is and oh yeah, that's the poll. Elon's daughter, Vivian, is at 40%. Sam Cedar's at 38%. That's where we're at. Those are the top two right now. Anybody that's donated, want to let me know what you're donating, what you want your donation to go for? Because we're very close between Sam Cedar and Elon's daughter has on 35 plus. Damn. Like, okay, that's what I thought. Sam Cedar it is. So chat, since I can't seem to find, it does seem like things are kind of, I won't say calming down, and I don't expect them to calm down. This is not a calm situation. This is not a situation that's resolved. This is not a situation that's going to be resolved in a good way. Like, Trump's just going to make this worse and worse, right? So we're going to be covering this, going for the foreseeable future, I would say. This is going to be the major story, I think, right? So what I'm thinking of is maybe I do the bonus content right now, okay? Do the Sam Cedar on the Vanguard talking about Ezra Klein, everybody's favorite abundance guy, Ezra Klein. We love Ezra Klein, don't we? We want to get rid of those nasty regulations that stops the federal government from doing things. Get that high-speed rail built. Get that, I'm sorry. I don't know why I'm like, this is a list of my abundance Trump chat. I don't think that ranks with Michael Brooks, famous characters, Nation of Islam Obama, or right-wing Mandela, et cetera, but I do feel like it is in the same spirit as that, right? The abundance Trump. Abundance Trump is equally cursed, right? Do you think so? Team No Sleep. No, but here's the thing. Surge Cloud, you're actually right. Surge Cloud is onto something. Yeah, Amy Komari says no sleep. So here's what I'm thinking. I do the bonus content, okay? We switch to Sam Cedar for a little while. I end the stream, and then I immediately start up a new stream. And this time, I try to get both the horizontal stream, like what you're watching now. I could try to get that up, and to get the vertical stream, because I'm thinking the key might be to making the vertical stream work. I think I have to set it up at the same time. Like, I think I have to set up the vertical stream before I start the horizontal stream. Like, it doesn't have to start then, but it has to be set up. It has to be like, the whole like waiting for no comment check thing, right? Which is mood. If you're used to coming to my stream and you hear open your heart and show your other side, you can change your destiny, right? Or like
When you say live picture, am I coming up again at the 9:30 block, which is fine if I am, just asking if I am. No.
This is an interesting broadcast, I will say. I bought the Abundance book today. Oh no, so much of the hatred can be drowned in. It's cursed, isn't it? Narwhal, it's embarrassing. They should be embarrassed to, like, the book starts off talking about, imagine you're in the future, and it's a good future. It's you're so happy in this future, right? You're getting Ozempic sent to you by rockets from space. There's Ozempic factories orbiting the planet, and they're sending rockets down to your house, and you get the Ozempic out of the rocket, and you shoot up with it, and everything's great. What do you think, chat? Should we do that? Only 5 p.m. here. I'm down. I mean, unless you... I just don't... I don't see... I don't see what else... I love that song, says George Jackson. And we love you, George Jackson. So the only live streams I'm seeing right now, like this is one. This does not seem to be like a live stream that's currently like I had to roll this back. Like, there we go. Yeah, it's this one. I don't know why it's so cursed, but like this is what it does. This is the live, right? If you try to watch it live, if you try to watch what's going on now, this is what you see. So this, so they were saying buffering. I'm not the only one who's getting buffering here. And I can't find, all I can find, chat, is streams like this, live, LA Breaking News, Crime Crews, right? They're going to be people trying to look for the most sensationalistic events That is going to be most likely they're going to be trying to find violence going on, right? And that's the one thing that is like kryptonite, right? We can't watch anything violent on Twitch. So here we go. We'll just do Sam Cedar, Vanguard. So Sam Cedar was on the Vanguard the other day. He dished on PBD. He dished on Ezra Klein, Elon Musk and Trump, and Trumpstein. And that's basically what they talked about. So let's take a look at the Ezra Klein stuff, because I got a special hatred for abundance right now.
Sciences, I'm doing.
So, just for everybody, so unless there's, okay, like, look, I'm sorry I'm rushing into this, right? Because the way that we do bonus content is that you vote for it, but you also donate for it, right? When you donate, you can let me know where to put your money, and I'll add the money as a percentage to the topic of your choice. Right now with the donations and the votes, Sam Cedar dishing on Ezra Klein on Silly and Billy show has won. Is there anybody else who's donated and you want to put your money, you've got an opinion of like, oh, I want to see Elon's daughter, or I want to see Matt Bender, or I want to see the Taylor Lorenz video on Elon Musk. Anybody else want to? Because I feel like that the Sam Cedar on the Vanguard had 35% behind it, and that is going to be nigh unbeatable, despite the fact that they didn't win the poll. That the 35 extra percentage kind of decides it. Yeah, this is the Kasperian effect. The Kasperian effect in full effect here. Woke has full. Wait, is Woke? Gator, is Woke something that used to stream in 2020? Was Woke like? Are you talking about like a Twitch channel or something? Was there a Twitch channel? Am I remembering this correctly? Yeah, the reason that I don't want to watch live streams that are from non-news sources is that some of those people are just looking for, it was 50%. Okay, no, you know what? I don't think there's any chance unless somebody's gonna come in here, drop a giant super chat to be like, no, it is not Sam Cedar and the Vanguard. It is Vivian and Hassan, or they're gonna say, no, I must see Taylor Lorenz. I must see Matt Bender, right? Yeah, 2020 streamer. I know them. I don't know if I know them, but I know of them. I've probably rated them at some point. I'm trying to remember the 2020 shit, right? How it worked on, there was something called like the Protest Network. Was it called Seattle Protest Network or something like that? But it wasn't just Seattle. It would show you a live of like what's going on in Seattle, what's going on in Minneapolis, what's going on in, LA, right? They're on Twitch and YouTube. Yeah, I feel like I've watched Woke before. Anyway, let's watch Sam Cedar. We're going to watch Sam Cedar. We're going to finish this stream, but just watch my channel, chat, because I'm going to be going live again. Now, the problem with me going live again is this, all right? According to what YouTube thinks, I have gone live like 7 times tonight, all right? Because I was trying to get a vertical stream up. So they may not give you that notification. So I need you to do a real good job. Like, so we're going to watch this, okay? I'm going to end the stream, but just like keep on clicking on my channel, keep on reloading, because like I will get another stream going up as soon as I possibly can. And we'll go through the night, because I feel like story is not over. The story is not over. So that's my plan. I hope it's to everyone's liking. I want to see vertical Sam's eyebrows. How vertical his eyebrows get. Not as vertical as Asmongold's, but then again, Asmongold's eyebrows are kind of detached from his face. So that's a whole other thing. Does that sound good, chat? Is there a limit? Oh, no, it like supposedly YouTube only sends out what, like, yeah, there's a limit to the number of notifications, right? So what I'm saying is that when I go live again, you may not get the notification. One thing you can do to help is to make sure to click make sure you're subscribed, click the bell to enable notifications. You can do all that kind of stuff, right? that might help you be more likely to get the notification. But just in case, just understand there will be another live stream after I get done with this, and after I go off air, I will be streaming again, like almost right away. So yeah, make sure to make sure to just go to my channel, like after we end, right? Go to my YouTube channel, and maybe you're playing a game, right? Just keep reloading that periodically, right? You're playing your game, you're playing your Rocket League, you're playing your Minecraft, whatever you're doing. You're watching, I don't know, like movies or something like that. But just keep a tab open of my channel and keep reloading it, because eventually you'll see there's going to be another live stream, and you might not see it otherwise, right? Because I don't trust YouTube to give you notifications. That's what I'm saying. Does everybody understand? Does that make sense? Are we all in agreement here? We're gonna watch Sam talk to Silly and Billy, pound Ezra. Wow, pound Ezra Klein into the ground, rhetorically speaking, and Klein Ezra Pound. Oh my God, Chad, I don't know how this works. There's a writer named Ezra Pound that I'm thinking of. That was a pretty cool guy until he decided to support the Italian fascist government. I don't know. I don't know what the story is behind that. Wasn't he like, what was the, anyway, chat. Why am I talking about Ezra Pound? We're talking about Ezra Klein. Let's lock in and watch this. I'll end this stream. I'll start a new stream. That'll give me a chance to get the vertical stream up. So the vertical stream will be up. There may be a lot of people in there. There may be a lot of people in there. There may be a lot of people watching. There may be, like, we will get probably a pretty big, that's why I want to do a vertical stream right now. It is very important that whenever there is an important event that's going on, that I be on vertical as well as horizontal. So that's what we're going to do. Let's watch Sam Cedar, and then we'll proceed from there.
This abundance shit is all based upon,
to ask about that.
The abundance shit is all based upon, supposedly, I mean, I don't know if you guys have read the book.
Yeah,
the book is,
I got the gist.
no, you didn't, because the book is actually worse than just as a piece of writing. And he says, just like,
chat, I wish we could get like the audiobook or something. I wish I could show you what he's talking about, because I know what Sam is talking about, and it is kind of like, I feel like people are sleeping on. What is Lemmy doing on my screen? How did this become a Lemmy stream? What are we trying to do? Ezra Klein Abundance audiobook. Okay, so Chapo, I don't know. Book review. I'm sure that they've scrubbed every reading of. Oh no, this is what I'm talking about with Cinderella, right? That's half of Red Scare right there. I haven't watched the Hassan interview, but I don't understand why everybody keeps on going on this dude's channel. Like, he's interviewed Hassan, he's interviewed a lot of cool people. He's also interviewed like Anna Kasparian and Dasha Nekrasova. Everyone's the world's hottest Nazbul. You thought Nazbuls couldn't be hot? Well, think again. Okay, it doesn't look like we're gonna get a. I just want to. If I could get like a read by. If I could get like a. Wait. Maybe this is it.
Are you bringing this to a close, Michelle?
Abundance: How We Build a Better Future, written and read by Ezra Klein and Derek Thompson.
Well,
scarcity in housing, but I found the book how zoning restricts building.
Oh my God, fuck this. I just wanted to show you. God damn it, I can't. Chat, I'm not saying you should buy the book. In fact, I would say like maybe try to avoid putting money in Ezra Klein and Derek. Not that they have any shortage of money, but like the actual book, the actual description. Wait, can we just maybe do the Chapo thing? we do the Chapo thing? I just want to remind everybody about like what is actually in this book.
Joining Felix and I right now is Matt Brunig. Matt, welcome back. It's being used very frequently over the last couple days. And it's sort of, it's the hottest new thing since way to build and innovate our ways out of the intractable problems of the 21st century. It's got a book by Derek Thompson and Ezra Klein selling this new package. So like, Matt, like as simply as you can describe it, what is the abundance agenda?
Abundance tape, if you will, that go into construction.
So it's a very ambitious and world-changing agenda. I mean, like, and also very original as well. I've never heard such daring thoughts uttered in political circles. There is too much red tape, and we've got to build more things.
Yeah, no, it's kind of like Matt Iglesias's "The Rent Is Too Damn High," which I think came out in 2012.
These days, automated factories thrum in low street. An autonomous drone is dropping off the latest shipment of facilities which grow animal cells, grow horizontally across fields. They grow a cocoon of energy so clean it cool bed sheets. A few I perused it, but by far the best part of the book by far is the opening section.
This is what I'm talking about. What I was looking for was the audiobook so we could just listen to the opening section. Chapo's going to read this for us. I just want you to understand what Sam is saying. Sam's read Ezra's book because he had to debate the guy. Of course, you're going to read the book, right? I don't think that Gavin and Zach necessarily have, and it is cursed. But in addition to being cursed, it's actually cringe in a entertaining way. Let me show you exactly what I mean.
It begins as such: you open your eyes at dawn and turn in the cool bed sheets. A few feet above your head, affixed to the...
in my mind, Moody Blues, Dawn is a Feeling from the Days of Future Past is playing, right? Like right as this book is starting, it's like it's playing that Dawn is a feeling, a beautiful ceiling. Anyway,
book by far is the opening section. It begins as such: you open your eyes at dawn and turn in the cool bed sheets. A few feet above your head, affixed to the top of the roof, a layer of solar panels blinks in the morning sun. Their power mixes with electricity pulled from several clean energy sources: towering wind turbines to the east, small nuclear power plants to the north, deep geothermal wells to the south. 40 years ago, your parents cooled their bedrooms with jewels dredged out of coal mines and oil pits. They mined rocks and burned them, coating their lungs with the byproducts. They encased their world, your world, in a chemical heat trap. Today, that seems barbaric. You live in a cocoon of energy so clean, it barely leaves a carbon trace, and so cheap, you can scarcely find it on your monthly bill.
Okay, so cocoon of energy, cheap, abundant, chat. Energy is abundant. You're in a cocoon. Your bed sheets are cool. This is this is them saying, we will solve the problem that nobody thinks they can solve. You ever roll over on your bed sheet and it's not cooling to your face? And it's because you can't afford to have the air conditioner on as hard as you'd like to actually cool you down. You wake up sweating. You don't wake up with a cool pillow in your face. Well, think again, right? The future, your pillow will be cool. Your energy will be cheap. There's nuclear power. There's going to be solar power. There's going to be every kind of power. We can satisfy all the big money interests here.
The year is 2050. It goes on. You open the refrigerator. In the fruit and vegetable drawer are apples, tomatoes, and an eggplant shipped from the nearest farm mere miles away. These crops don't grow horizontally.
Farm to table, baby.
Across fields. They grow vertically on tiered shelves inside a tall greenhouse. These skyscraper farms spare countless acres for forests and parks. As for the chicken and beef, much of it comes from cellular meat facilities, which grow animal cells to make chicken breasts and ribeye steaks. No live animals needed, which means no confinement and slaughter. Once prohibitively...
Isn't that great, chat? You can eat all the meat you want. You can eat all the vegetables. Well, you don't... Your vegetables are still kind of limited. Like, chat, eggplant and tomato is all that's in there as far as vegetable. You could tell what kind of diet that these guys read. You can tell what kind of like, food literature these people are reading. Is like, oh yeah, meat is really great. Meat is really good for you. Eat more meat. You need more protein. Let's see if we can break the 300 grams per day ceiling. oh geez, the factory farms, they're really brutal, and maybe the way that they produce the meat, it's not super healthy. Don't worry, we're growing the animal cells. There's no ethical concern any longer. There's no, like, everything's good. Everything's good. Eat all the meat you want. And maybe once on a blue moon you can have a tomato or an eggplant.
Expensive cultivated meat scale.
There's no fruit in there. I think these people are carbophobic, right? I think they're like, fruit. Oh no, we just have an eggplant and that's the closest thing. Yeah, I mean, technically eggplant and tomato are fruit, but not.
With the help of plentiful electricity. When your parents were young, nearly 25% of all global landmass was used to raise livestock for human consumption. That is unimaginable now. Much of that land has rewilded. Out of the window and across the street, an autonomous drone is dropping off the latest shipment of star pills. Several years ago, daily medications that reduced overeating, cured addiction, and slowed cellular aging were considered miracle drugs for the rich, especially when we discovered that key molecules were best synthesized in the near-zero gravity conditions of space. But these days, automated factories thrum in low orbit. Cheap rocketry conveys the medicine down to Earth, where it saved millions of lives and billions.
Rocketry, chat. Cheap rocketry. That's not how you get back from space, is it? You use a rocket sometimes to get to space, right? But I don't know why they're shooting rocket. Like, chat, if a rocket is shot at the Earth from above, it's usually a weapon. It's usually meant to destroy. It's not meant to give you Ozempic. But that's the world that Ezra Klein and Derek Thompson have you living in.
Of healthy years.
In the utopian America 2050.
So it's quite a utopian portrait of what America in 2050 will look like. And like that's the vision that, like, this is what we have to get to.
This is like a piece of found audio in a BioShock game.
Pretty much.
Like you like play this and then you get sawed in half by a robot.
It is. I think there is something very telling about this. Part of the question is, where is this coming from? And I think one of the places it's clearly coming from is as I say in my piece, the refugees of the effective altruist movement after it imploded. And
the ones that didn't become Zizians.
The fixation, the long amount of time he spends on cellular meat, because that's like a real fixation of them. And, whatever, I'm not like against cellular meat and lab grown meat or what have you, but it's kind of a weird thing to put as your like utopian, like a lot of people find that kind of off-putting. It's not like not racing towards cellular meat. And then I also thought another potentially dystopian thing that they don't view as dystopian is this idea that the sky is full of these
thrumming low-orbit factories.
Yeah, like Earth has an electron shell of factories that are like, okay, we've fixed the entire power grid to be like, and
Anyway, that gives you an idea of what's actually now. Look, the book goes through a lot of different stuff. They talk about a lot of different policies. The most famous one being the high-speed rail in California and how the plans were massive and expansive, but the 10, 15 years later, not much has happened, and the projected cost keeps going up and up and up. The projected length of the train line keeps on going down and down and down. And they're like, this is because of too much regulation. We got to get rid of the regulation so the government can build. Right. So that's the main thing that they talk about. But yeah, this is how they start. This is how they draw you in. Right. Is when you're going to have the most amazing time in 2050. Guess what? Your pillow is actually cold. That's right. Why is your pillow cold? Because you can afford all the air conditioning you goddamn want. You can afford all the air conditioning. You're in a cocoon of energy, and you're skinny as fuck because your Ozempic arrives every morning on a rocket, right? This is the shit. I'm not kidding you. These people aren't joking. This isn't Saturday Night Live. This isn't some kind of parody, right? This is really what's in their book. This is what they think will entice the public. Abundant Ozempic, low-cost air conditioning. That's what we need. That's what we want. Oh, yes, and of course, lab-grown meat.
Like the government got too scrutinizing in issuing these grants, so too does the government get too...
Is Ezra a futurist? Kind of sounds like it.
Over-regulated in building. And it's like, are you fucking kidding me? One is an anti-tax sentiment, an
Hunger Games says narwhal by nature. Honestly, no, narwhal, because you won't be hungry. You'll be on too much Ozempic.
Government sentiment.
Your GLP-1 will be
right. Like those people are up there demonizing the way that taxes are being spent on wackadoodle. Like we're looking at like the penis size of a penguin. Like,
yeah, your GLP-1 will be fully agonized. You will have no hunger.
we're what with taxpayer money? This is a fundamentally anti-governmental, anti-tax movement that definitely involves some conservative Democrats, but also is a Republican movement. And to say that that is analogous to environmental groups and civil justice groups saying like, hey, you can't put that power plant in this low-income Black neighborhood because what the fuck? We're going to get asthma. To say these two things are the same is completely.
Oh, I got it. You're talking about District 1. Okay, I'm sorry. I was thinking of all the other districts.
And then to also have a complete absence of a critique of capital.
The vanguard will be there, sir.
Speaking of abundance, and overarching narratives or messages, it seems like a certain faction of the Democratic Party has really latched onto this abundance thing as their narrative. Recently, you obviously debated Ezra Klein on the Majority Report. That debate got surprisingly spicy. He got pretty triggered at one point. I think accused you of I forget what it was, lazy analysis or something like that. And to be honest,
or something like that.
Yeah. And to be honest, usually I feel like when you debate people, the whole internet kind of agrees that you won. But in that case, I did see a lot of liberals giving credit to Ezra Klein and saying like, oh, Sam Cedar got destroyed by Ezra Klein. Do you have any thoughts on how that debate went? Do you think that it went well? Because I thought it was a really good conversation. I thought he came off like a condescending prick for the most part, but I was surprised to see that.
He did, but I also often come off as a condescending prick, so I don't hold that against people. I think there were two things. One, I feel like I did a poor job in focusing on what I wanted to focus.
I'm envious of Sam's shelves. Sam's got him a nice space there for. I guess this is his. Maybe this is like his guest bedroom, or maybe this was just Mila's room or something that he's in. Wherever it is, it's like maybe it's just an office for Sam or something like that, right? But yeah, he's got a ton of shelf space. God, Sam, if you really listen, if Sam ever wanted to do live streaming, I shouldn't say this, right? Because he would take my business away from me. But like, if he just turned his camera so that he's facing the shelves and then put some like track lighting, some RBG track lighting in the but behind the stuff in the cabinets, he'd have a perfect streaming space.
Focus on in the conversation. I mean, and in fairness to me, I will just say he had been on a circuit talking about that book. He had been, he had seen all the criticisms.
Yeah, this was like Dylan coming in to debate me, right? Dylan had already debated Chud Logic, had debated KF Logus, whatever his name is, KF Logan, 1875 or whatever his name is, right? And yeah, like, I got Dylan after he should have been really, kind of boned up on defending his platform, at least understanding what the concept of platforming means. Instead, I got an absolute worthless interlocutor in one Dylan Burns. Anyway,
and he
old times,
sort of what I was going for, which was like, I am not in a position to argue housing policy in San Francisco. I don't even think I am in a position to argue particularly well housing policy in New York City. And every time I wanted to broaden it out to where they have presented the abundance agenda as a internecine fight within the Democratic Party, as something to answer the anti-oligarchy.
Surge Cloud says, I read a little of the sample on iBooks. You can read the first few pages. I feel like even just the first paragraph is just beautiful. It's like up there with F. Scott Fitzgerald.
Something he would shift, and I wasn't particularly good and adept at making him stay in the lane that I wanted him to stay in, because at the end of the day, like I don't know, and I don't think he does either. It's just that he had, he spent time with the material and he wrote the book. I don't think there is a simple answer for why San Francisco housing is tough to build. I don't think that there is. I think there's a lot more complicated, and after the debate, I got tons of emails from people like, I worked on the high-speed rail project, and the problem was actually not what he said, but it was this.
In my younger and more vulnerable years, my father gave me some advice that I've been turning over in my mind ever since. Whenever you feel like criticizing anyone, he told me, just remember that all the people in the world haven't had the advantages that you've had. He didn't say any more, but we've always been unusually communicative in a reserved way, and I understood that he meant a great deal more than that. In consequence, I'm inclined to reserve all judgments, a habit that has opened up many curious natures to me and also made me the victim of not a few veteran bores. Damn.
And there was a great piece by Sam Adler-Bell the other day where it's like,
no, Chad, I'm not going to Andy Kaufman you.
He interviewed the guy from the Biden administration, and the problem with the IRA was a statute passed in the 40s or 50s, where businessmen were afraid of the New Deal, giving too much power to the government. I mean, I haven't spent enough time researching this stuff. But what I do know is that as a political matter, in terms of a message, because part of the whole argument about the abundance agenda is that it's a message to give, and it's a changing culture that is going to inspire people to vote for Democrats.
It's a reframe that makes the change that we want and the change that we need impossible. It literally reframes the language out from under us, right? It's not that they are arguing against the Bernie Sanders AOC anti-oligarchy tour chat. They are trying to change the subject. They are trying to make it moot, right? That should alarm you. That should alarm you, because this isn't just Ezra Klein and Derek Thompson. This is neoliberalism's dead hand reaching out and being like, no, we are not doing that. But we thought we were done with Bernie. We shit canned him. We rat fucked him in 2016. We rat fucked him again in 2020. Why won't this fucker die? Right? That's what neoliberalism is saying. That's what they're saying. And so they're like, Ezra Klein, Derek Thompson, get out there and write your abundance shit. Like, let's change the subject. Let's change the subject. And chat, I know that they wrote this book before the election. They wrote this book long before the anti-oligarchy tour. How could they know? No, trust me, chat. They knew that there was gonna be, a post-mortem on the campaign, and that something was going to be blamed, and it was very likely either going to be the neoliberal nature of the Democratic Party, the conservatism of Joe Biden and Kamala Harris, small c conservative, and big C conservatism, or it was going to be the overemphasis on marginalized groups. It was going to be, they're going to throw one side of the Democratic Party under the bus, and they want to make sure that it's not their side of the Democratic Party. So they're trying to do the best to keep Democrats neoliberal. And that's not, there is even if there's not, because I don't think there's that much of an audience for it. I don't see I mean, I know, chat, you probably talked to people who, are like, oh yeah, abundance, Ezra Klein, he's great, right? But that's not the majority of people out there, right? The majority of people have no interest in that nerd shit. The people that get into this are your congressmen, businessmen, rich people, right? Important people, media people. That's who they're trying to, that's the audience that they're pursuing. And unfortunately, they got my congressman, so maybe they got yours too.
And that's where I should have kept him on, because no, it's not. There's nobody who's going to like the broad message is deregulation. Josh Barrow was at the event that they had their abundance of palooza and said, like, really at the heart of all this is unions are the problem.
Can you imagine, chat, going to Abundance Palooza or like an Abundance Fire Festival, an Abundance Dash Con,
and that
Abundance Burning Man
is not a winning formula. And I would also,
it reminds me of what I imagine being a Democrat in the 90s was like, when you kept hearing a bunch of stupid shit about Bill Clinton, where it's like,
dude,
bro, that guy
this is what it was like.
Election handed to him by Ross Perot.
This is what it was like being on one part of the Republican Party when Jack Kemp was talking, which was during the Reagan era.
Yeah.
Like, this is Jack Kemp, Republican, 1980, when there was still that part of the Republican Party, sort of like Mitt Romney, ACA, that type of Republican thing, like genuine, like sort of like neoliberalism in the way that it's really meant to be presented.
Yeah.
And the other element of this that I tried to get across that I don't think I did a terribly good job about it either, was that it's fundamentally anti-democratic. It is their definition of the groups is really in many ways like like the same response to cancel culture. Like, to me, cancel culture, the complaints about cancel culture are not that there are some people who, there are parameters, and if you go outside those parameters, you don't have success, because that has always been the case. And for much of our history, those people didn't even get a position to get canceled because they were never scheduled in the first place. Like, there were certain jobs you walk in, you're a black person, you're a woman, you got long hair, you're a liberal, whatever it is, you're not getting that job. And there's no canceling because you're never going to get it.
Yeah.
And cancel culture just became like when there was a broader palette of people, essentially, who could decide who is going to succeed in society. And people had to conform to that. Their abundance idea that like the groups, and he was very evasive about a lot of this. And I think they have to be, because when they're explicit about it, it's problematic. Like this Josh Barrow thing, the best thing that happened to Josh Barrow and the abundance movement is Elon Musk and Donald Trump. Because otherwise, we'd all be focusing, this conversation would be about how Josh Barrow is saying at the root of every problem in New York City is the union. And they can't say this stuff out loud, because if they do, they're going to piss off too much of the Democratic Party. You can't say, I have a problem with the groups, and the groups you're talking about are environmentalists, civil rights groups,
the woke radical left.
They want to take over the party, right? They want to kick out everybody who they think is inconvenient. It's weird. It doesn't even make sense, right? Because you're talking about, like, if they really get their way, the Democratic Party works even less for the groups that it's supposed to represent, works even less for its constituency, right? Like take one part of the constituency, for instance, black women. Black women have been the heart and soul of the Get Out the Vote movement, right? And with these guys, it's like, ooh, we don't want to lean too much into that, that 2020 stuff, right? It's just like, but it's not just one group. It's like every group, every group they want to de-emphasize. They want to change the subject. They want to reframe and like make it, instead of concentrating on our common enemy, which is, capitalism run amok. We're gonna concentrate on the enemy within, which is our own tendency to overregulate everything, even the government. And if we could just, like, what we need is less public-private partnerships. What we need is the government to do more and to not contract some fucking middleman out of the idea that the free market system is more efficient. For a lot of things, it's not. For a lot of the things, that's when it gets in the way, and it produces bad results. I mean, even Anna Kasparian, like the one thing that she sort of has a point on is, she'll talk about anti-homelessness efforts, and she'll talk about the public-private partnerships. Well, you're right, Anna. Those suck ass. The government itself should be doing this shit. They shouldn't be like a third party. That's not what Anna's saying, though, right? Anna just doesn't want to. Anna just wants to move the homeless the fuck away from her, right? She, wants to price them out of town and police them out of her neighborhood, right? But it is true that the public-private partnerships are a fucking curse. And that's the framework that you have to. The thing about abundance is that, like, we already really have this mind frame. Like, this is the third way. This is the DLC. This is the conservatives, right? This is not, they're reinventing something that has existed in the Democratic Party since the early 80s and trying to call it new and innovative when it is none of those things.
Yeah, but across the board.
No, I'm kidding.
It's like, well, no, but honestly, that's what they're saying. And, they're saying, like, this requirement that we have air filters, high-grade air filters for public housing that we have near highways. Maybe we should get rid of that. And
oh yeah, they're gassing up Texas. That one idiot that's not Ezra Klein, the other guy, his lackey. He was out there talking about, we should, do you know why they build a lot more housing in Houston? It's because it's in fucking Texas and think it's a rundown after 10 years. And
it's not just that.
Power grid goes out.
Much of their fucking housing was built in floodplains. And it may not make a difference for the first 10 years, but at one point, all that fucking housing is going to get wiped out. Now, maybe you make a calculation. We're going to risk it. At one point, 10 years, 20, 30 years down the road, it's all going to get wiped out. But it's in floodplains because they don't have those regulations. And maybe you make the calculation, look, we're going to be able to build this housing. It's just that the kids are going to have a 50% asthma rate. And that's the decision that we as a community decide to make. They want to obscure those decision makings by shutting down the people who will raise those complaints. And it is fundamentally anti-democratic. And I tried to also bring up the
Skelt says Elon gassing a whole community in Memphis.
Uses the Shapiro thing in rebuilding I-95, that bridge that fell. And Shapiro.
Wait, I remember even Mad Magazine was drawing Garofalo and the Dixie Chicks, like hideous, ugly attention whores. Yeah, it was so bad I even stopped watching. So wait, you're talking about the lead up to the Iraq War, the War on Terror and yeah, the Dixie Chicks, offering some criticism of George W. Bush only to get their albums burned. But yeah, Janine Garofalo was somebody who'd go on the one anti-war voice that was allowed on networks, and mostly she was getting brought on Fox for, people to try to dunk on.
Basically, state of emergency, froze all environmental and labor and all these other things. And my argument is, yes, it's an emergency. And Shapiro was able to do that because all of the constituencies basically said, agreed, this is an emergency. We need this bridge built. Too many of our union workers drive across that bridge to get to work.
He used to swear a lot more on his show. Here's the deal, though. Like, he's trained himself to not swear, right? At some point, it became useful for him to just like not have to deal with that. I'm sure it was like when he was on air or something, or maybe when he was on MSNBC. But but yeah, him, unlearning that for the Vanguard, might give us more. I mean, I guess there wouldn't be a problem if Sam wanted to drop a few F-bombs on Majority Report. I don't think it would really hurt him that bad in the algorithm.
Too many of,
as long as he doesn't come on right in the beginning and be like, fucking Sunset Lake CBD, check it out, fucking shit, this shit is amazing, oh my fucking god. Like, as long as he's not just like, over the top and right in the beginning is usually what gets you in trouble. In fact, I think that happened during my stream, chat, when I was trying to do those vertical streams today, and I would, the stream would start and I would be like struggling with the tech, and I'd be like, fuck. And all of a sudden, like there's this little $sign like on the back end that tells you if the stream is monetized. It's green if it's monetized. It's red if, it's fucked up. It's completely fucked, and it's yellow if it's mostly fucked. It would just go yellow. It was just like I'd come on, I'd be like, fuck. And it's just like yellow. And that's because the curse words are in the very beginning of the stream. CB fucking D.
Our low income
Sebe fucking day.
Kids, drive across that bridge to go to school, whatever it is. The community agreed on the notion of it's an emergency, and so we're willing to suspend these things. You can't do that in a time of non-emergency without being fundamentally anti-democratic. And that's
what they are. That's what that book is about.
Read the book. Derek Thompson's section is about the NIH and how they became risk averse in giving grants to scientists, and that the amount of new discoveries that we have has been contracting because the federal government grants to the NIH have required more scrutiny, and the NIH is, and down, upstream is Congress issuing money to the NIH, and then the NIH being sort of like more scrutinizing different things. And he cited there were Democratic lawmakers, there definitely were, but there was also Republicans going, essentially going, in the 80s and the 90s and maybe even the aughts. Why are we spending $1 million on analyzing the poop of owls? Where's our money going to? And
that sounds an awful lot like Doge.
And he says, just like the government got too scrutinizing in issuing these grants, so too does the government get too, over-regulated in building. And it's like, are you fucking kidding me? One is an anti-tax sentiment, an anti-government sentiment, right? Like, those people are...
And an anti-intellectual view from nowhere type sentiment, where you focus in on something so tightly that you can't see the bigger picture, you can't see what it's for, and you make the assumption that the government is just this like shithole that's like wasting your money, studying like, cow colons.
They're demonizing the way that taxes are being spent on wackadoodle, like we're looking at like the penis size of a penguin, like we're what with taxpayer money.
You got to let Sam cook when he's...
This is a fundamentally anti-governmental, anti-tax movement that definitely involves some conservative Democrats, but also is a Republican movement. And to say that that is analogous to environmental groups and civil justice,
or like Trump, like with they're making the mice trans, right? Donald Trump literally turning his inability to differentiate transgenic from transgender into the government is spending your money transitioning mice.
Group saying like, hey, this housing, like you can't do this. You can't put that power plant in this low-income Black neighborhood because what the fuck? We're going to get asthma. To say these two things are the same is completely fucking blinkered. And then to also have a complete absence of a critique of capital. Like the idea that the NIH giving money to universities who are now these massive, like, capitalistic machines that are out there trying to compete with, you know, you got to publish, you got to, like, the idea that they're not looking downstream, they're not looking at potential hires for professors who then go and apply for NIH grants. Like, the risk averseness, and the risk averseness is like, what's going to pay off, right? Because so much of science is, I'm doing this, it's going to pay off 50 years down the road, but I have no idea how. Like, I have no idea. I am studying the poop of this owl, but I may come across the cure for diabetes, but that's not what I'm doing. It just happens I stumble across it. It's just like science for knowledge's sake. In a capitalist society, it is impossible to imagine that people who are pursuing knowledge for knowledge's sake are not then devalued in academia, in business. Like, if people think that, like, Harvard's not looking at, like, oh, this guy, you know, Merck is really interested in the work this guy's doing, we're going to put this person at the top of the line, and then we're going to steer that NIH grant towards this person. I mean, of course that happens. That's what risk averseness is, a disease of corporate capitalism. It is like, and you can see it everywhere. And the idea that Thompson doesn't even, like, consider that aspect of it, the whole fucking thing was just shoehorned in. It's such a fucking farce. And that's why, you know, I got piled on Twitter by an account that has 1,000 followers, and the clip they used got like 4-5 million views. Now, that's quite a fucking algorithm. I can tell you that right now. It is quite a fucking algorithm.
Is he overdoing
They are
the
pushing this shit, and they
fucking
are focusing on Ezra as part of that book. The rest of the book is fucking garbage. And it is completely, like, look at every review. Nobody even talks about Thompson's. He did at least a third of the fucking book.
Look, like, I've just noticed a trend, right? As bad as Sam is slamming Ezra, he's just like refusing to acknowledge Thompson. He said, when he talked to Ezra, he said that, like, oh yeah, I listened. Did you read the book, Sam? He's like, yeah, no, actually, I bought the book on tape and I listened to it. And I gotta say, you're reading much better than Derek Thompson's reading of it.
I challenge you to find a fucking review that even mentions it, because it's garbage. It's garbage.
It's gobbledygook. It's gobbledygook.
And I don't know what the agenda that, you know, or what they thought the book was going to mean when they started to write it. I think they thought that, you know, Biden would be president and whatnot, but it has clearly been sort of like astroturfed. I don't know what else to say. Like, you've got over $120 million that is dedicated by the OpenAI philanthropy to the abundance agenda. What? The abundance movement? Like, who's the fucking person who's not paid and is wearing an abundance t-shirt? Like,
yeah, well,
honestly,
that's smoking a J with Unc after Thanksgiving vibes. Yeah. God, I wish I had an Unc like that.
That's why
I feel like my dad, like, my dad at some point was cool, right? And there's this one time that I came home from college and I had this, like, water pipe. You know what a water pipe is? Like, I mean, I don't want to call it a bong because it's like not this big thing, but it was like a little pipe with a bowl, and the stem goes down into the water, and or like, you know what I mean? And it's like this little tiny water pipe, right? And it doesn't look like a a paraphernalia accessory, but it is, right? So I just had that out, like, on a stool or something, you know, in my old room, and I had the door open because, you know, I don't want to, like, fog up my parents' house and stuff like that. But yeah, I was smoking, and my dad just like comes around like right the outside and comes in. He's like, "Are you smoking weed?" And I'm like, "Yeah, I am." You got me. He's like, where's the joint? Where's the pipe? Where's the what are you like? He couldn't figure out this little tiny purple thing was actually, that is the pipe. That's the pipe right there, Dad. Right. But like he starts talking to like I thought I was gonna get a lecture or something. He's like, I used to smoke weed. In fact, I really liked it. It was a good high. It was a good buzz. It was a good feeling. I really liked it. But then I grew up and I had to support a family and I had to get potentially drug tested at my job. I got the feeling that he wasn't mad at me. He was like reminiscing about old times and kind of like wishing that, he was in a situation where he could just, take a puff of like, I think he wanted to take a hit. I legitimately think he wanted to take a hit, but he knew that like, it could be your day. You could get called in to do the drug test. So you can't do it. I would have bet I'd be a country music hater forever. Wait, what? Where's the jazz player? Probably, yeah, like a bubbler. I don't know, Chad. I forgot how to. A bubbler's like a glass pipe. No, this thing didn't look like a pipe. It was like plastic with like a ceramic bowl. It had a ceramic bowl attached to like a plastic chamber. You put the water in the plastic chamber, and then there was this little pipe that like, you just like pull the pipe out and put it up on the plastic chamber. It's an amazing device. Amazing. Like if you're gonna, I try not to smoke anymore, right? Because smoking in general is bad. And if you can get it through vaporizing some flour, all the better, right? But for a smoking device, this thing was awesome. This thing was good, right? But the fact that my dad like walks right by it and he can't tell that it's a bowl.
I'm hoping.
But yeah, that's Sam. Sam would take a hit for sure.
That this doesn't really catch on, when it comes time for a 2028 primary, when it comes time for the left to really go to war with these corporatists. I'm hoping that this is something that like,
I don't think it's a bubbler. Isn't a bubbler like necessarily glass?
New York Times op-ed readers are concerned about, but your average person doesn't really give a shit, right? They're not hopping on board the abundance train. And I hope that honestly, the real progressives in the race, say an AOC run, someone like that, I really hope, Sam, they have that analysis, the exact analysis that you just gave, that this is fucking bullshit, that it's a psyop, and that it shouldn't be taken seriously or pandered to, because that's what I worry, that they all kind of start pandering. I think that abundance has a lot of good things to say, but
you see like Richie Torres is out there doing it, but right. I think
fucking Richie Torres
and
fucking Rokana.
It's really just a way for them to invite money. The everything the abundance agenda calls for in terms of housing, Zohran is promoting. And so you would think that they would be behind Zohran, and they're not.
You can tell where they really stand. You can tell when they're obfuscating. You can tell questions that they don't want to answer because they know that the answer that they have is a bad one. And like you said before, you can tell the groups that they consider are their enemies when they actually speak, when they think that they're not being heard. They start talking about unions. They start talking about, Ezra Klein's been bashing trans people ever since the end of the election, right? You can tell the groups that they want to stop being beholden to, so they can be beholden to the groups that have astroturfed their book into such prominence.
I mean, the reason why this is going to fall apart is that they cannot be honest about their agenda. They can't be. They can't. Not in the Democratic Party, and probably not in the Republican Party.
Wait, NYC doesn't even have Airbnb? What who said that? Is that in the book?
And their agenda is fundamentally corporatist. So they will hide from it. Like Richie Torres, he's like, I don't blame the groups. I blame the politicians. The politicians have to have more backbone. Okay, good luck with that. I mean, this is all like they are now in like an like an ALEC zone. You know, remember?
Yeah, basically divert the conversation so they don't have to do anything for the groups they don't like. That's what I was saying. Is they're changing the subject. They're just doing an epic reframe, and the reframe gets them in a place where, like, if what they're suggesting is a new language and a new paradigm about politics, and it's almost an apolitical one, and it's one where, you know, you can't put together the ideas of taking the country, of taking the party where we need to go, because that language no longer exists. That's what's so frustrating about abundance, right? It's very weasel. It's not the good kind of weasel, but the bad kind of weasel, right? Actually, that's actually true. I don't remember even knowing about it at Airbnb until I moved to Florida. Wait, what's the deal though? Who was saying NYC doesn't have it, but who was complaining about that? Too much risk of getting bed bugs? Oh, I didn't think of that. Richie Torres said that at the Abundance Pack? Oh my God, he said you can't even get an Airbnb? God damn, dude. God damn.
ALEC, the American Legislative...
They're trying to get rid of those here, too.
Executive Council. They would create model legislation and then invite lawmakers from across the country to get together, and they would give them this legislation. And so you see this legislation like introduced in the Wisconsin State House and then in the North Carolina State House. I mean, this is what they did with the right to work legislation. If you guys aren't familiar, you should check this organization out, because they did a lot of damage during the
wait, is Sam talking about...
I can see it functioning in that way, but, like, you know, at the end of the day, like, did a lot of State House and from across the country, like an ALEC zone. Do you know, remember ALEC?
Oh, ALEC. He's talking about the American Legislative Economic Council?
The American Legislative Executive Council.
Executive Council.
They would create model legislation and then invite lawmakers from across the country to get together, and they would give them this legislation. And so you see this legislation like introduced in the Wisconsin State House and then in the North Carolina State House. I mean, this is what they did with the right to work legislation. If you guys aren't familiar, you should check this organization out, because they did a lot of damage during the teens. I don't know if they're around as much. I can see it functioning in that way, but, like, you know, at the end of the day, like, I'm okay with... I don't love regulations because they're regulations. I like regulations that help people. And so if there are regulations that are bad, okay. But the idea that this is going to take off as some type of a movement is just absurd. It's absurd.
It can capture the minds of politicians, of journalists, and people like that. But it's never going to capture the imagination of the public. I mean, it's like, chat, it's written for the NPR audience. No offense to the NPR audience, including my mom. I guess it's better that you get your news from NPR than you get the news from Fox News, right? But that just is not going to create a movement. That is not enough people, right? They're like, you know, you're speaking nerd. And most people don't understand the language that you're speaking when you're speaking nerd.
It will be like the DLC and, you know, so-called blue dogs. It's progressives are at an ebb now relative to where we were for like 5 or 6 years, you know, in the teens. Yeah. And I just think it's, and again, this could be aspirational. I think it's inevitable that it's going to be ascended again. I just think that, like,
Sam, I feel like we're starting to see that. I feel like we're actually starting to see that right now.
There needs to be, I mean,
RE says NPR's.
I mean, sadly, on the left and the Democrats need to have a politician that they love. But a guy like Mamdani, you know, like, what a great spokesperson for progressive politics. And if he can win with this, you know, it's going to be a template for not, you know, purple districts, but blue districts. And, you know, we should have all the blue districts. We should have people like this, talking like this.
I really feel like, chat, it's not just the blue districts where we should have people talking like this. I feel like sometimes, people think of the red districts as being antithetical to a leftist or a progressive agenda, when in actuality they're antithetical to a liberal agenda, and more so antithetical to the liberal culture that comes with it, right? They don't even know what the agenda is, but they know that they're put off by people, honestly, like Ezra Klein, right? Like Ezra Klein always wants to make it like, oh, geez, AOC and Bernie, they're the reasons we're not winning these purple districts. When in actuality, the problem is they're running dudes like you, Ezra. They're running like sad neoliberals, right? And what you need to do to break through in those purple or red districts is somebody that's actually going to meet the people where they are, which is the material plane of existence, not with some kind of, this is meta philosophy that Ezra Klein is yapping about in this book, right? It's even really politics. It's more about like how we go about the politics, how we frame the politics, how we conceive of the politics, right? It's way too fucking meta. And what people need is something real. Put money in their pocket, put chicken in their pot, put pot in their pipe, and they will vote for you. Where are my slumber party people at? We're about to start the slumber party in a second, chat. So I don't know how we're going to do this, right? But I feel like there's probably more to see. That's not the right. Oh my God, chat. I've got too many scenes. Here we go. Someone get him a job writing a political drama again? Oh, Ezra Klein, did he do that? Was he working on like I could see him writing for like the West Wing. Oh, here's that part that where they're talking about
this like abundance fest, abundance Coachella, I guess, that happened the other day.
It was called Welcome Fest.
Abundance Palooza. I thought that Sam was joking about that.
It's like Ozfest.
Well,
Ezra Fest.
It's like, why is it? What's
Ezfest?
What does welcome mean? It's because it's from Welcome Pack, and the same question applies. Like, why do they
Welcome Pack? Okay, wait.
call it welcome to all this money from rich people that want to pervert our politics? I think is what it means.
I did not realize that.
They want to diddle our politics.
I just thought it was as generic as possible to sucker people in. But let's go to the Revolving Door Project because they did.
Ezra Klein? Oh no. Is that true? When was the West Wing? When did that show? I thought the West Wing was from the 90s. Ezra Klein came about sometime in the early 2000s, right? This was like, in the wake of the ascendancy of the blogger, the wake of the Iraq War. A record number of homeless celebrating abundance. That's right. At least they've got their meta philosophy, though. The homeless will be thrilled that now we're going to get rid of regulations that stop the homeless will be so excited that you've decided to reframe your process, right? This is they love the granularity. If there's one thing that unhoused people really appreciate, it's granularity and nuance.
Did a breakdown of all of these.
West Wing was actually 2000s. I didn't know that. Okay, so I guess it makes sense. So wait, he starts a blog. He gets famous for that and immediately gets hired by the West Wing. Immediately starts like writing for the. Wow, that's a pretty quick, career trajectory for Ezra, I guess. But yeah, I mean, it makes sense now that you say it, chat. It makes sense. It makes sense that's, where the West Wing and its mentality came from. It does sound like an Ezra Klein blog.
Scroll to the top.
You went viral for debating Sam Harris.
The headline here. who's behind Abundance Coachella. So I guess I stole that from them a little bit. And you'll see. There you go. There's the face of Michael Bloomberg. Here are just some of the organizations that are behind Welcome Fest.
I honestly don't recognize a few of those people. Is that Reed Hastings and a Murdoch? Is this a Murdoch?
That is James Murdoch, I believe.
Right, yeah.
But we'll see what they write here.
Shout out to Reid Hoffman.
If the abundance universe is to be believed, the hottest ticket in this summer is Welcome Fest. I love the snark from Revolving Door Project. Wednesday's Confab is the second such annual gathering organized by the centrist group Welcome Party and its political action committee Welcome PAC, with this year's event touting distinct abundance flair. Corporate sponsors.
We got new flair for the same old shit.
Olivia Juliana is there. This year's Responsibility to Win session has drawn viral attention online, both for its bizarre Ghibli promos and stacked lineup of neoliberal pundits, conservative Democratic lawmakers, and wonderkind pollsters. Let's go to the speakers. Derek Thompson, who co-authored it, Matt Iglesias, who is the popularist guy.
I like what they say about him, though. Confidently wrong pundit, and per Derek Thompson, the OG grandfather of abundance.
Yeah, slot merchants.
Speaking of slots, Alyssa Slotkin, who's trying to get her winning
CIA Slotkin.
Yep. We can find some old pictures of her with George W. Bush. She doesn't think the Democrats should use the term oligarchy. Richie Torres, Jake Auchincloss, Adam Gray, Christine McDonald-Rivet, Glusenkamp Perez, Jared Golden, Adam Gentleson. There you go. That was part of his rebrand with the Fetterman piece in New York Magazine, David Shore. And then here's the stuff that's really important, the Welcome PAC donors. Reid Hoffman. Remember, this was this billionaire getting involved in trying to get Kamala Harris, if she wanted to fire Lena Khan.
He's given $1.8 million to Welcome PAC since 2021.
Walton family, like the Walmart people, who I remember their involvement in the Republican Party being a scandal on the left. I guess the abundance people don't have a problem with that. Keep going down. So all the
Waltons are there.
Michael Bloomberg. The Bain Capital co-chair, James Murdoch.
I love how it's called like Welcome Fest or whatever it is. It's the Welcome Parties, Welcome Fest or whatever. And I'm looking at their website, and the name is what I assumed they would be claiming the name was, that to promote that the Democratic Party is a big tent party.
It's Welcome PAC Klein, I guess.
And must welcome a diverse mix of
Welcome PAC Carter
ideologies and perspectives.
Carter.
Well, that's all nice on its surface, but the lefts, like progressives and leftists, are a part of whatever that big tent would be, right? And the whole thing, from everything I've seen, it was about attacking and knocking the left. So their whole welcome party isn't welcome to everybody. It's literally welcome to everyone.
Their idea is that if they get rid of the lefties, that they can welcome in, that there's like an abundance of voters that were put off by all the woke shit. And look, now we got rid of the woke shit. We swept all the woke shit under the rug. You can't see that anymore. And you can be welcoming the mythical voters that
wants to take over the Democratic Party from the left and basically fuck the left.
Yep. Yeah.
Well, I mean, the left.
Go ahead.
The left doesn't have any billionaires to give millions and millions of dollars to this new neoliberal rebranding, right? I mean, for me, I haven't been keeping up with the abundance stuff. I maybe wrongly or at least prejudicedly dismissed it quite early as a new wave of neoliberal slop looking to rebrand the same things the Democrats have been trying since the 70s and 80s and 90s. And when you talk about the left, all I can say is that there is a distinct difference between leftists and basically liberals, neoliberals, neoconservatives, Republicans, Democrats. Every 4 years they have to rebrand themselves on like, the liberal side, the center side, the far right, there's the alt-right, there's like the intellectual dark web. Marxists still call themselves Marxists.
Yeah.
Marxists, communists still call themselves communists, socialists still call themselves socialists. And it has been that way for hundreds of years. It's only these other positions on the political spectrum who people learn aren't actually serving the people in any meaningful way that have to rebrand themselves every 2 or 3 years with some new, like, oh, it's abundance movement, it's welcome fest. It's the alt-right, it's the Tea Party movement. It's like, this lack of willingness to engage with the ideological forebears of their own, like, position is to me always a sign of how like little popularity is like generated by these kinds of things.
Oh, there's no popularity. I mean, Kyle Klinsky described it well. I saw in last week him saying that this is a top-down movement. There's no bottom-up support for it as compared to the oligarchy tour or the anti-billionaire sentiment among the base right now. This is the kind of thing that's being completely imposed from the top. Yeah. And we now see the donors that are behind this imposition, including the frickin' son of Fox News' Rupert Murdoch, who's on his like Kendall Roy escapades right now, trying to be a better person by being basically a conservative Democrat. These are the people that need to be jettisoned from the coalition. That like this. Put up that screenshot. Actually, this is, and then we'll get to this clip. This was when Matt Iglesias was speaking, saying here that bad groups create bad incentives for Democrats. Now, I want to know what a bad group is, and we'll get a sense from Josh Barrow in just a second. But this is about the visits to CCOT for Abrego Garcia, which we saw massive dips in Trump's polling on immigration in a response to. Now, Iglesias might say that was just on its own without Democrats doing any politics, that there was that shift. Although it doesn't seem like he acknowledges that Trump lost support in polling on immigration because of this.
The thing, the screenshot he has is more Democratic lawmakers visit El Salvador. That's them doing politics.
Yes. And Cole Sandick on Twitter said this, and then we'll get to this clip. But like, it must be emphasized how this sort of centrism, responding to that, has become sort of a cult movement. The El Salvador trip was spectacularly successful per all polling. It doesn't matter. All GOP policies are automatically popular, and all acts of opposition against them are automatically damaging. And that's, I think, a great summation.
Because they're neoconservatives.
Yeah, right, but they're scared. They're scared of this, though. Go ahead, Brendan. I'm sorry.
I'm just going to say there is a type of person who operates within liberal spaces who likes to reference this broad popularity of conservative ideas by nature of the fact that they're popular in the spaces that they traffic in, which is moneyed spaces where billionaires traffic in, spaces where the uber wealthy decide.
When you think about what liberalism really is, when you think about what capitalism really is, right? You recognize that it is a philosophy for the wealthy, and that any sort of liberalism that is portrayed, as a mass political movement is them psyoping you into agreeing with like, oh yeah, no, isn't this great? We got free trade. Isn't this awesome? We got like, it's the same philosophy. Liberalism and conservatism, it's all capitalism. But liberalism is, a form of capitalism that is marketed to two groups. One being the conservative, this is the confusing part, the conservative wealthy. In other words, the wealthy that think, I don't want to risk a socialist revolution. I don't want to risk getting my property nationalized. I don't want to risk civil disorder. I don't want to risk breaking the social contract, so we will enact policies that are more generous towards the poor, but at the same time allow me to continue to accrue wealth and leverage overall, which I will use to, control control politics going forward, right? And then the liberalism that markets itself as being for the people, and it's not. It's just them psyoping you with their priorities. You don't need a tax cut for the wealthy. You are not wealthy, right? You do not need to cut through regulations. You are not a business trying to get away with bullshit, right? You need to be, you need a government that actually puts you at the center. And that's not liberalism and that's not conservatism, sadly.
Where, the direction of the country is going to be, and they try to extrapolate that out to be the position of the population. And a part of that is targeted and strategic, and part of that is just like people want to feel as though they have their finger on the pulse of the nation, especially if they're people who write for a living about like things like this. But I mean, Ezra Klein, Matty Iglesias, they aren't serious thinkers in the way that an academic might consider them to be serious thinkers. They're serious thinkers in the way that our popular media considers them to be serious thinkers, which is oftentimes conflated. They're serious because they have billionaires who give them money, and they have millions of people who read their bad ideas because they've been astroturfed into the discourse, not to mention my own name, by similar rich people for like years and years. And so they have these built-in fan bases that people feel like they need to respect in order to get themselves platformed, or because that's what people are reading. But their ideas have been proven wrong time and time again. They're oftentimes ahistorical. They're oftentimes not based in any kind of survey or polling data. And they're still foisted upon us by nature of the fact that the conspiracies that they traffic in are reflective of the beliefs of the powers that be, and not because of them being broadly correct, scientifically correct, or even just popular.
Right. They're scared of this because it is pushing.
Joel.X says libs like Ezra, you mean Ezra Klein? I feel like this could also apply to Ethan Klein as well in terms of his opinions about that's what I first thought when you said Klein. But yeah, you're talking about Ezra Klein. Cannot bring themselves to cast the ring of capitalism into Mount Doom. No, why would they? This is a great grift for them. They're making so much money off of this AstroTurf.
Normies, as I guess you would call them, apolitical people, or traditionally sort of like, a moderate, maybe slightly progressive leaning Democrats further to the left. Like during these Trump actions, like the deporting of undocumented immigrants to that El Salvadoran prison, I saw more like normie Democrats completely radicalized. If you look at the protests on the streets, the protests at Tesla, it's all like grandma and grandpa looking 50, 60, 70-year-olds protesting against Elon Musk and Trump. There was a profile of Zohran Mamdani. I think it was in one of the New York magazine or one of magazine where they come across a woman in her 60s talking to Mamdani, and they interview her after, and the quote she gives them, this isn't but this is very close to verbatim: "I never considered myself in line with like the Bernie Sanders types, but I'm seeing now that they're the only people who care about us." They are.
Columbia Re super chatted $5. Reaganomics still alive and well. Trickle down abundance of crumbs.
It's so frustrating.
Poor eat an abundance of cake. SMH. Expressionless.
It is so utterly frustrating. Yeah. That ideas that shouldn't have gone off the ground in the first place. Do you know who the first one to call out Reaganomics was? George H.W. Bush. George CIA Bush, Daddy Bush, Pappy Bush, right? That's who the first one to say this. You might as well shake a stick at the economy. This is not going to do, like cutting the richest taxes does not rain down wealth on the rest of us, right? And everybody knew this since Keynes. They lost some of their faith in that model of economics after the stagflation of the 70s, but it was not Reagan's tax cuts that ended that, right? All Reagan's tax cuts did was started up this issue of the deficit as a vehicle for the Republicans to cut away the social safety net. And they keep on fucking rebranding this shit over and over and over again. Wow. Sasha G, thank you for the 5 gifted memberships. Wow. Wait, some people just got weaseled. 133? Okay. Wait, I gotta read out these names, right? Muffin86, you just got weaseled. Storm Chaser Patrick Pineda, Beyond WX, you just got weaseled. Pedro, you just got weaseled. Shelby Lee 24, you just got weaseled. Ubuntu Black First, you just got weaseled. And I have to say, That's a good thing.
Completely frightened of more people seeing that and going further left, because that is what's going to happen. And like, the left doesn't even need to do anything more than what they've always been doing. The situation we're in now with Trump is pushing them to see that what the left has always been doing is the right way, and that terrifies these people who don't want the.
Well, and remember what Taylor Lorenz said during the lockdown. We got a brief glimpse of what the government could do, could be doing. We're always told that things like direct financial intervention, which Thailand just did, chat. Thailand just enacted a GU bonus, a GU bonus, a government bonus, right? Due to the impact of the Trump tariffs on the Thai economy, amongst other things, right? The fact that they can give you a stimulus check, they can extend your unemployment, they can put student loans on hold, right? All this stuff is possible. And it's only in an emergency situation that we find that out. And once we find that out, they sure as fuck want us to forget it. And that's why everything has gotten memory hold. And that's why we need to remember, chat. Tonight, okay? Tonight is the first night of us reclaiming those memories of 2020. Tonight, we go back to our future.
To win out.
And this is borne out in both polling and anecdotally when you see also the disaffection with Democratic leadership and on issue by issue, what you're saying, Binder. And I do think that this is in part because the party not having any leaders gives this opening, right? Like critiquing Obama from the left politically was difficult often because of people's emotional attachment to Obama and how he has and still does looms as a figure in a very large way for a lot of Democratic voters. Well, there's no leaders now, so you can't, like, if you're criticizing the favorite politicians of these people, like that, you don't create a situation where they tune out or they dismiss you as, you know, X, Y, or Z. So that's the abundance guys with all their money and with all these billionaire donors are trying to fill that vacuum that they're seeing right now. But go ahead, Matt.
Yeah, I mean, what people are saying is
there's an old saying in Tennessee, I know it's in Texas, probably in Tennessee, that says, fool me once, shame on you. If fool me, we can't get fooled again.
That's what's happening with the American people right now. This is the exact same playbook that has already been run, including the exact words that they use. This is actually a tweet here I tweeted out. The group stuff is verbatim. The group stuff from Iglesias, Jentelson, etc., is verbatim reheated 90s Clintonism. Now, Matt Iglesias himself retweeted this tweet saying those were winners. You actually read this book by Nelson Lichtenstein and Judith Stein. They weren't winners. They were actually, in large part, responsible for the political hell we live in right now. As the Democratic leadership committees, these are like the centrist Democrats that would be at this sort of welcome fest now, in 1989 said, the politics of evasion, this was titled, the next Democratic nominee for president would have to, quote, convey a clear understanding of and identification with the social values and moral sentence of average Americans. And Carlson and Garmack, who wrote it, said the evasion was modern liberalism's focus. This is like Jesse Jackson type folks. Was their focus on economic fairness and its defense of the welfare state, plus the Democratic Party's dependence on, quote, interest groups. The Democratic Leadership Council never explicitly spelled out which groups these were, but it was obvious. Organized labor, the civil rights community, environmentalists, and advocates for women's rights. They called this, quote, liberal fundamentalism and rejected the idea that's all economics when it came to Democratic Party's core appeal. This was an invasion because, quote, it allows Democrats to avoid dealing with the problems of vulnerability on national defense and social issues. So we can't be the military party now. It's just them doing the same stuff that when they were like 20, 30 years younger, they watched the other freaks do, and it was successful then because we were in a different period of our economic and political history.
And it's really funny that you mentioned the groups. I just want to make sure we get to this clip, and then Brandon, feel free to weigh in here, because the abundance people talk about how the bottlenecks are caused by groups, as you're saying, like, and they are very hesitant.
You used to say special interest groups back in the day, right? And they meant like a lot of the number one group that they were subtweeting when they said special interest groups was like people like I think the AARP, didn't it used to be more political and have more of a like the orientation was fighting against social security cuts, right? And we're talking, like, retirees were a special interest, and the annoying thing about that interest is like, God, we got this great piggy bank here. We'd love to crack open marked Social Security, but we can't do it because of this goddamn special interest group. Why do these assholes keep on standing up for the money that they themselves earned and saved and are supposed to get paid back through Social Security? So inconvenient.
Or reticent to define what those groups are.
But we need to be really sincere about, self-introspection here, because, if we don't do it, Republicans won't.
And that leaves a lot of things open. Like, okay, so you're saying that organized labor is on the same level in terms of power as the corporations that are creating these issues? Because that's just like not borne out in fact.
Or environmentalists.
Well, here is Josh Barro on stage with Richie Torres saying the quiet part out loud.
A lot of abundance fans here today. When I look at policies in New York that stand in the way of abundance, very often if you look under the hood, you eventually find a labor union at the end that is the driver of that. I mean, to take some
Surprise!
it is illegal to build a new hotel in New York anywhere in the city without special permission from the City Planning Commission. This is a law that was lobbied for by the Hotel Workers Union and has had the intended effect of shielding existing hotels from competition, driving up hotel rates. The city's also basically banned Airbnb.
Good.
You talk about the expensive subway.
Wait, what?
On the operating side, you have a
Here it is.
So one thing you need to understand about Josh Barro, and I hope he sees this.
Wait, let's see that again.
Planning Commission. This is a law that was lobbied for by the Hotel Workers Union and has had the intended effect of shielding existing hotels from competition, driving up hotel rates. The city's also basically banned Airbnb.
Good.
You talk about the expensive subway.
Wait, so Airbnb, like the result of, wait, does that drive up hotel rates? Does Airbnb because in my mind, like what Airbnb does is just like drives up the, housing rates in general. And I feel like where you have high housing rates, you're going to have, or high rent, you're going to have like high hotel rent rates as well. I don't know.
What?
The operating side.
But I mean, I guess he's just annoyed about, coming into town, trying to get a cool Airbnb, and
You have a
So one thing you need
he has to go pay for a hotel room that's overpriced because it's New York City.
Understand about Josh Barro, and I hope he sees this, is cut back. He is a nobody. He doesn't have anything real to his resume. Who he is the son of a Harvard libertarian economist.
Another
who's
Bale
also a
son?
Hoover Institution fellow. And the only times he's ever been relevant to my life is when for some reason he's placed on a podcast for some sort of ideological balance, basically DEI for conservatives. Or it's him coming out with some bullshit like this, which is, what your community needs is Airbnb.
It's Airbnb has devastated housing, like devastated it.
Communities, I've seen this on TikTok, like communities that are like suburban communities, when a house goes on the market, the neighbors will put up signs saying, not welcome Airbnb.
Right.
Nobody buy this if you're just going to turn it into a fucking Airbnb.
Does Paris have abundance? How about London? I mean, London has a crisis too, but they responded by banning Airbnb because of that crisis. New York is just like following suit in that area.
Yeah.
Do you guys think if you go to Coachella and you spend like tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of dollars, you get a wristband, you get to go to like a pool party and like all you can drink drinks. Do you think the Welcome Fest, there's like a jacuzzi somewhere with like Richie Torres?
Hoover Institute is Peter Thiel world?
And Josh Barro and the Walmart kids yucking it up and talking about how much they hate labor unions.
I do not.
That's a toxic soup right there.
Yeah. Go ahead, Brandon. Yeah.
No, I was going to say earlier is that a lot of people, especially Democrats who are pro-need.
This ICE extravagancy, says Path Test over on Twitch chat, it's going to cost way more than anybody estimated, at least 10 times, shaping up to be just another fascist cash grab. Yeah, I mean, it is. Look, they're recruiting, they're deputizing like random people into this effort, a lot of whom are probably retreads from movements like Proud Boys and Patriot Prayer. And yeah, I mean, like there's that photo of I think that was an actual ICE agent that had a fascist tattoo on his elbow. And I mean, this is what this is what they're doing. They are empowering and probably putting on the payroll bunch of fascist thugs.
Neoliberal, like to
as if ICE wasn't, brown shirty for you already enough.
The success that America experienced under Clinton to Clinton's policies. And like a lot of that was just like a lot of money sloshing around as a result of like the first internet bubble really coming into impact and a big tech boom and just lots of money slashing around where like the actual policies that Clinton put into place, like, some of them maybe contributed to a larger GDP, but a lot of that was concentrated in the hands of like the uber wealthy then too. And then the deregulation that he set into motion, like, with Greenspan, it just led to the 2008 housing crisis. It was just a straight line to that. So like we just live, as Matt was saying, in an entirely different economic time. And, the liberalism that they're trying to pitch just requires there to be broad, or at least for people to perceive there to be broad economic abundance or broad economic opportunity that is just no longer perceived to be the case. And it's just not the reality of what people are experiencing anymore. And so this kind of liberalism is just not popular anymore. It doesn't speak to people's material conditions. It doesn't even speak to people's material conditions as well as the far right does, because at least they acknowledge that the problem runs a little bit deeper than like, zoning regulations. This is a handout to, big.
We're going to find out that ICE is just made of white prisoners getting paid $5 a day. I don't know if it's like that, but it's definitely, people that are, maybe people with I don't think there's any vetting, Narwhal, as far as who they deputize, right? And the people that are most likely to be interested in joining them in their activity are going to be, brown shirt fascist street thugs.
Realtors. This is a handout to big I'm the production companies, but big developing companies and stuff like that. Yeah, developers, not to people who need housing, not to people who need like jobs or anything like that.
I mean, real estate associations are like the underreported interest group that drives so much policy.
Lords of creation.
Yeah, I mean, I get the Politico Playbook newsletter, and it was like last week or something like that, sponsored by the National Association of Realtors. Usually you'll see like ExxonMobil up there or something like that, but they have significant sway. It's also behind a lot of the crime panic in cities because real estate associations are worried about the values of their properties.
I just want to.
I mean, that's one of the reasons. That's one of the main reasons, if not really the main reason, at least in New York City, I think it was the main reason why remote work so quickly ended after the COVID-19 pandemic, waned. People think like, oh, people took advantage, and they're all, of course, wanting to blame workers. Fits right in with abundance, I guess, right? But no, the reason is, at least in New York City, this was reported, the real estate companies, the owners of these buildings, were complaining that the companies who were renting from them were not going to continue renting from them because they were going to go to remote. And then the businesses that basically set up the shops who opened for lunch and stuff were complaining that they couldn't pay their rent because they had set up specifically to be by office buildings. And everyone was worried about the landlords and where would they rent to if everyone was working remotely. And the mayor got involved and wanted everyone going back to work. And all these companies got together and said, oh, we got to get everyone back to work. It was all because of the landlords, the owners of these big office buildings. I mean, it's ridiculous.
San Francisco, it's happening. New mayor is also doing the same thing right now, and it's the same exact moneyed reasoning behind it.
I just want to take back what I said about Josh Barro, that he never had accomplished anything in his life, because we should just play the rest of this clip, because what he did accomplish here is make sure Richie Torres is going to have a tough time getting any union endorsements on a statewide level.
That is a beautiful thing, actually.
Lobbies.
That's why he's courting Musk.
And crews to drive subway trains, which is done almost nowhere else in the world. On the capital side, it's the construction trade unions that have imposed a lot of practices that drive up costs. We have a law that is supposed to drive the production of new housing, privately built housing in New York City, that was amended at the behest of those construction trades to create union set-asides that have greatly increased the cost to deliver housing under that program and reduce the production. Is there a way to have a pro-abundance Democratic Party agenda in New York without breaking the strong link that exists between the New York Democratic Party and the labor movement?
I don't think so.
I do not blame the groups. I blame the elected officials. I think we, the elected officials, should
Not
tell the
good
groups.
enough.
Yeah, you know what you're supposed to do? You're supposed to promise those people the world, get them out, get them in that get out the vote, effort, and then once you're elected, you say, "Ooh, the Republicans twisted my arm. Ooh, I wanted to do that. What is it? The card, God, I can't remember, card check. I wanted to do the, the Republicans wouldn't let me do the thing that I promised you I was going to do. But don't worry, vote for me next time, and we'll definitely get it done then. We'll definitely get it done."
Should have a seat at the table. Everyone's voice should be heard, but no one's going to have veto power. And we're no longer going to pursue policies that manufacture.
What about Zionists?
I think that's the burden of elected officials.
All right, whatever. I don't care.
I think this is just so transparently not aimed at voters and aimed at like donors of very specific industries.
That's what I was
like
saying.
the real
Yeah.
estate industry, like, commercial and domestic developers of houses. And, just a handful of other industry leaders who are just looking for deregulation, that even just the way they speak about it, I can't imagine just being like a normal person who listens to this, like, yeah, how do we get housing deregulated and labor unions paid less in order to, build more like shit? Like, essentially, it's like, that's just not the problem, obviously.
I mean, I actually do think it's targeted at regular voters and regular people, but not in the way that, but specifically to turn them further right wing and to believe these things that are incorrect.
Yeah.
Like they're set like people in this country have been set up to believe that if something related to the government is inefficient in some way, it's because of government bureaucracy or because of the labor unions, with their contracts and stuff. They never are taught to blame lobbyists or the corporations who muddy the waters and try to get things and waste time to get things in their way. It's always the fault of government agencies, government set up to help you, and the labor unions, which are meant to protect workers. And and this whole project seems to further enforce that. Like, listen, I don't know how it is elsewhere in the country. I'm not an expert in that specific area in terms of like build housing, and I'm not a NIMBY. I think building more housing is good, but these things aren't alone. Like I am seeing here in New York City, where I can be an expert because I've lived here my entire life. I am seeing. And I live in Queens, in an area that is being heavily invested in right now, and large buildings are going up left and right, and it's the most probably city-like area, one of the most city-like areas of Queens, closest to Manhattan, like Manhattan, I should say. And many buildings are going up, residential areas, large, many stories. The affordable housing that's put in there is thousands and thousands of dollars, like studio apartments starting at $3,000-$4,000. That is not affordable. It is not affordable. That's not, so just building more things isn't going to lead to more affordable housing.
Like a citronella candle.
These same companies are being given the ability to build, and they're continuing to drive prices up because they know who to target to get the people in there, or they'll just leave the affordable housing open. They don't care. They make enough money from the rich, wealthy people who come in and buy up the housing anyway.
Well, that's a great point. I was just pointing out that I think the language they use is alienating to people who even could be driven towards believing more deregulatory narratives about what's causing the problems in society. And the only thing I would add to your point too is that like they're trying to make them even less affordable because they're trying to remove organized labor jobs from the workforce, essentially, which will just mean that people are paid less for building these places, which will ultimately mean that like wages are suppressed throughout other industries as well, because we know as organized labor argued or advocates for higher wages in their industry and for their workers, it rises wages up throughout other sectors as well. Like, they're just trying to make it less affordable, but just by driving down the wages. So you'll have more houses, but less money.
Right.
I just want to make one point about, we said this thing about the unions. Derek Thompson and Ezra Klein don't actually come for unions in the book. In their acknowledgments, a lot of the people they acknowledge definitely are anti-union, but they don't make the argument that Barrow does in the thing. But the point I want to make about that is these book tours and the media tours around them are as important as the actual content of the book. Because, and I would also say that, and
Michael Jingle, I'm paying $1,080. That's $10 less than what I was paying in Seattle. One room in a 3 bedroom house that the landlord really doesn't take care of very well, unfortunately. And it was that at first, and like what was funny was that, like, when I moved in, it was 1,800, and I could barely afford that, but I could afford that, so that was good. And I started to earn a little bit more money, and then one of my roommates moved out, so now I'm on the line for like $1,500, right? And I'm like, okay, but I start to earn more money, so I'm like, okay, no, I got this. I have $1,500. I got this. The other roommate moves out, right? And chat, I'm on the hook to move new people in, not the landlady, me, because the people that moved in there initially, they all moved like, 1, 2, 3 the college friends or whatever. They got together, they got a place. One of them paid the landlord, and the rest of them just like sort of sublet from her. And then one of them moved out, and then the next, like, right, they would replace each person after that, right? And so she's in this mentality of like, well, no, you're responsible for all the rent, right? You just get, and it's just like that's so frustrating. It's so frustrating that instead of her dividing it up and renting out the 3 rooms, it becomes like, whoever lives there is responsible for making sure but yeah, it was so frustrating. But yeah, $3,000, chat. I'm on the line for $3,000. I try to get new roommates in there, and I just have people come in there and look at it, and they find out it's not that nice. It's not bad. It's big. It's got some things going for it, right? Vaulted ceilings and, like a little bit of a backyard area type thing, right? But it's, compared to what you could get for $1,000 and 2 roommates elsewhere, it's not that great. So it's just like people are like looking at it and like, yeah, I'll pass on it. And I'm just like, I can't do anything. And that was when, chat, I left the United States, not because of the landlord situation, because of the Trump situation. Yeah, it ended up like, I wouldn't have been able to stay there. I would have had to find a new apartment. And, yeah.
I hesitated to make this comparison before, but now that they're coming for unions, it needs to be said. Charles Murray in The Bell Curve, the Bell Curve has plenty to object to in terms of like the science and the studies that it cites, but more careful they were in that book than when they would go on the media tour and talk about IQ and stuff like that outside of the context of what they publish. And the Josh Shapiro example with I-95, Josh Shapiro goes out of the way to say we worked with all these trade unions around the clock and we got it done. And also Barrow has just like any other supporter of American capitalism, or I would just reduce that to dumbass libertarian, has no conception of the world outside the United States.
You're in a better situation. You have to deal with your previous landlord one-on-one.
Japan, France, all these countries have much higher union density and yet are able to do these things in a way that we aren't.
Hey folks, don't forget to hit the subscribe button and check out our daily show. We do it every day at 12 p.m.
All right, chat. So I'm trying to decide what to do from here. Check in again on what's going on right now. We got 6 TikTok streams here. It is now 1:53 in the morning in the greater Los Angeles area. That means it's almost 2. That means it's almost 5 on the East Coast. So Yeah, we said we'd do like a sleepover. Are people still feeling that, or are people starting to get tired? I feel like chat slowed down a little bit, so it kind of feels like people are starting to get tired. My idea was to do the bonus content, and then to end the stream and then start the stream right back up. And just like hope that everybody can just like see it when it comes live again. I thought maybe another idea might be to wait till it's, you know, what this is wait, it's Sunday. It's Sunday here. It's like Sunday. It'll be Sunday morning, right? In Los Angeles, in the U.S. I'm on the East Coast. I'm zonking out. I don't blame you. I'm thinking, I don't know. The other thing I could do is try to take care of a few things. I need to get my nails done, chat. My nails are totally fucked up. So I need to get those done. I was thinking about maybe trying to get my eyebrows done as well. And then maybe even like a quick workout at this gym that I found. And then do like what would be like a morning stream in the US, and it would be an evening stream for me. Cuz I don't know. This is, it's very light. I guess there's, it's funny, Seattle wasn't like this. Like, I don't think there's a lot of areas in Seattle that are this well lit at like 2:00 in the morning. Still loving your red hair. Thank you. Get your nails and your eyebrows done. Yeah, maybe I should take care of that stuff. Oh yeah, chat. I also have to pay my electricity bill. Did I tell you how we pay electricity here? Did I mention this? Where you go to pay your electricity bill here in Thailand? Anybody know? What time is it for me? It is 4 p.m. 4 p.m. or 16 if you're going by the it's not exactly standardized, chat. Do you know, like, originally Thai time was like 4 sets of 6 hours, right? There's like the 6 hours in the morning, 6 hours in the afternoon, 6 hour. Wait, what am I trying to say? It was like 12 to 6, and then 6 to 12, right? So it'd be like I don't know how it worked, right? But instead of there just being AM and PM, there was like 4 of them. I think that's originally how time was divided in Thailand. Now you see about half as much either AM and PM, or 24-hour clock here. So how do you pay the electricity? I don't think I told you, chat. I think I probably told somebody else and I forgot. I was like, wait, I didn't say this to chat, did I? You go to the 7-Eleven to pay your electricity bill. So maybe I'll go do that. Go to take a trip down to the 7-Eleven, pay my literally you hand them your electricity bill, you pay the amount that is that you pay the amount that's like that you owe, and they take the money for you. You pay 7, which is great because it's open 24 hours. It's like the one thing in Thailand that's like, I feel like 7-Eleven is to Thailand as Denny's is to the United States. You know how there's always a you know how like Denny's is always open in the US, or usually, I mean, there's not all of them are 24 hours, but so in some places the Denny's is the only thing that's open 24 hours. And here it's the 7-Eleven. Yeah, I mean, it looks like Like, I don't exactly see a lot of stuff going on here. I mean, the cops are still there. It looks like in the first two TikToks that we're looking at, the protesters have kind of moved back, and now the cops are standing across the intersection, so everybody's getting the fuck out. Bush did 7-Eleven. Yeah, what are the cops even doing? I think they're just trying to... I think they're just kind of like pushing the protesters out, right? So the protesters were trying to surround a federal building where some of the people that ICE picked up were being held, right? That was the original intention, was to surround that building. And the cops have been trying to kind of, you know, move them out, arrest some people. You know, some of these arrests are going to be not like, they're not going to press charges or anything. You were interfering with the ICE trying to pick up people from the Home Depot or from a warehouse, then maybe you did get arrested for real. Just a SoCal thing. Wait, is the Waffle House thing that I'm talking about just a SoCal thing? It's going to get back to that tomorrow. Yeah, right now people are tired and went home to rest. Yeah, and it, like, I mean, you know, the cops were arresting people that they, you know, caught out in certain areas. So so that's what I think I'll do, chat. I don't know. I always hate this because what happens is, like, I go to bed at like 8 or 9 now so that I can wake up early in the morning and start stream, because early in the morning for me is prime time for you. Like, evening and late night for me is morning for you. But and I always say, like, I'm gonna do a morning stream, and then I never do because it gets too late, and I'm like, it's 9 o'clock, I need to go to sleep, which is wild. All right, chat, it's not normal for me to be a 9 o'clock faller a sleeper. But yeah, I feel like maybe I should try to get some of that stuff done. I've got to plan out my trip to Vietnam and you know, figure all that out, and also the visa stuff. Oh, speaking of the visa stuff, right? Magenta Dinosaurs, are you still here? I feel like I didn't thank you. Like, I feel like I just barely thanked you for, I don't even remember. Magenta Dinosaurs, thank you for the 8 New Zealand dollars. I appreciate any contribution to my stay in Thailand fund, my Thai visa fund, my education fund, help Irene learn to speak Thai, help Irene learn to write Thai, help Irene get acclimated to the culture that she is going to be in for possibly the next 5 years, or more. And if you want to contribute to that, it's on my wish list at Throne. That's right down there, throne.com/nocommentchick. We're basically 65% of the way, or maybe a little bit more now, funded, right? We're 65% of the way towards being funded. Once I get that funded, I'll be able to pay for my, tuition for the language school, and the language school will help me get a education visa. The education visa will actually allow me to stay in the country for a year, which is probably how long I'll need to be here, how long I'll need to learn Thai, you know, reasonably well, to where I'm fluent, I understand what people are saying, I can make myself understood to other people, etc., etc. You want to go to Vietnam? Yeah, Vietnam. I'm really excited. Although, chat, I don't know. My country has caused so many problems in Southeast Asia, right? And nowhere more maybe than in Vietnam, right? And I remember flying. I remember flying to Thailand. Like, I landed in Taiwan for a layover, and then I got back on a plane, and the plane went like right north of Hong Kong. You know how Hong Kong's like off the south of China? So it goes right over the, I don't know if there's an isthmus or a bridge or something from China to Hong Kong, but it's like right right between China and Hong Kong, kind of. I mean, like Hong Kong is China, right? But you know what I'm saying? And then it goes over North Vietnam. And I'm like looking at the plane and being like, God damn, this was like, you know, this was the resistance to the United States imperial action, to the, you know, puppet government that the U.S. set up in South Vietnam. This was the headquarters. This is where, you know, Ho Chi Minh was in Hanoi, and just thinking about all the history there, and it's a little bit overwhelming to think about actually like being in that place. You know, considering like what, you know, the United States did stuff to North Vietnam that has lasted generations. It's you know, the birth defects from the Agent Orange. Are those video clips of LA? Yeah. You heard Vietnam mentioned? Because I'm going to Vietnam. I'm gonna need to do a little do a little mini vacation. No, it's not actually a vacation, chat. What I'm going to Vietnam for is to apply for my educational visa, right? Because if you apply for it at a Thai embassy outside of Thailand, it's cheaper than if you apply for it in Thailand. You save like, you know, 15K baht, which is like, you save like $450 or so. And so I'm going to probably do that, but I'm going to take a little, you know, not exactly a vacation. I will be streaming. All right. So, I'll try to show you as much of Vietnam as I can. I'll bring my laptop, and I'll also have my phone, and maybe try to go out with my selfie stick and try to, you know, film some stuff for you. So be on the lookout for that. I'm not going to stop streaming while I'm doing that. I can't afford to stop streaming while I'm doing that. But yeah, I'm thinking around 5 days or so in Vietnam. And then I'll come back, and hopefully the visa, I don't know how long it'll take, but that way I'll have like, you know, 90 more days to wait for the visa to come through, because it does take a long time to process. Yeah, we got the selfie stick, just like that dude. What was that guy's name again? Oh my God, I forgot his name already. Steve something. Steve Ho? Was that the guy from Seattle? That like it, I don't know how many people watched my stream on the hate group that tried to invade Seattle. But yeah, there was this like there was this guy there that had a selfie stick, and he was cracking people over the heads with it, and then he went and ran to the cops when people chased him down because they didn't like to see their friends get hit with a selfie stick, and the cops took his side. The cops arrested the guy that he hit. It was fucking ridiculous. But anyway, chat, that's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna try to maybe get some stuff done, and then stream. There'll be a morning stream. Okay, I don't know if any of you will be up for it because I kept you up pretty late. But there'll be a morning stream. I'll try to catch up on, because I feel like I just didn't like cover the protest the way that I want to. There's stuff still going on. Really, what we'll be doing is kind of going over, you know, what we missed. So yeah, I'll try to catch you up with this morning with the you know, events of the last night, if that makes sense, and see kind of what the reaction is. It's Sunday morning in America. That means that you're going to have political shows. They're going to be talking about like the Meet the Press, all that stuff. They're going to be talking about this. See what the you know, see how the right wing is reacting to this. You can probably guess, and more interestingly, see how the liberals are reacting to this. Are they going to cave in once again to Trump's agenda, to Trump's narrative on this, right? That this is an out of control situation that Gavin Newsom and Karen Bass weren't doing enough, and so that they had to bring the troops in, or if people realized what this really was, which was a provocation. This was a setup, right? This was a, they came in, they arrested people that were just doing their fucking jobs. They arrested people at Home Depot. They arrested people at, at doing their jobs in warehouses, right? Not violent people, not people that were doing anything bad, but just regular fucking people. And the city of LA said, fuck no. And they stood up. And then the police have turned this into a situation they can call a riot. And Trump's, brought in the National Guard, and it's gotten messy. Love you too, Irene. Love my fellow mods and all who have joined. Yeah, thank you. Oh yeah, Magenta Dinosaurs. I wanted to thank you for contributing to my Thai Visa fund. I do appreciate that greatly. I did see that. I don't know. I think I said it for a split. So I think I mentioned, I was like, oh, Magenta Dinosaurs. And then I got distracted by something else. So I wanted to give you a real thank you. The other people that I need to give a real thank you to are my Patreon. As always, I'm very thankful to have people that support me on Patreon every month. And if you want to support me on Patreon as well and get your name read off every stream at the beginning of the end, it's patreon.com/nocommentchick, and you too can become a Patreon. Let me do those shout outs right now. Shouts out to Or Else Ellipsis. Shouts out to Funky Monkey. Shouts out to Funky Monkey. Shouts out to Timbrel Insanity. Shouts out to Steven Sayers. Shouts out to Sarah. Shouts out to Nadia Yvette. Shouts out to Moe Noip. Shouts out to Crystal Safira. Shouts out to Jules K. Shouts out to Izzy Mandius. Shouts out to Infallible Fowl. Shouts out to Hot Hem Radio. Shouts out to Good for Gabby. Shouts out to Buffy Geek. And a shout out to Animus. And a fancy shout out to Zara Xerix, to Rachel K, and to Omega Star. Thank you so much for supporting me off platform, where more of your money actually gets to me, and more importantly, it's not tied to a platform which can be taken right away from us. So many thanks to those of you who support me on Patreon. Right, the writer Monsters online right now. Yeah, and I saw some of the Asmongold. God, can you imagine what Asmongold? Don't back down, LA. Hell yeah. Yeah, thank you everybody. It's been an interesting evening. I am so sorry about the beginning of the stream. I'm so sorry about it would have been really great to have a short stream going on right now. This is like the time to, oh my God, they're hypnotizing us, chat. They're hypnotizing us. Let's go over here where they're no longer hypnotizing us. But yeah, I'll try to give you a better stream, hopefully in the morning. So those of you that are still up, or those of you who are just going to sleep for a few hours, I'll see you then. And then, yeah, we'll go from there. Anyway, much love, everyone. Take care of yourselves. And seriously, though, I always say that, but I really mean it now. Like, shit's gotten severe. Shit has gotten severe. And it's going to get worse. Trump's got his excuse, his pretext to do what he's always wanted to do. And I don't know, God. My kickboxing instructor said he watches Asmongold. Oh my God, you should. I was almost about to say something bad, chat. I was almost just about to say that you should roundhouse that guy, but I need to put with the caveat, only when you're sparring with your instructor, not just out of the blue, and not in a way that's too hard, because God damn. See, Sasha G, I want to move back to the US and I could be people's kickboxing instructor. You wouldn't have to put up with the Asmongold guy. Someday, chat. In like 4 or 5 years, maybe I'll move back to the US. Maybe things will be better. I don't know. Anyway, much love, everybody. See you tomorrow morning, bright and early. All right, until then,